A world before the world we know. Close your eyes and imagine Earth not as it is today, but as it was 250 million years ago. Forget the familiar continents. The Americas separated from Europe and Africa by the vast Atlantic, Australia isolated in the southern Pacific, Antarctica frozen at the bottom of the world. Forget the animals you know. No horses, no elephants, no birds singing in trees. Forget the very shape of the land and sea, the distribution of forests and deserts, the patterns of wind and rain. Open your eyes to Pangea, one enormous supercontinent stretching from pole to pole, surrounded by a single vast ocean called Panthalassa, the All-Sea. A landmass so large that its interior regions were thousands of miles from any coast, creating the most extreme continental climate Earth has ever known. Mountains higher than the Himalayas running through its heart. Deserts more desolate than the Sahara sprawling across its centre. Strange forests unlike any today, filled with creatures that would seem alien to modern eyes. This was Earth during the age of Pangea, and tonight we will journey there together. Not through time travel or imagination alone, but through the patient work of geology, paleontology, climatology, and biology. Sciences that have pieced together, fossil by fossil, rock layer by rock layer, what this ancient world was actually like. We will walk across landscapes that no longer exist, meet animals that have been extinct for hundreds of millions of years, experience climates that have no modern equivalent, and witness the slow-motion catastrophe that would eventually tear this supercontinent apart. But Pangea was not just one frozen moment in time. It existed for nearly 100 million years, from about 335 million years ago when the continents finished assembling, until about 175 million years ago when it began breaking apart. During that vast span, Earth changed profoundly. The climate shifted. The animals evolved from primitive reptiles to the first dinosaurs. The plants transformed from primitive seed ferns to the first conifers. Mass extinctions wiped out most life, and survivors radiated into the empty spaces, creating new ecosystems unlike anything before or since. We will witness all of this. We will begin in the late Permian period, when Pangea was fully formed and life had recovered from earlier catastrophes. We will experience the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history, the Permian Triassic extinction that killed 96% of all marine species and 70% of land vertebrates. We will walk through the Triassic period when life slowly recovered and reptiles dominated the land. We will watch the rise of the dinosaurs in the late Triassic and early Jurassic, and we will witness the beginning of Pangea's breakup, the slow rifting that would eventually create the Atlantic Ocean and establish the continental configuration we know today. Why this journey matters. You might wonder why we should care about a world that existed hundreds of millions of years ago that was so different from today's Earth that it seems like another planet entirely. The answer is simple. Understanding Pangea helps us understand Earth itself, how continents move, how climates work, how life responds to extreme conditions, and how the planet we inhabit today came to be. Pangea represents the most recent time when all the continents were unified. But it wasn't the first supercontinent. There were others before it, and there will likely be another in the future. Earth's continents are constantly moving, driven by plate tectonics, sometimes coming together into supercontinents, sometimes breaking apart and scattering. This cycle, called the supercontinent cycle, operates on timescales of hundreds of millions of years. Pangea is simply the most recent and best documented example. Understanding how Pangea formed teaches us about plate tectonics, how continents drift, how mountains form, how ocean basins open and close. Understanding its climate teaches us about how continental configuration affects weather patterns, ocean currents, and temperature distributions. Understanding its life teaches us about evolution, extinction, recovery, and the resilience of biology in the face of catastrophe. Pangea also provides context for today's world. The Atlantic Ocean that separates the Americas from Europe and Africa, it's the space where Pangea rifted apart. The Appalachian Mountains in North America and the Scottish Highlands. They're remnants of the much taller mountains that formed when continents collided to create Pangea, the coal deposits that powered the Industrial Revolution. They formed from forests that grew on Pangea's swampy edges, the oil and gas we extract. Much of it formed from marine organisms that lived in Panthalassa and the shallow seas surrounding Pangea. Even the distribution of modern animals and plants reflects Pangea's legacy. Closely related species on continents now separated by oceans share a common ancestor that lived when those continents were connected. The distribution of fossils, identical species found on now distant continents, was one of the key pieces of evidence that convinced geologists that continental drift was real. The challenge of reconstruction. Reconstructing Pangea is detective work on a planetary scale. The evidence exists in rocks, fossils and magnetic signatures preserved in ancient stone, but reading that evidence requires expertise from multiple disciplines working together. Geologists study rock formations and mountain ranges, tracing them across modern continents to find where they match up when the continents are reassembled. The Appalachian Mountains, for instance, align with mountains in Scotland and Norway when you close the Atlantic. They're all part of the same ancient mountain chain that formed when Pangea assembled. Paleontologists study fossils, finding identical or closely related species on now separated continents. The famous reptile Lystrosaurus, for instance, has been found in Antarctica, Africa and India, all connected in Pangea. The distribution of these fossils helps confirm how the continents fit together. Paleoclimatologists study ancient climates, reconstructing temperature and precipitation patterns from rock types, fossil plants, and geochemical signatures. Coal deposits indicate ancient swamps. Evaporate deposits indicate ancient deserts. Glacial till indicates ancient ice sheets. Together, these clues reveal Pangea's climate patterns. Paleomagnetists study the magnetic signatures in rocks, which record the direction of Earth's magnetic field when the rocks formed. This tells us the latitude where the rock formed, whether it was near the equator, mid-latitudes, or poles. Combined with other evidence, this helps position the continents correctly in Pangea reconstructions. The picture that emerges from all this detective work is incomplete and constantly being refined. We don't know everything about Pangea. Some details remain uncertain, some questions unanswered. But we know enough to reconstruct the broad outlines of this ancient world, to understand its climate and life, to experience it not as fantasy, but as science-based recreation of a real place that once existed. What you will experience. Our journey will take us across Pangea from coast to interior, from pole to equator, from the swampy lowlands to the high mountains. We will experience different time periods, watching as the world changes over tens of millions of years. We will meet the animals that lived there, from small lizard-like reptiles to massive mammal-like synapsids, from the first archosaurs to the ancestors of dinosaurs, from primitive insects to creatures that dominated their ecosystems. We will experience Pangea's extreme continental climate, scorching hot, dry summers in the interior with temperatures that would kill most modern animals, brief intense rainy seasons that turn deserts into temporary lakes, coastal regions with more moderate climates supporting lush forests, polar regions that were sometimes ice-free, sometimes glaciated, depending on the period. We will witness catastrophe, the Permian-Triassic extinction, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia nearly sterilized the planet, when ocean dead zones expanded, when temperatures soared, when most life died, and we will witness recovery, the slow, painful process by which life rebuilt ecosystems, filled empty niches, and eventually became more diverse than before. We will watch continental drift in action, not the imperceptibly slow process we observe today, but sped up in our narrative to see how Pangea assembled from earlier continents, how it persisted for millions of years, and how it eventually began breaking apart, creating the Atlantic Ocean and establishing the modern continental configuration. By journey's end, you will understand Pangea not as an abstract concept, but as a real place, with real climates, real animals, and real landscapes. You will see how different Earth can be while remaining recognizably the same planet. You will appreciate the dynamic nature of our world, constantly changing, constantly evolving, never static. And you will understand that the Earth we know today is just one frame in a much longer movie, a temporary arrangement of continents and oceans that will eventually transform into something entirely different. The journey begins. We stand now at the threshold of this ancient world. Behind us stretches modern Earth with its familiar geography. Before us lies Pangea, strange, alien, yet fundamentally the same planet, just configured differently. We will cross that threshold and spend the next hours exploring every aspect of this vanished world. Prepare yourself for climates more extreme than any today, for animals unlike anything alive now, for landscapes that exist nowhere on modern Earth, for a world that seems impossible yet was completely real, that seems alien yet was our planet, that seems distant yet shaped the world we inhabit today. The supercontinent awaits. Pangea is ready to reveal its secrets, and we are ready to explore them. Let us journey to a time before the Atlantic Ocean existed, when all the land was one, when Earth's geography was fundamentally different, yet the same processes, plate tectonics, evolution, climate, operated then as now. The deep past calls, Pangea beckons, our prehistoric journey begins. The assembly. How Pangea came to be. We begin our journey not in Pangea fully formed, but witnessing its assembly, the slow-motion collision of continents that would create the last supercontinent Earth has known. The year, if we can call it that, is approximately 335 million years ago, during the late Carboniferous period. The world consists of several large continents and numerous smaller landmasses, all drifting slowly across Earth's surface, driven by the restless churning of the mantle beneath. The largest of these continents is Gondwana, a massive southern landmass that will remain largely intact even after Pangea breaks up, eventually fragmenting into South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, and India. Gondwana stretches from near the South Pole to the equator, encompassing an area larger than modern Asia. Its southern portions are covered in ice sheets, locked in an ice age that has persisted for millions of years. Glaciers grind across the landscape, carving valleys, depositing till, leaving scars in the bedrock that geologists will find hundreds of millions of years later, proving these lands were once connected and once lay near the pole. To the north lies Laurussia, sometimes called Euramerica, formed from the earlier collision of what will become North America, Greenland, and Europe. This continent straddles the equator, enjoying tropical and subtropical climates. Vast swampy forests cover much of its low-lying areas, forests of scale trees and giant horsetails and seed ferns, forests that will eventually be compressed into the coal deposits that powered the Industrial Revolution. Between Gondwana and Laurussia lies the Rheic Ocean, a body of water that is slowly closing as the continents converge. Along the margins, where oceanic crust meets continental crust, subduction zones consume the oceanic plate, pulling it down into the mantle, driving the continents together. Volcanoes mark these subduction zones, violent reminders of the planet's internal heat. East of these major continents lies Siberia, a smaller but still substantial landmass that will also collide with Laurussia. And scattered across the ancient ocean Panthalassa, the all-sea that covers most of the planet, are smaller continents and island chains, each drifting independently, some destined to be scraped onto the edges of larger continents as terrains, adding their mass to the growing supercontinent. The collision happens slowly by human standards, but rapidly by geological ones. Continents drift at rates of centimetres per year, about as fast as fingernails grow. But maintained over millions of years, this drift is sufficient to close ocean basins, to bring continents crashing together, to build mountain ranges that rival or exceed any on modern Earth. The first major collision brings Gondwana and Laurussia together, closing the Rheic Ocean between them. The collision zone becomes a massive mountain range, the Appalachian-Vurskon Hercynian mountain system, a continuous chain of peaks running through what is now eastern North America, through the British Isles, across Central Europe. These mountains probably exceeded the height of today's Himalayas when freshly formed, towering peaks scraped from the collision of continents, thrust upward by the immense forces of plate tectonics. The collision doesn't happen all at once along the entire margin. It begins at one point and propagates along the boundary, like zipping a zipper. Some regions collide obliquely, with one continent sliding past another along transform faults. The resulting tectonics create complex patterns of mountains, basins, and deformed rock that geologists puzzle over hundreds of millions of years later. As Gondwana and Laurussia unite, Siberia approaches from the east, closing the Ural Seaway between it and Laurussia. This collision creates the Ural Mountains, a north-south range that will become the traditional boundary between Europe and Asia. The Urals are not as tall as the Appalachians when formed, but they're still substantial, a major mountain range created by continental collision. Smaller land masses are also being accreted. Pieces of crust that were islands or microcontinents in the intervening oceans are scraped onto the margins of the growing supercontinent. These terrains, fragments of crust with their own distinct geology and fossils, are welded onto the edges of larger continents. Modern geologists can identify these terrains by their rock types and fossils, recognizing them as exotic additions to the continents they're now part of. The assembly of Pangea is not just a story of collision, but also of suture zones, the scars where ancient oceans closed and continents joined. These suture zones are visible today in the rock record, marked by ophiolites, sections of ancient oceanic crust that were thrust up onto continents during collision, preserved as evidence of vanished oceans. The climate during assembly is varied. Gondwana's southern portions remain glaciated, covered in ice sheets and glaciers. But as the continents unite, forming a single landmass that stretches from pole to pole, the climate begins to change. The ice sheets start retreating, temperatures rise, and the Carboniferous Ice Age ends, transitioning into the Permian period's warmer conditions. Life is profoundly affected by this assembly. The collision of continents eliminates shallow seas that existed between them, seas that were rich in marine life. Species that lived in these seas must adapt to new conditions or go extinct. On land, the joining of continents allows animals and plants that evolved in isolation to mix, creating new ecological interactions, new competition, new evolutionary pressures. The vast Carboniferous forests that covered much of Laurussia are changing too. These forests were dominated by lycophytes, scale trees like Lepidodendron and Sigillaria, that could reach heights of 30 meters but had relatively simple root systems and reproduction methods. As the climate dries with the end of the Ice Age, these swamp-loving trees decline, replaced by seed plants that are better adapted to drier conditions, early conifers, seed ferns, and cycads. Animal life on land is diversifying rapidly. The early reptiles that appeared in the Carboniferous are radiating into new forms. Synapsids, the lineage that will eventually lead to mammals, are becoming increasingly diverse and successful. Pelycosaurs like the sailback Dimetrodon are apex predators in some ecosystems. Herbivorous synapsids are evolving more efficient teeth for processing plant material. Amphibians, which dominated earlier periods, are becoming less prominent as reptiles better adapted to terrestrial life outcompete them. In the oceans, life continues much as before, though the closure of seaways between continents affects marine circulation and climate. Trilobites, which have been declining since their Cambrian peak, persist but are becoming increasingly rare. Ammonoids, shelled cephalopods related to modern nautilus, are diversifying rapidly. Brachiopods remain common, though bivalves are beginning to compete with them for similar niches. Fish continue to diversify, with sharks and bony fish both radiating into new forms. The volcanism associated with subduction zones and continental collision releases enormous amounts of gases into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide levels are high by modern standards, contributing to a greenhouse climate. Oxygen levels are also high, possibly as much as 35% compared to 21% today, a legacy of the vast Carboniferous forest that pumped oxygen into the atmosphere through photosynthesis. These high oxygen levels permit the existence of giant arthropods, dragonflies with 70-centimeter wingspans, millipedes nearly 2 meters long, though these giants will decline as oxygen levels drop in subsequent periods. By approximately 300 million years ago, the assembly is largely complete. The major continents have united into a single supercontinent stretching from pole to pole, surrounded by the vast Panthalassa Ocean. Smaller seas, the Tethys Ocean, along Pangea's eastern margin, various embayments and epicontinental seas, provide some maritime access to the interior, but most of the supercontinent is landlocked, creating the most extreme continental climate Earth has ever experienced. The mountain ranges formed during assembly are fresh and high, actively eroding, shedding sediment into adjacent basins. These mountains affect climate patterns, creating rain shadows, blocking moisture from penetrating into the interior. The continental interior, thousands of miles from any ocean, is becoming increasingly arid, setting the stage for the vast deserts that will characterize Pangea's heartland. Pangea is assembled, the supercontinent is born, and Earth is about to enter a phase unlike any in its history, a phase of extreme continentality, of vast interior deserts, of climate extremes from pole to equator. The stage is set for the Permian period, for the evolution of new life forms, and ultimately for the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history. But for now, in the late Carboniferous and early Permian, life is thriving. The forests are productive, the oceans are full, reptiles are radiating into countless forms, and the newly assembled supercontinent offers new opportunities, new challenges, and new environments for life to explore and adapt to. The assembly is complete, Pangea stands united, and the long story of the supercontinent is just beginning. The landscape. Geography of the supercontinent. Stand with us now on the western coast of Pangea, approximately 290 million years ago, in what will one day be the western United States. Turn around slowly, taking in the landscape. Behind you stretches the Panthalassa Ocean, the all-sea that covers more than half of Earth's surface. Waves crash against rocky shores, their sound familiar despite the 290 million years that separate this moment from your own time. Ahead of you stretches the supercontinent, a landmass so vast that its opposite shore lies more than 15,000 kilometers away, farther than the modern distance from New York to Sydney. The geography of Pangea is unlike anything on modern Earth. Today's largest continent, Asia, spans about 8,000 kilometers east to west. Pangea spanned nearly double that distance, creating an interior so remote from oceanic moisture that it became the largest desert Earth has ever known. The supercontinent extended from approximately 85 Celsius to 85 degrees latitude, stretching from near the North Pole to near the South Pole, giving it every climate zone from polar to tropical. The shape of Pangea is often compared to a C, or a Pac-Man, with a large embayment on its eastern side. This embayment is the Tethys Ocean, a tropical sea that separates the northern portion of Pangea, which will become North America, Europe and Asia, from the southern portion, which will become South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia and India. The Tethys is connected to Panthalassa to the east, allowing oceanic circulation, but its western end is increasingly restricted, almost enclosed by surrounding land. Starting from the northern polar regions and moving southward, Pangea's geography unfolds in bands of different terrain and climate. The northernmost portions, what will become Siberia, extend into the high latitudes. During some periods, these polar regions support forests of conifers and seed ferns, suggesting relatively mild conditions despite the high latitude. During other periods, they experience seasonal ice cover, though nothing like the extensive ice sheets that covered parts of Gondwana during the Carboniferous. Moving south from the polar regions into what will become Russia and Kazakhstan, the landscape opens into vast lowlands and the Ural Mountains, relatively fresh from the collision between Siberia and Laurussia, still high and rugged. These mountains run north-south, a natural barrier between eastern and western portions of northern Pangea, affecting climate and the distribution of life. Further south, around 40-50 degrees, the landscape includes the remnants of the Appalachian-Variscan-Hercynian mountain chain, formed when Gondwana and Laurussia collided. These mountains run roughly east-west through what is now the eastern United States, the British Isles and Central Europe. They're among the tallest on Earth at this time, still actively eroding, their sediments filling adjacent basins. The Appalachians create a rain shadow effect. Moisture from Panthalassa to the west rises over the mountains, cools, and precipitates on the western slopes, creating forests. The eastern side, the rain shadow, is drier, starting the transition to the arid interior. This pattern of mountains creating wet and dry zones is repeated across Pangea wherever significant ranges exist. Between approximately 30 and 30 degrees lies Pangea's vast equatorial and subtropical zone. On the western margin, along the Panthalassa coast, conditions are relatively moist. Seasonal monsoons bring rainfall, supporting forests and swamps. But moving inland, away from the ocean's moderating influence, the climate becomes increasingly arid. The interior of Pangea in these latitudes is dominated by desert, the largest continuous desert in Earth's history. This desert dwarfs anything on modern Earth. The Sahara, Earth's largest hot desert today, covers about 9 million square kilometers. Pangea's interior desert covered perhaps 25 to 30 million square kilometers, an area larger than North America. In the heart of this desert, locations existed that were more than 3,000 kilometers from the nearest ocean, farther than anywhere on modern Earth, where no point is more than about 2,500 kilometers from the sea. The desert wasn't uniform. There were variations in terrain, mountains, ranges, valleys, basins, that created local variations in climate and habitability. Seasonal monsoons brought brief periods of rainfall, transforming temporary lake beds into shallow lakes that lasted weeks or months before evaporating. But overall, the interior was extraordinarily arid, with rainfall perhaps only 25-50 mm per year in the driest regions, comparable to the driest parts of the Atacama Desert today. The eastern margin of Pangea, along the Tethys Ocean, was somewhat more favourable. The Tethys provided moisture, and its margin supported forests and diverse ecosystems. The Tethys also acted as a tropical seaway, allowing marine life to disperse east and west, maintaining genetic connectivity between different parts of the ocean. Moving into the southern hemisphere, through what will become southern Africa, South America, and eventually Antarctica, the geography changes again. The southern portions of Gondwana extend into high southern latitudes, approaching the South Pole. During the Carboniferous and early Permian, these regions were glaciated, covered in ice sheets similar to those on Antarctica today. But by the middle Permian, around 280 million years ago, the ice is retreating. The glacial deposits, tillites, erratics, striations in bedrock, remain as evidence of the earlier ice age, but the climate is warming, the ice sheets shrinking. The high southern latitudes become temperate, supporting forests of Glossopteris, a distinctive seed fern that dominated Gondwanan forests and whose distribution across now separated continents was key evidence for continental drift. Pangea's southern coast, facing the Panthalassa Ocean, is less linear than the western coast. It has numerous embayments and peninsulas, creating a more complex shoreline. The southern tip of Pangea, what will become South Africa, Antarctica, and southern Australia, extends into high latitudes, experiencing cool temperate conditions. Rivers on Pangea flow from the highlands, the mountain ranges, toward the coasts or into interior basins. Some of these rivers are enormous, draining vast interior regions. In the northern hemisphere, rivers flow north from the Appalachian Highlands into the Arctic Seaway. In the south, rivers drain the highlands of Gondwana toward the Panthalassa, or the Tethys. These river systems transport sediment, nutrients, and also provide corridors for life to disperse into the interior. Lakes are scattered across Pangea, though they're not as common as on modern continents. The arid interior has few permanent lakes, mostly temporary playa lakes that fill during the brief rainy season and evaporate within weeks or months. But in more humid regions, along the coasts in mountain valleys, there are permanent lakes supporting their own ecosystems. The coastal regions are the most hospitable parts of Pangea, where ocean proximity moderates temperatures and provides moisture. These coasts support forests. In the tropics, forests of conifers, seed ferns, and cycads. In temperate zones, forests of Glossopteris in the south and various conifers in the north. The coasts are where most terrestrial biodiversity exists, where most species live, where life is most abundant. The contrast between coast and interior is stark. Travel inland from the coast, and the vegetation becomes increasingly sparse. Forests give way to open woodlands, then to scrubland, then to desert. Animal diversity declines. Water becomes scarce. The environment becomes increasingly hostile to life, yet life exists even in the interior. Some reptiles, particularly the therapsids, advanced synapsids that are becoming increasingly mammal-like, are adapting to arid conditions. They're evolving behaviours and physiologies that allow them to survive in the harsh interior, burrowing to escape heat, being active at night, possibly developing early forms of fur or hair for insulation and water retention. These adaptations will be crucial for their survival and will influence the later evolution of mammals. Pangea's geography is dynamic, not static. Plate tectonics continues to operate. Mountains are eroding. Sedimentary basins are filling. Volcanic activity continues in some regions. The climate is slowly changing as well, with overall warming from the late Carboniferous through the Permian. The ice sheets that covered southern Gondwana are retreating. Sea levels are changing, generally rising as the planet warms, flooding low-lying coastal areas, creating shallow seas that support rich marine ecosystems. This, then, is Pangea's landscape, a supercontinent of extremes, from polar forests to equatorial deserts, from towering mountains to vast low plains, from humid coasts to arid interiors. It's a world both familiar and alien, recognizable as Earth yet configured in ways no modern human has ever seen outside of geological reconstructions. As we continue our journey, we will explore these different regions in detail, experiencing their climates, meeting their inhabitants, understanding how life adapts to conditions so extreme they challenge our assumptions about what's possible. But first, we must understand the climate that shaped these landscapes, the patterns of temperature and rainfall that determined where life could exist and what forms it would take. The geography is our stage, the climate provides the conditions, and the life, which we will meet soon, is the drama played out on this ancient stage, under these ancient conditions. The climate, extremes of the supercontinent. The sun rises over Pangea's interior desert, and within hours the temperature soars. By midday, the sand surface exceeds 60 donged, hot enough to cause severe burns on unprotected skin. There is no shade, no trees, few plants of any kind. The air shimmers with heat. A dry wind blows across the dunes, carrying sand and dust but no moisture. This is summer in Pangea's interior, and it's lethal to most forms of life. The climate of Pangea was extreme in ways that have no modern equivalent. Even the Sahara Desert, vast and hostile as it is, lies relatively close to oceans compared to Pangea's interior. Even Antarctica, cold and dry as it is surrounded by ocean that moderates its temperature swings. Pangea's interior was both farther from oceanic moderation and on a larger continent, amplifying the effects of continentality, the tendency of large land masses to experience extreme seasonal temperature variations. Let's understand why Pangea's climate was so extreme. Water, whether as ocean, sea, or lake, has high specific heat, meaning it takes a lot of energy to change its temperature. Water heats up slowly in summer and cools down slowly in winter, moderating temperature swings. Land has much lower specific heat. It heats and cools rapidly. Continental interiors, far from water's moderating influence, experience extreme daily and seasonal temperature variations. On modern Earth, the most continental location, the most remote from ocean, is in northwestern China, about 2,500 kilometers from the nearest sea. This region experiences harsh continental climate with very cold winters and very hot summers. But Pangea's interior was even more continental, with locations 3,000 plus kilometers from any ocean, creating even more extreme seasonality. The seasonal temperature swing in Pangea's interior may have exceeded 50 degrees in between summer and winter, from perhaps 45 degrees in summer to 5 degrees in winter in mid-latitudes. For comparison, the largest seasonal swings on modern Earth are about 40 degrees in Siberia. These extreme swings made survival difficult. Organisms had to either tolerate both extremes, migrate seasonally, or find shelter, burrows, caves, that buffered the temperature swings. Precipitation patterns were equally extreme. The coast received adequate rainfall from oceanic moisture, perhaps 500,000 mm per year in the tropics, less in temperate zones. But moving inland, rainfall dropped dramatically. The interior desert probably received less than 50 mm per year, comparable to the driest parts of the Atacama or Sahara. What rainfall the interior did receive came primarily from monsoons, seasonal reversals of wind patterns that brought brief but intense rain. During summer, the supercontinent heated intensely, creating low pressure that drew moist air from the oceans inland. This air rose over the heated continent, cooled and precipitated, creating short-lived torrential rains. These monsoonal rains transformed the desert temporarily. Playa lakes filled with water, vegetation that had survived as dormant seeds germinated explosively. Animals that had been estivating, dormant to avoid heat dryness, emerged to drink, feed, and reproduce. For a few weeks or months the desert bloomed. Then the rain stopped, the lakes evaporated, the plants died or went dormant, and the animals returned to torpor or migrated to more favourable areas. The winter monsoon reversed the pattern. The continent cooled, creating high pressure, and winds blew from land to sea. These winds were dry, bringing no precipitation to most areas, reinforcing the aridity. In some regions, particularly eastern coastal areas, winter monsoons could bring rain from the Tethys Ocean, but the interior remained dry. Temperature was not just extreme in range, but also in absolute values. Pangea's equatorial regions, with high solar input and dry air, which doesn't buffer temperature, may have regularly exceeded 45 + in summer. Some estimates suggest peak temperatures in the interior could have reached 50 Fahrenheit, approaching the upper limits for multicellular life. At these temperatures, proteins begin to denature, cell membranes become unstable, and even drought-adapted organisms struggle to survive. The poles were not as cold as modern Antarctica, at least during most of the Permian. The South Pole during the early Permian was glaciated, with ice sheets covering parts of Gondwana. But by the middle and late Permian, these ice sheets had retreated, and even the polar regions were relatively mild, cool-temperate rather than frozen, supporting forests and diverse life. Why weren't Pangea's poles as cold as Antarctica today? Several factors contributed. First, continental configuration. Antarctica is surrounded by ocean, which isolates it thermally through the Antarctic circumpolar current. Pangea's poles were connected to the rest of the continent, allowing heat transfer from lower latitudes. Second, atmospheric CO2 levels were higher during the Permian than today, perhaps 3 and 4 times modern levels, creating a stronger greenhouse effect that warmed the planet globally, especially at high latitudes. Third, ocean circulation patterns were different, with currents potentially carrying warm water to higher latitudes. The atmospheric circulation patterns on Pangea would have been simpler in some ways than modern Earth's. Today, the complex arrangement of continents and oceans creates complex pressure systems, storm tracks, and climate zones. Pangea's simpler geometry, one large continent, one large ocean, created simpler atmospheric circulation dominated by large-scale convection cells and monsoonal patterns. The Hadley cell, the tropical convection pattern where air rises at the equator, flows poleward at altitude, descends in the subtropics, and returns to the equator at the surface, would have been very pronounced. The descending air in the subtropics, around 20 to 30 degrees S, created high-pressure zones and desert conditions just as they do in the Sahara and Australian deserts today. But on Pangea, with no oceans to break up the pattern, this desert belt encircled the globe. Mid-latitude westerlies, the winds that blow from west to east in temperate zones, would have been strong and consistent, uninterrupted by continents or oceans. These winds would have brought moisture from Panthalassa to Pangea's western coasts, but would have dropped most of that moisture on the coastal mountains, creating rain shadows in the interior. The Tethys Ocean affected climate in its vicinity. This tropical sea acted as a source of moisture, supporting monsoons that brought summer rain to its margins. The Tethys also affected ocean circulation, providing a low-latitude pathway for currents that might otherwise have been blocked by the supercontinent. Ocean temperatures in Panthalassa varied by latitude much as modern oceans do. Warm in the tropics, cool in temperate zones, cold, but not frozen, in polar regions. But the sheer size of Panthalassa created interesting effects. The western coast of Pangea faced an ocean basin more than 10,000 kilometers wide, much wider than the modern Pacific. This vast ocean could store enormous amounts of heat and moisture, potentially supporting stronger and more persistent atmospheric circulation patterns than exist today. Ocean circulation in Panthalassa was dominated by large gyres, circular currents driven by prevailing winds and the Coriolis effect. A large equatorial current probably flowed westward, driven by the trade winds, carrying warm water along the equator until it reached Pangea's western coast. There, the current split, with branches flowing north and south along the coast, transporting heat toward higher latitudes. These currents affected coastal climates profoundly. The western coasts of Pangea in low latitudes would have been warm and humid, receiving moisture from the warm ocean and experiencing regular rainfall. The eastern coasts facing the more restricted Tethys Ocean had somewhat different patterns, with monsoonal influence dominating. Upwelling zones, areas where deep, cold, nutrient-rich water rises to the surface, probably existed along some coasts, particularly where winds blew parallel to the shore. These upwelling zones would have been biologically productive, supporting rich marine ecosystems that in turn supported coastal predators and scavengers. The Tethys Ocean had its own circulation patterns, influenced by its semi-enclosed nature. Exchange with Panthalassa occurred primarily at the eastern opening, where currents could flow in and out. The western Tethys became increasingly restricted as Pangea's northern and southern portions approached each other, eventually leading to the formation of salt deposits as the restricted sea evaporated. sea level changes affected climate and geography throughout Pangea's existence. During the early Permian, when ice sheets still covered parts of Gondwana, sea level was relatively low. As the ice melted through the Permian, sea level rose, flooding low-lying areas, creating shallow epicontinental seas, inland seas connected to the ocean, that modified local climates and provided habitat for marine life. These shallow seas were important climate moderators. When they flooded into Pangea's interior during times of high sea level, they brought maritime influences deep into the continent, moderating temperatures, providing moisture, creating more hospitable conditions. When sea level dropped and the seas retreated, the interior became more arid and continental. The carbon dioxide levels in Pangea's atmosphere were significantly higher than today, perhaps 1200–2000 ppm, compared to pre-industrial levels of 280 ppm or today's 420 ppm. This elevated CO2 created a greenhouse effect, warming the planet. Global average temperatures during the Permian were perhaps 5–10 degrees warmer than today, with even greater warming at high latitudes. High CO2 levels also affected plant life. At higher CO2 concentrations, plants can photosynthesize more efficiently, requiring fewer stomata, pores for gas exchange on their leaves, which reduces water loss. This allowed some plants to survive in drier conditions than they could at lower CO2 levels. But even with this advantage, much of Pangea's interior remained too dry for most plant life. Oxygen levels during the Permian were declining from their Carboniferous peak of perhaps 35% to levels closer to modern 21%. This decline affected animal life, particularly arthropods. The giant insects and millipedes that thrived in the high-oxygen Carboniferous atmosphere were declining, unable to support their huge bodies with lower oxygen availability. By the late Permian, the largest terrestrial arthropods were considerably smaller than their Carboniferous ancestors. Dust storms were probably common and intense in Pangea's interior deserts. The dry, sparsely vegetated surface provided ample fine material, and the strong winds associated with monsoonal circulation could loft enormous quantities of dust into the atmosphere. These dust storms would have been visible from great distances, darkening the sky, creating brilliant red sunsets, and depositing dust far from its source. The climate was not static, but changed over Pangea's long existence. The early Permian was cooler, with ice sheets persisting in the south. The middle Permian saw warming and ice retreat. The late Permian was generally warm, with no significant ice sheets anywhere on the planet, possibly the warmest period in Pangea's history and one of the warmest in Earth's entire history. This warming culminated in the end Permian, when temperatures spiked even higher due to volcanic eruptions in Siberia, releasing enormous amounts of greenhouse gases. This temperature spike contributed to the Permian Triassic mass extinction, the greatest extinction event in Earth's history, which we will explore in detail in a later chapter. The climate gradually changed through the Triassic and into the Jurassic as Pangea began breaking apart. The opening of rift valleys and early ocean basins modified circulation patterns. The Tethys Ocean expanded. New seaways began forming as the Atlantic started to open. These changes made the climate somewhat less extreme, reducing the severity of the continental interior climate, but Pangea's interior remained harsh throughout its existence. Seasonal variations dominated life on Pangea far more than on modern Earth. Animals had to cope with summer heat that could be lethal, winter cold that was challenging, and brief periods of rainfall that provided opportunities for feeding and reproduction. Migration was probably common, with animals moving between coastal refugia and interior regions seasonally, following rainfall and vegetation. Some animals adapted to the extreme seasonality through dormancy. Reptiles could burrow underground and estivate during the hottest, driest months, emerging only during the brief favourable periods. This strategy, seen in some modern desert reptiles, was probably common on Pangea. The fossil record provides evidence of burrows and underground chambers that may have been used for estivation. The climate of Pangea challenges our understanding of habitability. By modern standards, much of the supercontinent was borderline uninhabitable, too hot, too dry, too extreme. Yet life persisted, adapted, and even thrived in some of these harsh environments. This tells us something important. Life is incredibly resilient, capable of surviving in conditions we might think impossible, given enough time to adapt. As we continue our journey, we will see how this extreme climate shaped life, which animals lived where, how they adapted to the harsh conditions, what strategies they used to survive. The climate was not just backdrop but active force, determining which organisms succeeded and which failed, shaping evolution, influencing the course of life's history. The sun beats down on the desert, the temperature continues to rise, and life, tenacious and adaptable, finds ways to persist even here, in one of the harshest environments Earth has ever produced. The forests, life in the green zones. We stand now in a forest on the southern coast of Pangea, in what will one day be part of Antarctica. The time is approximately 270 million years ago, the Middle Permian. Despite the high latitude, perhaps 75 does, there is no ice here now. The climate is cool temperate, with winters that are cold but not frigidly so, and summers that are mild and relatively short. The sun, at its summer peak, circles the horizon rather than setting, providing continuous daylight for weeks. In winter, the opposite occurs. Darkness persists for weeks, and the plants and animals must survive without photosynthesis. This is a Glossopteris forest, dominated by the seed fern that gave the Gondwanan flora its distinctive character. Glossopteris was not a true fern. It produced seeds rather than spores, but its leaves resembled fern fronds, with a distinctive tongue-shaped outline and prominent midrib. These leaves are deciduous, adapted to the seasonal light regime. In autumn, before the long winter darkness, they drop, carpeting the forest floor with organic matter that will slowly decompose in the cold, wet conditions. The Glossopteris trees are not tall by modern standards, perhaps 10-15 metres at most, but they're substantial, with thick trunks and spreading crowns. They grow in relatively dense stands, competing for light, nutrients and water. The forest has a closed canopy during summer, casting shade over the understory, creating a relatively cool microclimate at ground level even during the warmest months. Beneath the Glossopteris canopy grows an understory of smaller plants. Ferns, true ferns reproducing by spores, smaller seed ferns, early cycads, and various other seed plants. The ground is covered with a carpet of mosses and primitive liverworts, which thrive in the moist, shaded conditions. Fallen logs lie scattered through the forest, slowly rotting, providing habitat for invertebrates and fungi. The forest floor is wet, not swampy, but moist, with water seeping through the leaf litter and upper soil layers. Small streams run through the forest, draining toward the coast. These streams are clear, cold, their beds composed of pebbles and sand eroded from the surrounding highlands. Aquatic invertebrates live in the streams, primitive crustaceans, insect larvae, worms, forming the base of aquatic food webs. Life in this forest is adapted to the seasonal light regime. During the brief summer, when the sun never sets, photosynthesis operates continuously, and the plants grow rapidly, accumulating energy reserves. Animals are active continuously as well, feeding, reproducing, taking advantage of the abundant food. But as autumn approaches and daylight begins to wane, the pace slows. Plants prepare for dormancy. Animals prepare for winter, either by storing fat, by finding shelter, or by migrating to more favourable areas. The animals of this Glossopteris forest are diverse, though different from anything in modern forests. The largest herbivores are therapsids, mammal-like reptiles from the synapsid lineage that will eventually give rise to true mammals. Some of these therapsids are the size of pigs or small cattle, stocky animals with sturdy limbs, walking with a semi-erect gait more efficient than the sprawling posture of more primitive reptiles. These herbivorous therapsids feed on the low-growing plants, ferns, young Glossopteris shoots, cycads. They have differentiated teeth, incisors for cropping vegetation, molars for grinding, a mammal-like feature that makes them more efficient herbivores than earlier reptiles with uniform teeth. Some may have had hair or fur-like coverings, though this is debated. Hair would have provided insulation against the cool temperatures, especially important during winter. Predators stalk the forest as well. Carnivorous therapsids, including gorgonopsians, the apex predators of the late Permian. These are formidable animals, some reaching sizes comparable to modern leopards or small lions. They have large skulls with enormous canine teeth, saber-like fangs used to deliver killing bites to prey. Their bodies are more slender than the herbivores, built for speed and agility, though still stocky by modern mammal standards. The gorgonopsians hunt by ambush and pursuit. They may lurk near water sources where herbivores come to drink, rushing out to attack with a quick sprint. Or they may stalk through the forest using the vegetation for cover, approaching prey animals before launching an attack. The large canines are driven into the prey's body, causing massive trauma and blood loss, quickly incapacitating even large herbivores. Smaller carnivores also inhabit the forest, smaller therapsids that hunt insects, small reptiles, and young herbivores. These fill niches similar to modern weasels or small cats, quick and agile, able to climb into the understory vegetation in pursuit of prey. Their teeth are sharp and pointed, suitable for capturing and processing small mobile prey. Insects are abundant, though not as gigantic as their carboniferous predecessors. The lower oxygen levels of the Permian no longer support metre-long millipedes or 70-centimetre dragonflies, but there are still substantial insects. Dragonflies with 30-40 centimetre wingspans, beetles the size of mice, cockroaches that scuttle through the leaf litter. These insects form a crucial part of the ecosystem, decomposing organic matter, pollinating plants, and serving as food for insectivores. The pollination relationships between insects and plants are still relatively primitive compared to the sophisticated partnerships that will evolve with flowering plants in later periods. Glossopteris and other Permian seed plants produce pollen that is generally wind dispersed, though some plants produce structures that may attract insects for pollination. The coevolution of flowering plants and insect pollinators will not occur until after Pangea breaks up, but the early stages of this relationship are beginning here. Birds do not exist yet. They will not evolve until the Jurassic from dinosaur ancestors that are themselves still in the future. But there are flying animals in the Permian forests, large insects primarily. Dragonflies patrol the forest clearings, hunting smaller flying insects. Giant mayflies emerge from streams during their brief adult phase, mating and dying within days. The skies above the forest are alive with wings, though not the wings we're familiar with from modern forests. Amphibians persist in the moist forest environment, though they're no longer as dominant as they were in earlier periods. Large temnospondyle amphibians, some reaching several meters in length, live in the streams and ponds. They're superficially crocodile-like, with broad, flat heads and powerful jaws. They hunt fish, aquatic invertebrates, and any terrestrial animal unlucky enough to come too close to the water's edge. These amphibians represent an older lineage, declining as reptiles become increasingly dominant on land. Smaller amphibians also exist, frog-like and salamander-like animals, though not true frogs or salamanders. Those groups haven't evolved yet. These inhabit the moist forest floor, the stream banks, the spaces under logs and rocks. They hunt invertebrates and serve as prey for larger predators. Their moist skin requires humid conditions, limiting them to forests, wetlands, and stream margins. The trees themselves are home to specialized animals. Some small reptiles climb the trunks and branches, hunting insects in the canopy. These proto-lizards are agile climbers, with specialized toe structures that allow them to grip bark. They're diurnal, active during the light hours, basking in sunlight to raise their body temperature for efficient activity. At night, they retreat into crevices in bark or hollow branches, where they're relatively safe from nocturnal predators. Fungi play a crucial role in the forest ecosystem, decomposing organic matter, forming symbiotic relationships with plant roots. Mushrooms and other fungal fruiting bodies emerge from the leaf litter and decaying logs, especially during the wet seasons. These fungi are visually similar to modern forms, caps on stalks, brackets on tree trunks, though the species are entirely different, related to modern fungi only through deep evolutionary ancestry. The seasonal cycle dominates forest life. Summer is a time of plenty, abundant sunlight, active photosynthesis, rapid growth, successful reproduction. Animals feed intensively, fattening for the coming winter. Herbivores gorge on the new vegetation. Predators hunt the abundant, well-fed prey. Insects swarm. Life is everywhere, active, thriving. But as summer ends and autumn begins, the pace changes. The days grow shorter, temperatures drop, the Glossopteris trees shed their leaves, and the forest floor becomes carpeted with decaying foliage. Animals prepare for winter, some by migrating to lower latitudes, some by entering torpor, some by simply enduring the cold and darkness with reduced activity. Winter is harsh, but survivable. Temperatures drop below freezing, but not severely so. perhaps 10 to 20 at the coldest. Snow falls, covering the ground, insulating the soil and providing water when it melts. The deciduous trees stand bare, their trunks dark against the white snow. The forest is quiet, with little activity visible, but life persists, dormant in burrows, torpid in hollow logs, waiting for spring. Spring arrives gradually. The sun returns, daylight extends, temperatures rise. Meltwater trickles through the forest. The trees begin to bud, producing new leaves. The understory plants emerge from winter dormancy. Animals rouse from torpor, hungry and thin, seeking food. Herbivores feed on the new vegetation. Predators hunt the weakened herbivores that didn't survive winter well. The cycle begins again. These glossopterous forests covered vast areas of Gondwana during the Permian, not just Antarctica, but also southern South America, southern Africa, India, and Australia. They were the dominant forest type in the southern high latitudes, adapted to cool temperatures and seasonal light regimes. The fossil record of these forests is extensive. Fossilized glossopterous leaves are among the most common plant fossils from the Permian of Gondwana. The distribution of Glossopteris across now separated continents was one of the key pieces of evidence for continental drift. Identical or very similar species occur in South America, Africa, India, Australia, and Antarctica. Continents now separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. The only reasonable explanation is that these continents were once connected, allowing Glossopteris to spread across them when they were united as Gondwana. But the Glossopteris forests, diverse and productive as they were not eternal. They would not survive the end Permian extinction event, which we will explore in detail later. The forests would be destroyed, the Glossopteris driven to extinction, the animals that depended on them eliminated. New forests with new plants would eventually evolve to replace them, but they would be fundamentally different. For now, though, in the Middle Permian, the Glossopteris forests thrive. The cool temperate forests of the southern high latitudes are full of life, adapted to their unique conditions, productive and stable. They represent one of Pangea's most successful ecosystems, persisting for tens of millions of years, supporting diverse communities of plants and animals, demonstrating life's ability to thrive even in challenging seasonal environments. The sun circles the horizon, providing continuous summer light. The Glossopteris leaves photosynthesize without pause, and life, in all its strange Permian forms, fills this ancient forest with activity, sound, and struggle. The desert heart, survival in the arid interior. Now we journey to the opposite extreme, from the cool, moist forests of high southern latitudes to the scorching, arid heart of Pangea. We stand in the supercontinent's interior, perhaps 2,500 kilometers from the nearest coast, in what will one day be the central United States. The time is approximately 255 million years ago, late Permian. This is the height of summer, midday, and the temperature has already reached 48 degrees. The sun blazes from a cloudless sky. There is no shade anywhere. The landscape stretches in all directions, sand, rock, scattered dry scrub without variation to the horizon. This is the vast interior desert, the largest continuous desert in Earth's history. It dwarfs any modern desert, making the Sahara seem modest by comparison. And it's perhaps the most hostile environment for complex life that has existed on terrestrial Earth. Yet life persists here, adapted in remarkable ways to conditions that seem barely survivable. The landscape is varied despite its aridity. There are sand dunes, mobile mountains of sand pushed by the wind, their shapes constantly changing. Their surfaces rippled by smaller-scale wind action. There are rock pavements, flat expanses of pebbles and cobbles where wind has blown away all fine material, leaving only rocks too large to move. There are dry lake beds, playas where water collects during the brief rainy season, leaving behind deposits of salt and mud that crack into polygonal patterns as they dry. Vegetation is sparse to non-existent. In the very heart of the desert, where rainfall is less than 25 millimeters per year, there may be no perennial plants at all. The surface is bare rock and sand, devoid of visible life. But even here, life exists microscopically. Bacteria and archaea in the soil, perhaps primitive lichens on rock surfaces, all adapted to extreme desiccation and temperature fluctuations. Where rainfall is slightly higher, perhaps 50-100 mm per year, concentrated in a brief monsoonal season, there is scattered vegetation. These plants are xerophytes, adapted to extreme drought. Some are succulents, storing water in thick stems or leaves. Others are drought deciduous, growing leaves only during the brief wet season and dropping them when water becomes scarce. Still others have deep tap roots reaching down to underground water sources. The plants are widely spaced, each controlling a territory around itself, monopolizing the limited water available in that area. When it rains, the plants respond quickly. Within days, they produce new growth, leaves, flowers. Insects that have been dormant emerge to feed and pollinate. Seeds that have lain dormant in the soil germinate rapidly. For a brief period, perhaps 4 to 6 weeks, the desert blooms, a temporary garden in the wasteland. But the blooming is ephemeral. The rain ceases, the temporary pools evaporate, the soil dries, the plants flower, produce seeds, and enter dormancy. The animals that emerge retreat to shelter or migrate away. Within 2 months of the rain, the desert returns to its normal state, dry, hot, apparently lifeless. The animals that survive here permanently are specialized beyond anything on modern Earth. Reptiles dominate as they do across Pangea, but these are reptiles adapted to extremes of heat and dryness that would kill their coastal relatives. Some are burrowers, spending the hottest part of the day underground where temperatures are more moderate. They emerge only in early morning, late evening, or at night, when surface temperatures drop to survivable levels. These desert-adapted therapsids, for even in the harsh interior, it's the mammal-like reptiles that dominate, have evolved remarkable physiologies. They may have primitive fur or hair-like covering that provides insulation against both heat and cold. During the day, this insulation prevents them from overheating as quickly. At night, when temperatures can drop to near freezing even in summer, the insulation retains body heat. Water conservation is critical. These animals cannot afford to waste moisture. They produce highly concentrated urine, minimizing water loss through excretion. They may have specialized nasal passages that condense moisture from exhaled air, recovering some of the water that would otherwise be lost with each breath. They're active primarily at night, or dawn, dusk, reducing water loss from panting or sweating to cool themselves. Some of these desert therapsids are herbivorous, feeding on the sparse vegetation. They must range widely, traveling kilometers to find adequate food. During the dry season, when vegetation is dormant or dead, they may estivate, entering a state of dormancy in underground burrows, surviving on stored fat, drastically reducing metabolic rate to minimize water and energy use. They can remain in estivation for months, emerging only when rain triggers the brief productive season. Others are carnivorous, hunting the herbivores and smaller animals. These predators face the challenge of finding widely dispersed prey in a vast landscape. They may be nomadic, constantly traveling in search of food, or they may stake out territories near water sources or areas where herbivores are likely to pass, ambushing prey rather than chasing it actively. The food webs in the desert interior are simple compared to coastal ecosystems. There are few species, low population densities, simple interactions. Primary producers, plants, are sparse. Herbivores are uncommon. Predators are rare. The ecosystem operates at a much lower energy level than productive coastal forests or wetlands. But it functions, sustained by the brief pulses of productivity during rainy seasons and by the extreme adaptations of its inhabitants. Insects and other arthropods are present but not abundant. Desert beetles scavenge organic matter, dead plants, animal carcasses, even dung from herbivores. Some are adapted to collect water from fog or dew, converging on any surface where moisture condenses in the cool pre-dawn hours. Scorpions hunt smaller arthropods, sheltering under rocks during the day, emerging at night to hunt. Their metabolism is so slow that they can survive for months without eating, an essential adaptation in an environment where food is scarce and unpredictable. The dry lake beds, playas, are special environments within the desert. During most of the year they're dry, cracked expanses of clay and salt. But during the rainy season, they fill with water, becoming temporary lakes. These lakes last weeks to months depending on their depth and the intensity of evaporation. While they persist, they support temporary aquatic ecosystems. Eggs of crustaceans, brine shrimp and similar organisms have lain dormant in the dry lakebed mud, sometimes for years. When water returns, they hatch within hours or days. The hatchlings grow rapidly, feeding on bacteria and algae that bloom in the nutrient-rich water. They mature, reproduce, and die within the lake's brief existence, leaving behind new eggs that will survive the next dry period. Fish might reach these temporary lakes if they're connected to more permanent water bodies during floods. But isolated playas have no fish. They're too ephemeral, filling and drying too quickly for fish to complete their life cycles. Instead, they're dominated by invertebrates and during the wet period by amphibians that migrate in from surrounding areas to breed. Some amphibians are adapted specifically to this boom and bust cycle. They spend most of the year buried underground in a state of torpor, encased in a mucus cocoon that prevents water loss. When rain falls and water collects in the playas, they emerge, migrate to the temporary lakes, breed frantically, and return to their burrows before the water evaporates. Their tadpoles develop rapidly, much faster than related species in permanent water bodies, transforming into terrestrial juveniles before the playa dries completely. This breeding strategy is risky. If the playa dries too quickly, the tadpoles die before transforming. If predators find the breeding aggregation, they can devastate the population. But it's a strategy that works in the desert, allowing amphibians to persist in one of Earth's driest environments by exploiting temporary water sources. The wind is a constant presence in the interior desert. With little vegetation to slow it, wind blows unobstructed across vast distances, reaching high velocities. It shapes the landscape, creating dunes, eroding rocks, transporting sand and dust over enormous distances. Dust storms are common and intense, darkening the sky, reducing visibility to zero, depositing dust far from its source. These dust storms have global effects. Dust from Pangea's interior desert is carried by high-altitude winds to distant regions, even to the oceans. Iron in the dust fertilizes marine phytoplankton when it falls into the ocean, potentially affecting marine productivity. Dust deposited on ice and snow in polar or high mountain regions darkens the surface, reducing albedo, reflectivity, causing faster melting. The desert thus influences regions far from itself. At night, the desert transforms. Temperatures plummet. The dry air and lack of cloud cover allow heat to radiate away rapidly. By dawn, temperatures may have dropped 30–40 from their afternoon peak. Frost can occur even in summer at high elevations or during clear, calm nights. This diurnal temperature swing is another challenge for life. Organisms must tolerate both extreme heat and significant cold within a 24-hour cycle. The stars at night are spectacular. With no light pollution, no humidity to blur the sky, the Milky Way stretches as a brilliant band across the heavens. The constellations, though different from those we know, Earth's axial precession means the stars appear in different positions over such vast time spans, are still recognizable patterns. The moon, if present, is so bright that it casts distinct shadows and illuminates the landscape almost like dim daylight. Under moonlight, nocturnal animals emerge. The therapsids that spent the day in burrows venture out to forage. Predators hunt. Insects become active. The desert, seemingly dead during the searing afternoon, comes alive in the cool darkness. This nocturnal activity period is essential. Most animals simply cannot be active during midday without rapidly dying from heat stress. The interior desert is not uniform. There are variations, higher rainfall in some areas, slightly lower temperatures in others. Occasional oases where underground water reaches the surface. These oases are critical refugia, places where life concentrates, where biodiversity is higher, where ecosystems function more continuously. Animals migrate to oases during the driest periods. Plants grow in higher density. The contrast between oasis and surrounding desert is stark. Lush green vegetation surrounded by barren rock and sand. But oases are rare and small. Most of the interior is unrelieved desert, a vast expanse of aridity that tests life to its absolute limits. This desert represents the ultimate expression of Pangean continentality, the consequence of assembling all land into one supercontinent so large that its interior is beyond the reach of oceanic moisture. No modern analogue exists. Even the Sahara or Australian deserts, vast as they are, don't match the scale or extremity of Pangea's interior. As we leave the interior, travelling back toward the coast, the transition is gradual. The desert doesn't end abruptly, but slowly gives way to semi-arid scrubland, then to grassland, or the Permian equivalent, dominated by seed ferns and early conifers rather than true grasses, which haven't evolved yet, then to woodland, and finally to forests. Each zone has its characteristic climate, vegetation, and fauna. Life becomes progressively more abundant, diverse, and active as moisture increases, but the interior desert, hostile and seemingly barren, is not empty. Life persists there, adapted through millions of years of evolution to conditions that test the very limits of what complex organisms can tolerate. These adaptations, burrow dwelling, nocturnal activity, estivation, water conservation, will prove crucial during the coming catastrophe, the end Permian extinction that will devastate life across Pangea and nearly sterilize the planet. The sun sets at last, the temperature begins to drop, and the desert, having endured another day of scorching heat, prepares for the cool night ahead. We emerge now from the harsh interior and travel to the western coast of Pangea, to a landscape completely different from the desert we just left. This is the late Permian, approximately 252 million years ago, just before the catastrophic extinction that will end this period. We stand at the edge of a vast coastal wetland, a delta where a major river system empties into the Panthalassa Ocean. The contrast with the interior could not be more dramatic. Water is everywhere. The river splits into countless channels as it reaches the coastal plain, creating a maze of waterways, islands, mudflats, and marshes. The water moves slowly, barely flowing, its sluggish pace allowing sediment to settle, building up the delta over millennia. During high tides, the ocean pushes salt water inland, mixing with fresh water, creating brackish conditions. During low tides, the river reasserts itself, flushing the channels with fresh water. The vegetation here is lush and diverse, a stark contrast to the sparse xerophytes of the interior. Forests of conifers grow on the slightly elevated ground, the natural levees along channels, the older, more stable parts of the delta. These are not modern pine or spruce, but primitive conifers, ancestors of today's forms, with some distinctive characteristics. They reach impressive heights, 30 to 40 meters, forming canopies that shade the ground below. Interspersed with the conifers are seed ferns, Glossopteris in the southern hemisphere, various other genera elsewhere. These plants, neither true ferns nor true trees but something intermediate, fill ecological roles similar to modern broadleaf trees. Their frond-like leaves photosynthesize efficiently in the warm, humid conditions. They produce seeds on specialized structures, reproducing more reliably than their spore-bearing ancestors. The understory is dense with ferns, true ferns reproducing via spores, thriving in the moist, shaded conditions beneath the canopy. Some are tree ferns, reaching heights of 5-10 meters, their crowns spreading like green umbrellas. Others are smaller, ground-covering species that carpet the forest floor. Mosses and liverworts cover every available surface. Tree trunks, fallen logs, rocks, the ground itself, forming thick, spongy mats. In the wettest areas, where water stands permanently or floods regularly, different vegetation dominates. Horsetails, relatives of modern equisetum but much larger, grow in dense stands, their segmented stems rising straight from the water, their whorls of thin branches spreading like green fireworks. These are remnants of the giant horsetails that dominated Carboniferous swamps, smaller now but still substantial, reaching heights of 3-5 meters. Cycads grow along the margins where water meets drier ground. These primitive seed plants with their stout trunks and palm-like crowns of pinnate leaves are well adapted to periodic flooding. They grow slowly but can live for decades or longer, becoming substantial plants over time. Their cones, male and female on separate plants, are large and prominent, producing prodigious amounts of pollen or developing numerous seeds. The animal life in this wetland ecosystem is extraordinarily diverse. More species, more individuals, more biomass than anywhere else on Pangea. This is where life concentrates, where productivity is highest, where food webs are most complex. Water, vegetation, and a moderate climate combine to create ideal conditions for terrestrial life. The largest animals are herbivorous therapsids of the Dicynodont group. Some of these are massive, comparable in size to modern hippopotamus or rhinoceros. They're stocky, barrel-bodied animals with short legs and powerful jaws. Most have only 2 teeth, a pair of upper tusks that give the group its name. Dicynodont means 2 dog teeth. The rest of the jaw is covered with a horny beak like a turtle's, used for cropping vegetation. These dicynodonts are semi-aquatic, spending much of their time in or near water. They feed on the abundant vegetation, horsetails, ferns, aquatic plants. They're social animals, living in herds that can number dozens or hundreds of individuals. The herds move through the wetlands, following water levels and vegetation availability, trampling pathways through the marshes that become channels during wet periods. The dicynodonts are remarkably diverse in size and habit. Some are small, rat-sized burrowers that tunnel through riverbanks. Others are medium-sized, pig-like animals that root in the mud for tubers and roots. The largest are the giants we've described, dominant herbivores that few predators dare attack. This diversity reflects the evolutionary success of the dicynodont group, which has radiated into every available herbivorous niche. Predators stalk the wetlands, though they're less numerous than the herbivores, as is typical in ecosystems where predator biomass is usually only 10% of prey biomass. The apex predators are gorgonopsians, the saber-toothed therapsids we met earlier in the forests. Here in the wetlands they reach their maximum size and diversity. The largest species are truly formidable, 2.5 meters long, weighing perhaps 200 kilograms, with skull-to-body proportions that make the head seem disproportionately large. These gorgonopsians hunt the dicynodonts, targeting the young, old or injured individuals in the herds. The hunt is a patient affair, stalking through the vegetation, approaching downwind to avoid detection, getting as close as possible before the final rush. When the gorgonopsian attacks, it's explosive. A short sprint, a leap, the enormous canines driven into the prey's body. The bite alone is often fatal, massive trauma causing rapid blood loss and shock. Smaller predators fill other niches. Therocephalians, another group of carnivorous therapsids, hunt smaller prey. They're more lightly built than gorgonopsians, faster and more agile, able to pursue quick-moving prey or dig them out of burrows. Some species are specialized for different prey. Some hunt reptiles, others hunt amphibians. Still others are insectivorous, their teeth modified for crushing the chitinous exoskeletons of large beetles and other arthropods. Cynodonts, the group that will eventually give rise to mammals, are present but not yet dominant. They're mostly small, mouse to cat-sized, and occupy niches as insectivores and small prey specialists. But they have features that hint at their future importance. More complex teeth with multiple cusps, more erect posture, possibly hair or fur, possibly some level of parental care unusual for reptiles. These features will prove crucial for survival when catastrophe strikes. The wetlands support the last populations of large amphibians, the temnospondyls that once dominated but are now declining as reptiles take over. These massive amphibians, some reaching 4-5 meters in length, are superficially crocodile-like, though not closely related to crocodiles. They live in the channels and pools, hunting fish. Smaller amphibians and any terrestrial animal that ventures too close to the water's edge. They're ambush predators, lying motionless in shallow water, erupting in an explosion of snapping jaws when prey approaches. Fish are abundant in the waterways, both freshwater species that live permanently in the rivers and brackish water species that move between fresh and salt water. Most are bony fish, including primitive ray-finned fish, ancestral to most modern fish groups. There are also lobe-finned fish, relatives of the lineage that gave rise to tetrapods hundreds of millions of years earlier. Some fish are tiny, feeding on algae and plankton. Others are substantial predators, hunting smaller fish, crustaceans, and even young amphibians. Invertebrate life is prolific. Dragonflies patrol the channels, their nymphs living underwater as voracious predators of smaller aquatic organisms. Beetles, both aquatic and terrestrial, are diverse, with species adapted to every conceivable niche. Snails graze algae from submerged plants and rocks. Clams filter organic particles from the water. Worms burrow through the mud, processing organic matter. Countless tiny organisms, crustaceans, mites, springtails, form the detritivore community that breaks down dead organic matter. The food webs in the wetlands are complex and interconnected. Dead plant material, fallen leaves, dead wood, plant debris, accumulates in the water and on the ground. Bacteria and fungi begin decomposition. Detritivores consume the decomposing material. Predatory invertebrates hunt the detritivores. Small vertebrates eat the invertebrates. Larger predators eat the small vertebrates. Apex predators like gorgonopsians top the food chain. When any animal dies, Its body enters the detritivore cycle, nutrients returning to the ecosystem. The wetlands are dynamic, constantly changing. River channels shift as sediment is deposited on one bank and eroded from another. Islands form and disappear. During floods, large areas are inundated, forcing terrestrial animals to retreat to higher ground. During droughts, water levels drop, concentrating aquatic life in shrinking pools, creating bonanzas for predators. This dynamism prevents any single species from completely dominating, maintaining diversity through constant disturbance. The coastal position means the wetlands also interact with marine ecosystems. At high tide, marine fish enter the brackish channels, feeding on the abundant small fish and invertebrates. Marine predators, sharks and other large fish, occasionally venture into the delta during high tides, hunting before retreating with the tide. Birds don't exist yet, so there are no coastal wading birds, no flocks wheeling over the marshes. But the ecological niche they will later fill is partly occupied by small reptiles and amphibians that hunt along the water's edge. The sediment deposited in the delta is slowly building new land. Each flood brings suspended sediment that settles as water velocity decreases. Over centuries and millennia, this sediment accumulates, raising the land surface, extending the delta seaward. The sediment preserves organic matter, plant debris, animal bones, occasionally complete organisms buried rapidly, creating the fossil record that paleontologists will study hundreds of millions of years later. The climate here is warm and humid year-round. Temperatures range from about 25 + in the coolest season to 35 in the warmest, with high humidity making the heat feel even more intense. Rainfall is abundant, perhaps 1,500 to 2,000 mm annually, distributed throughout the year but with a peak during the summer monsoon. The combination of heat, moisture and abundant vegetation creates a greenhouse-like environment, steamy and lush. This wetland, productive and diverse, represents the pinnacle of Permian terrestrial ecosystems. Life here is thriving, having recovered from earlier extinctions and evolved to fill every available niche. The late Permian, just before the extinction, represents a high point in the synapsid radiation. These mammal-like reptiles dominate terrestrial ecosystems, occupying herbivore and carnivore roles, ranging from tiny insectivores to massive browsers. But this thriving ecosystem stands on the brink of catastrophe. Within a few 100,000 years, a geological instant, the Permian-Triassic extinction will strike, driven by massive volcanic eruptions in Siberia that will pump greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, spike temperatures, acidify oceans, and create widespread anoxia. The wetlands will be devastated. Most of the species we see here will go extinct. The complex food webs will collapse. The landscape itself will change as vegetation dies back and erosion accelerates. But we are not there yet. For now, in the late Permian, the coastal wetlands are alive with activity. Dicynodonts trumpet to each other, communicating across the marsh. Gorgonopsians stalk through the undergrowth, hunting. Dragonflies dart over the water. The sun shines through the humid air, dappling the forest floor with light, and life, in its diverse Permian forms, fills every niche, unaware that the greatest extinction in Earth's history is approaching. The wetland pulses with life. The channels flow toward the sea, and Pangea, assembled and stable, seems eternal, though its days are numbered. The coastal wetlands, where life thrives. We emerge now from the harsh interior and travel to the western coast of Pangea, to a landscape completely different from the desert we just left. This is the late Permian, approximately 252 million years ago, just before the catastrophic extinction that will end this period. We stand at the edge of a vast coastal wetland, a delta where a major river system empties into the Panthalassa Ocean. The contrast with the interior could not be more dramatic. Water is everywhere. The river splits into countless channels as it reaches the coastal plain, creating a maze of waterways, islands, mudflats and marshes. The water moves slowly, barely flowing, its sluggish pace allowing sediment to settle, building up the delta over millennia. During high tides, the ocean pushes salt water inland, mixing with fresh water, creating brackish conditions. During low tides, the river reasserts itself, flushing the channels with fresh water. The vegetation here is lush and diverse, a stark contrast to the sparse xerophytes of the interior. Forests of conifers grow on the slightly elevated ground, the natural levees along channels, the older, more stable parts of the delta. These are not modern pine or spruce, but primitive conifers, ancestors of today's forms, with some distinctive characteristics. They reach impressive heights, 30 to 40 meters, forming canopies that shade the ground below. Interspersed with the conifers are seed ferns, Glossopteris in the southern hemisphere, various other genera elsewhere. These plants, neither true ferns nor true trees but something intermediate, fill ecological roles similar to modern broadleaf trees. Their frond-like leaves photosynthesize efficiently in the warm, humid conditions. They produce seeds on specialized structures, reproducing more reliably than their spore-bearing ancestors. The understory is dense with ferns, true ferns reproducing via spores, thriving in the moist, shaded conditions beneath the canopy. Some are tree ferns, reaching heights of 5-10 meters, their crowns spreading like green umbrellas. Others are smaller, ground-covering species that carpet the forest floor. Mosses and liverworts cover every available surface: tree trunks, fallen logs, rocks, the ground itself, forming thick, spongy mats. In the wettest areas, where water stands permanently or floods regularly, different vegetation dominates. Horsetails, relatives of modern equisetum but much larger, grow in dense stands, their segmented stems rising straight from the water, their whorls of thin branches spreading like green fireworks. These are remnants of the giant horsetails that dominated Carboniferous swamps, smaller now but still substantial, reaching heights of 3-5 meters. Cycads grow along the margins where water meets drier ground. These primitive seed plants, with their stout trunks and palm-like crowns of pinnate leaves, are well adapted to periodic flooding. They grow slowly but can live for decades or longer, becoming substantial plants over time. Their cones, male and female on separate plants, are large and prominent, producing prodigious amounts of pollen or developing numerous seeds. The animal life in this wetland ecosystem is extraordinarily diverse. More species, more individuals, more biomass than anywhere else on Pangea. This is where life concentrates, where productivity is highest, where food webs are most complex. Water, vegetation, and a moderate climate combine to create ideal conditions for terrestrial life. The largest animals are herbivorous therapsids of the Dicynodont group. Some of these are massive, comparable in size to modern hippopotamus or rhinoceros. They're stocky, barrel-bodied animals with short legs and powerful jaws. Most have only 2 teeth, a pair of upper tusks that give the group its name. Dicynodont means 2 dog teeth. The rest of the jaw is covered with a horny beak like a turtle's, used for cropping vegetation. These Dicynodonts are semi-aquatic, spending much of their time in or near water. They feed on the abundant vegetation: horsetails, ferns, aquatic plants. They're social animals, living in herds that can number dozens or hundreds of individuals. The herds move through the wetlands, following water levels and vegetation availability, trampling pathways through the marshes that become channels during wet periods. The Dicynodonts are remarkably diverse in size and habit. Some are small, rat-sized burrowers that tunnel through riverbanks. Others are medium-sized, pig-like animals that root in the mud for tubers and roots. The largest are the giants we've described, dominant herbivores that few predators dare attack. This diversity reflects the evolutionary success of the Dicynodont group, which has radiated into every available herbivorous niche. Predators stalk the wetlands, though they're less numerous than the herbivores, as is typical in ecosystems where predator biomass is usually only 10% of prey biomass. The apex predators are Gorgonopsians, the saber-toothed therapsids we met earlier in the forests. Here in the wetlands, they reach their maximum size and diversity. The largest species are truly formidable, 2.5 meters long, weighing perhaps 200 kilograms, with skull-to-body proportions that make the head seem disproportionately large. These Gorgonopsians hunt the Dicynodonts, targeting the young, old, or injured individuals in the herds. The hunt is a patient affair, stalking through the vegetation, approaching downwind to avoid detection, getting as close as possible before the final rush. When the Gorgonopsian attacks, it's explosive. A short sprint, a leap, the enormous canines driven into the prey's body. The bite alone is often fatal, massive trauma causing rapid blood loss and shock. Smaller predators fill other niches. Therocephalians, another group of carnivorous therapsids, hunt smaller prey. They're more lightly built than gorgonopsians, faster and more agile, able to pursue quick-moving prey or dig them out of burrows. Some species are specialised for different prey, some hunt reptiles, others hunt amphibians, still others are insectivorous, their teeth modified for crushing the chitinous exoskeletons of large beetles and other arthropods. Cynodonts, the group that will eventually give rise to mammals, are present but not yet dominant. They're mostly small, mouse to cat-sized, and occupy niches as insectivores and small prey specialists. But they have features that hint at their future importance. More complex teeth with multiple cusps, more erect posture, possibly hair or fur, possibly some level of parental care unusual for reptiles. These features will prove crucial for survival when catastrophe strikes. The wetlands support the last populations of large amphibians, the temnospondyls that once dominated but are now declining as reptiles take over. These massive amphibians, some reaching 4-5 meters in length, are superficially crocodile-like, though not closely related to crocodiles. They live in the channels and pools, hunting fish, smaller amphibians, and any terrestrial animal that ventures too close to the water's edge. They're ambush predators, lying motionless in shallow water, erupting in an explosion of snapping jaws when prey approaches. Fish are abundant in the waterways, both freshwater species that live permanently in the rivers and brackish water species that move between fresh and salt water. Most are bony fish, including primitive ray-finned fish, ancestral to most modern fish groups. There are also lobe-finned fish, relatives of the lineage that gave rise to tetrapods hundreds of millions of years earlier. Some fish are tiny, feeding on algae and plankton. Others are substantial predators, hunting smaller fish, crustaceans, and even young amphibians. Invertebrate life is prolific. Dragonflies patrol the channels, their nymphs living underwater as voracious predators of smaller aquatic organisms. Beetles, both aquatic and terrestrial, are diverse, with species adapted to every conceivable niche. Snails graze algae from submerged plants and rocks. Clams filter organic particles from the water. Worms burrow through the mud, processing organic matter. Countless tiny organisms, crustaceans, mites, springtails, form the detritivore community that breaks down dead organic matter. The food webs in the wetlands are complex and interconnected. Dead plant material, fallen leaves, dead wood, plant debris accumulates in the water and on the ground. Bacteria and fungi begin decomposition. Detritivores consume the decomposing material. Predatory invertebrates hunt the detritivores. Small vertebrates eat the invertebrates. Larger predators eat the small vertebrates. Apex predators like gorgonopsians top the food chain. When any animal dies, its body enters the detritivore cycle, nutrients returning to the ecosystem. The wetlands are dynamic, constantly changing. River channels shift as sediment is deposited on one bank and eroded from another. Islands form and disappear. During floods, large areas are inundated, forcing terrestrial animals to retreat to higher ground. During droughts, water levels drop, concentrating aquatic life in shrinking pools, creating bonanzas for predators. This dynamism prevents any single species from completely dominating, maintaining diversity through constant disturbance. The coastal position means the wetlands also interact with marine ecosystems. At high tide, marine fish enter the brackish channels, feeding on the abundant small fish and invertebrates. Marine predators, sharks and other large fish, occasionally venture into the delta during high tides, hunting before retreating with the tide. Birds don't exist yet, so there are no coastal wading birds, no flocks wheeling over the marshes. But the ecological niche they will later fill is partly occupied by small reptiles and amphibians that hunt along the water's edge. The sediment deposited in the delta is slowly building new land. Each flood brings suspended sediment that settles as water velocity decreases. Over centuries and millennia, this sediment accumulates, raising the land surface, extending the delta seaward. The sediment preserves organic matter, plant debris, animal bones, occasionally complete organisms buried rapidly, creating the fossil record that paleontologists will study hundreds of millions of years later. The climate here is warm and humid year-round. Temperatures range from about 25 degrees in the coolest season to 35 degrees in the warmest, with high humidity making the heat feel even more intense. Rainfall is abundant, perhaps 1,500–2,000 cm annually, distributed throughout the year but with a peak during the summer monsoon. The combination of heat, moisture, and abundant vegetation creates a greenhouse-like environment, steamy and lush. This wetland, productive and diverse, represents the pinnacle of Permian terrestrial ecosystems. Life here is thriving, having recovered from earlier extinctions and evolved to fill every available niche. The late Permian, just before the extinction, represents a high point in the synapsid radiation. These mammal-like reptiles dominate terrestrial ecosystems, occupying herbivore and carnivore roles, ranging from tiny insectivores to massive browsers. But this thriving ecosystem stands on the brink of catastrophe. Within a few 100,000 years, a geological instant, the Permian Triassic extinction will strike, driven by massive volcanic eruptions in Siberia that will pump greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, spike temperatures, acidify oceans, and create widespread anoxia. The wetlands will be devastated. Most of the species we see here will go extinct, the complex food webs will collapse, the landscape itself will change as vegetation dies back and erosion accelerates. But we are not there yet. For now, in the late Permian, the coastal wetlands are alive with activity. Dicynodonts trumpet to each other, communicating across the marsh. Gorgonopsians stalk through the undergrowth, hunting. Dragonflies dart over the water. The sun shines through the humid air, dappling the forest floor with light. And life, in its diverse Permian forms, fills every niche, unaware that the greatest extinction in Earth's history is approaching. The wetland pulses with life. The channels flow toward the sea, and Pangea, assembled and stable, seems eternal, though its days are numbered. The Great Dying, the Permian Triassic extinction. The year is 252 million years ago, and hell is opening on Earth. In what is now Siberia, in the northern reaches of Pangea, volcanism has begun on a scale that dwarfs anything modern humans have witnessed. This is not a single volcano erupting, but an entire province, a region the size of modern Europe, experiencing massive flood basalt eruptions that will continue for hundreds of thousands of years. The Siberian Traps, as geologists will name this volcanic province, is beginning the eruption sequence that will trigger the greatest mass extinction in Earth's history. The eruptions are not explosive like modern Vesuvius or Krakatoa. They're effusive, vast quantities of low-viscosity basaltic lava flowing from long fissures in the ground, spreading across the landscape like a flood, hence the term flood basalts. Individual flows can be dozens of meters thick and cover thousands of square kilometers. As each flow cools and solidifies, another begins, building up layers of basalt that will eventually be kilometers thick. But it's not the lava itself that will destroy ecosystems across the planet. Lava flows, however massive, affect only the immediate vicinity. It's what comes with the lava that's lethal, the gases. Each eruption releases enormous quantities of volcanic gases into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, chlorine, fluorine, and others. These gases, released over hundreds of thousands of years, will transform Earth's climate and chemistry in catastrophic ways. The first effects are almost immediate. Sulfur dioxide reacts with water vapor in the atmosphere, forming sulfuric acid aerosols, tiny droplets suspended in the stratosphere. These aerosols reflect sunlight, causing temporary global cooling. Temperatures drop by several degrees, growing seasons shorten. Plants in high latitudes and high elevations struggle with the cooler, darker conditions. Some species, already stressed by other factors, begin declining. But this cooling is a temporary effect. The aerosols settle out of the atmosphere within years or decades. The carbon dioxide, however, remains, accumulating over centuries and millennia as the eruptions continue. CO2 is a greenhouse gas, trapping heat radiated from Earth's surface, warming the planet. As CO2 levels rise from perhaps 400 ppm before the eruptions to 2000 ppm, or more during the extinction, temperatures soar. The warming is not uniform. High latitudes warm more than equatorial regions, a feature of greenhouse warming called polar amplification. The Glossopteris forests of the southern high latitudes, adapted to cool temperate conditions, cannot tolerate the rising temperatures. The trees die. The understory vegetation dies. The forest ecosystem collapses. Animals dependent on these forests die from heat stress, lack of food, or both. Entire communities disappear within decades or centuries. In the tropics and subtropics, The warming pushes temperatures beyond lethal thresholds. Regions that were hot become uninhabitable. Peak summer temperatures in Pangea's interior, already reaching 45 to 50 degrees before the extinction, now regularly exceed 55 to 60 degrees. Temperatures at which proteins denature, cell membranes fail, and complex life cannot function. The interior desert expands, pushing into regions that were previously habitable, scrubland or woodland. But temperature increase is only one mechanism of destruction. The volcanic gases create other lethal effects. Hydrogen sulfide and chlorine compounds cause acid rain. Precipitation so acidic it damages plants, poisons waterways, leaches nutrients from soils. Forests on downwind sides of the Siberian traps are directly poisoned by volcanic gases. Fluorine compounds released by the eruptions cause fluorosis in animals, damaging bones and teeth, crippling herbivores and making them vulnerable to starvation. The warming triggers feedback mechanisms that amplify the crisis. As temperatures rise, the ocean's capacity to hold dissolved gases decreases. Oxygen solubility drops. The oceans begin losing oxygen from the surface waters, and the oxygen minimum zone, the layer of oxygen-poor water found in all oceans, expands both horizontally and vertically. Eventually, the oxygen minimum zone reaches the surface in some regions, creating dead zones where most marine life cannot survive. Worse, the warming may have destabilized methane hydrates, frozen methane deposits on the seafloor, stable only under cold, high-pressure conditions. As ocean bottom waters warm, these hydrates decompose, releasing methane, a greenhouse gas many times more potent than CO2, into the water and atmosphere. This methane amplifies the warming, creating a runaway greenhouse effect that pushes temperatures even higher. On land, the escalating heat and drought kill vegetation on a massive scale. Plants that survive are stressed, growing slowly, reproducing poorly. The base of terrestrial food webs collapses. Herbivores face starvation. Some eat plants they normally avoid, including toxic species, and die from poisoning. Others migrate to more favourable areas, only to find those areas already crowded with other refugees, resources insufficient to support the influx. Predators, dependent on herbivore populations, find prey increasingly scarce. Gorgonopsians, the apex predators that dominated late Permian ecosystems, are already in decline. The extinction delivers the final blow. By the early Triassic, Gorgonopsians are completely extinct. No species survives. Their ecological role as large apex predators remains empty for millions of years, until other groups eventually evolve to fill it. The dicynodonts, the dominant herbivores, are also devastated. Most species go extinct, but a few lineages survive, including Lystrosaurus, a genus that becomes extraordinarily abundant in the early Triassic. Lystrosaurus is a pig-sized dicynodont, a burrower, adapted to survive harsh conditions by going underground. During the worst phases of the extinction, when surface conditions are lethal for extended periods, burrowing saves Lystrosaurus when surface-dwelling relatives perish. In the oceans, the catastrophe is even more complete. Marine ecosystems are hit by multiple stressors simultaneously: warming waters, ocean acidification from absorbed CO2, anoxia, lack of oxygen, hydrogen sulfide poisoning from anoxic waters, and disruption of nutrient cycling. The result is devastation beyond anything before or since. Approximately 96% of all marine species go extinct, the highest extinction rate in Earth's history. Trilobites, ancient arthropods that survived previous mass extinctions, finally disappear completely. Brachiopods, which dominated marine benthic communities for hundreds of millions of years, are nearly wiped out. Only a handful of species survive. Corals and reef ecosystems collapse. The reefs that took millions of years to build are destroyed, their structures eroding, leaving behind only rubble. The extinction is selective in complex ways. Large animals fare worse than small ones. The largest therapsids all go extinct, while smaller forms have better survival rates. Burrowers survive better than surface dwellers. Animals that can retreat underground to escape surface heat, drought, or atmospheric toxins have an advantage. Generalist species that can eat various foods survive better than specialists dependent on specific prey or plants. The extinction is also geographically selective. High latitudes, which warm most dramatically, experience higher extinction rates than tropics. But the tropics, already hot, are pushed beyond livable temperatures, also suffering massive extinctions. Coastal areas with access to marine and terrestrial resources do somewhat better than interior regions, completely dependent on terrestrial ecosystems. But nowhere is safe. Species disappear from every environment, every latitude, every ecosystem. The catastrophe unfolds over perhaps 500,000 to 1 million years, a geological instant, but many thousands of generations for the animals experiencing it. This is not a single event, but a cascade of disasters, each amplifying the others, creating conditions progressively more hostile to life. Some species disappear early, unable to cope with initial changes. Others persist for hundreds of thousands of years, declining slowly, finally disappearing as conditions become intolerable. The Permian world, with its diverse therapsids, its lush forests, its complex ecosystems, is gone. The early Triassic world that emerges from the extinction is impoverished, simplified, almost barren compared to what came before. Lystrosaurus dominates terrestrial ecosystems, comprising perhaps 90% of all vertebrate individuals in some regions, a level of dominance rarely seen and indicative of how few other species survive to compete with it. The recovery from the extinction is slow and painful. For perhaps 5–10 million years, ecosystems remain impoverished, diversity stays low, food webs stay simple. Lystrosaurus herds roam a largely barren landscape with little vegetation, feeding on whatever plants manage to grow in the stressed conditions. Predators are small and rare. The coastal wetlands that were so productive in the late Permian are degraded. Vegetation sparse, water quality poor, biodiversity crashed. But life, tenacious and adaptable, begins rebuilding. Survivors reproduce, their descendants radiating into empty niches. New groups evolve from the survivors. Archosaurs, a reptile lineage that was minor in the Permian, begin diversifying in the Triassic. This group will eventually give rise to dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and crocodilians, three of the most successful reptile lineages in Earth's history. The synapsids, decimated by the extinction, continue but never regain their previous dominance. A few lineages persist and eventually give rise to mammals, but the age of synapsid dominance is over. The extinction permanently changed Earth's ecosystems. The world before and after are fundamentally different. Different dominant groups, different ecosystem structures, different evolutionary trajectories. The Permian-Triassic boundary marks one of the most significant transitions in the history of life, a near sterilization of the planet followed by a long recovery that reshaped terrestrial and marine life. As the volcanic eruptions in Siberia finally wind down, as CO2 levels begin to decline, as temperatures moderate, as ocean chemistry slowly returns to less acidic conditions, life begins its long recovery. The early Triassic is a strange world, hot, dry, simple, but it's a world where survivors have opportunities. The evolutionary stage is reset, new groups will rise, and from the ashes of the Permian, the Triassic world will slowly emerge. The great dying ends, the recovery begins, and life, reduced to a fraction of its former diversity, persists and begins the slow process of rebuilding what was lost. The recovery. The early Triassic world. 5 million years have passed since the Permian-Triassic extinction. The volcanic eruptions in Siberia have ceased. Carbon dioxide levels are declining from their peak. Temperatures are moderating slightly, though they remain higher than pre-extinction conditions. The world is beginning to recover, but it's a recovery unlike anything modern humans have witnessed, occurring over timescales of millions of years, involving the evolution of new forms from the survivors, reshaping ecosystems from the ground up. We stand in what will one day be South Africa, in the early Triassic, approximately 247 million years ago. The landscape is bleak compared to the lush Permian wetlands. Vegetation exists, the planet is not entirely barren, but it's sparse, low diversity, stressed. There are no forests, no dense understory, no complex layering of vegetation. Instead, there are scattered trees, mostly conifers, widely spaced. Between them grows low vegetation, ferns, seed plants, ground cover, but in patches rather than continuous carpets. The soil is poor, lacking the organic matter that built up over millions of years in Permian ecosystems and was largely lost during the extinction. erosion rates are high. Without dense vegetation to hold soil in place, wind and water carry it away, depositing sediment in streams and lowlands. The landscape has a raw, young appearance, as if it's only recently been exposed rather than shaped by millions of years of plant growth and weathering. The climate remains hot and dry. Early Triassic temperatures are higher than they would be later in the period, a lingering consequence of elevated greenhouse gas levels. The interior desert is larger than ever, extending into regions that supported scrubland or woodland in the Permian. Rainfall is erratic, concentrated in brief monsoonal storms that create flash floods before the water drains away or evaporates. The dominant animal is Lystrosaurus, the pig-sized dicynodont that survived the extinction. These animals are extraordinarily abundant. Fossils from early Triassic deposits are sometimes dominated by Lystrosaurus remains, suggesting populations of enormous density. Herds number in the hundreds or thousands, moving across the landscape, feeding on whatever vegetation exists, trampling the ground into a network of paths and wallows. Lystrosaurus is a burrower, and this behavior was probably key to its survival. During the extinction's worst phases, Lystrosaurus could retreat underground, avoiding surface heat and atmospheric toxins, emerging only briefly to feed when conditions permitted. The early Triassic landscape is dotted with burrows, individual burrows, communal burrow systems, abandoned burrows filled with sediment. The burrowing behavior disturbs the soil, affects drainage, influences where plants can grow, making Lystrosaurus an ecosystem engineer. But Lystrosaurus, abundant though it is, faces challenges. The vegetation is sparse and of poor quality, and even with thousands of individuals, the herds struggle to find adequate food. Mortality is high, especially among juveniles and elderly individuals. Predation exists but is not the main threat. Starvation and disease are greater killers. Lystrosaurus populations boom when conditions are good, crash when they're not, never reaching the stable, sustainable populations of late Permian dicynodonts. Predators are present but uncommon. Most are relatively small, cynodonts and primitive archosaurs that hunt the young Lystrosaurus or scavenge carcasses. Larger predators, capable of killing adult Lystrosaurus, are rare or absent. The extinction eliminated most large predators, and the early Triassic's impoverished ecosystems cannot yet support large predator populations. There is an ecological imbalance, an absence of top-down control on herbivore populations. This lack of predation pressure has consequences. Without significant predation, Lystrosaurus populations are controlled primarily by resources, food availability and quality. This leads to boom-bust cycles, overgrazing during population peaks, starvation during busts. The vegetation, already stressed by climate and poor soil, cannot recover quickly from intensive grazing. Positive feedback occurs. Overgrazing reduces vegetation, which reduces food for herbivores, which causes population crash, which allows some vegetation recovery, which leads to population boom, which causes overgrazing again. Among the smaller animals, therapsids persist. Cynodonts, the group that will eventually give rise to mammals, are diversifying into various forms. Some are carnivorous, hunting insects and small vertebrates. Others are becoming more omnivorous, eating both plants and animals. They're developing increasingly mammal-like features, more complex teeth, more erect posture, possibly hair for insulation, possibly lactation for feeding young. These features will eventually allow mammals to fill the small-bodied niches that large therapsids occupied in the Permian. Archosaurs, relatively minor in the Permian, are beginning their rise to dominance. These are the reptile group that will eventually include dinosaurs, pterosaurs and crocodilians. In the early Triassic, they're mostly small to medium-sized predators, but they're diversifying, experimenting with different body forms and lifestyles. Some are becoming larger, filling the empty apex predator niches left by extinct Gorgonopsians. The reptiles more generally are changing in response to the hot, dry conditions. Increased temperatures allow reptiles, which rely on external heat for body temperature regulation, to be active over larger portions of the day and year. But extreme heat is problematic even for reptiles, and adaptations to cope with heat stress are appearing. Lighter coloration to reflect heat, nocturnal habits to avoid midday temperatures, behavioral thermoregulation using burrows and shade. Amphibians, so diverse in earlier periods, are now reduced to relatively few groups. The temnospondyls persist but in reduced numbers and diversity. They're confined to aquatic habitats, unable to compete effectively with reptiles on land. Smaller amphibians continue, occupying moist microhabitats, but they're no longer major players in ecosystems. The age of amphibians is over. The age of reptiles has arrived. In the oceans, recovery is equally slow. Marine ecosystems were devastated by the extinction. 96% of marine species disappeared, and early Triassic oceans are biologically impoverished. Plankton communities are simplified. Reef ecosystems, which collapse completely, do not rebuild for millions of years. Benthic communities are dominated by a few disaster species, generalists that survive when specialists perish. The extinction restructured marine food webs. Before the extinction, brachiopods dominated many benthic environments. After, bivalves, which were present before but less prominent, become increasingly important. This shift represents a permanent change. Bivalves will dominate benthic filter feeder niches for the rest of Earth's history. Brachiopods never regain their former prominence. Ammonoids, the coiled cephalopods related to Nautilus, survived the extinction but just barely. Only 1 or 2 lineages made it through. These survivors underwent explosive radiation in the Triassic, diversifying into hundreds of species, reinventing the morphological diversity that their Permian ancestors had achieved. This recovery from near extinction to dominance demonstrates evolution's power to refill empty niches rapidly, on geological timescales, when conditions improve. Fish communities also recovered, with survivors radiating into new forms. Ray-finned fish, which will eventually include most modern fish species, were beginning their rise to dominance. Sharks, which survived the extinction relatively well, continued their long history. Marine reptiles, including early forms that will later evolve into ichthyosaurs and other groups, are beginning to invade marine environments, taking advantage of evolutionary opportunities in the recovering oceans. On land, plant communities are slowly rebuilding. Ferns are particularly successful in the early Triassic. They reproduce via spores that disperse widely, can colonize disturbed areas quickly, and grow rapidly when conditions are favorable. Some early Triassic deposits show fern spikes, dramatic increases in fern spore abundance, interpreted as evidence of ecosystem disturbance, with ferns colonizing bare ground left by extinctions. Conifers, which survived the extinction better than many plant groups, are expanding. These plants are well adapted to relatively dry conditions, with needle-like leaves that reduce water loss and deep roots that access groundwater. They're becoming the dominant trees in many regions, establishing forests where conditions permit. These early Triassic conifer forests are simpler than late Permian forests, with fewer species and less complex structure, but they're functional ecosystems, supporting growing communities of animals. Seed ferns, so important in the Permian, are declining. Many lineages went extinct during the Permian-Triassic boundary. Those that survived face competition from conifers and from new groups, cycads and other seed plants, that are diversifying in the Triassic. The dominance of seed ferns is ending. The age of conifers and eventually cycads is beginning. The early Triassic world is one of low biodiversity but high opportunity. Empty niches exist throughout ecosystems. Survivors face little competition from other species, allowing them to radiate into diverse forms. Evolution is rapid. New species evolve, new genera appear, new adaptations develop. The impoverished early Triassic ecosystems are templates being filled in by evolution, diversity gradually increasing as lineages radiate. But full recovery to pre-extinction levels will take 10 million years or more. The early Triassic is just the beginning of this long process. Ecosystems are functioning but simple. Food webs are operating but short. Fewer trophic levels, less complexity, more direct paths from primary producers to top predators. Biodiversity remains low, with a few species dominating rather than many species coexisting. The climate gradually moderates as the Triassic progresses. Carbon dioxide levels decline, temperatures drop slightly, precipitation patterns shift. The conditions become somewhat less extreme, permitting more species to survive and reproduce successfully. But the early Triassic remains a hothouse world, hotter than the late Permian before the extinction, hotter than most of Earth's subsequent history. As we leave the early Triassic and move forward in time, we'll watch ecosystems diversify, New groups rise to prominence and the recovery continue. The world will never be exactly as it was in the Permian. The extinction changed things permanently, but it will become more diverse, more complex, more productive, and from the survivors will emerge the groups that will dominate the rest of the Mesozoic, the dinosaurs, the pterosaurs, the marine reptiles, and eventually, hiding in the shadows, the first mammals. The recovery continues, life persists, and evolution, given millions of years, will rebuild what extinction destroyed. The rise of archosaurs, Middle Triassic diversification. 20 million years have passed since the Permian-Triassic extinction. We stand now in what will become Argentina, in the Middle Triassic, approximately 235 million years ago. The world has changed dramatically. The barren landscapes of the early Triassic have given way to more productive ecosystems. Forests are returning, though they're different from Permian forests. Animal diversity has increased substantially. And a new group is rising to prominence, the archosaurs, the ruling reptiles that will dominate the planet for the next 150 million years. The forests here are dominated by conifers, towering trees reaching 30-40 meters, their needle-like leaves adapted to conserve water, their cones producing prodigious amounts of pollen and seeds. These are Araucaria-type conifers, ancestors of modern monkey puzzle trees and Norfolk Island pines. They form relatively open forests, their canopies not as dense as modern rainforests, allowing substantial light to reach the ground. Beneath the conifers grows an understory of cycads, seed ferns, though less diverse than in the Permian, ferns, and early ginkgos. The cycads are particularly prominent, their palm-like forms giving the landscape a subtropical appearance. These plants are well adapted to seasonal drought and relatively nutrient-poor soils. They grow slowly but can live for decades, forming substantial plants over time. The ground cover includes ferns, mosses, and primitive flowering plants that are just beginning their evolutionary journey, though they won't become dominant until much later, in the Cretaceous period. Horsetails grow along stream margins and in wet areas. The overall vegetation is more diverse than in the early Triassic, but still less diverse than in the late Permian before the extinction. The animal life has diversified dramatically. Lystrosaurus, which dominated the early Triassic, has declined and will soon go extinct. In its place, we see a variety of herbivores, carnivores, and omnivores representing multiple lineages. But it's the archosaurs that increasingly dominate the ecosystems. Archosaurs are distinguished by several anatomical features: antorbital fenestrae, openings in the skull in front of the eyes, specialized ankle joints, diapsid skull structure, 2 temporal fenestrae, and other characteristics. These features are technical details, but they mark a group that evolved remarkable diversity and ecological success. The archosaurs we see here in the Middle Triassic are early members of this lineage, still relatively generalized but already showing the potential that will eventually produce dinosaurs. Some of the archosaurs here are crocodile line archosaurs, pseudosuchians, ancestors and relatives of modern crocodilians. They're not yet aquatic specialists as modern crocodiles are. Instead, they're terrestrial predators, some large and formidable. Saurosuchus, which will appear in the late Triassic, is not yet present, but its ancestors are here. Large, predatory archosaurs with powerful jaws, semi-erect posture, and carnivorous habits. The crocodile line archosaurs are diverse in form and habit. Some are quadrupedal predators, walking on all fours, using their powerful jaws to capture prey. Others are becoming more bipedal, running on hind legs, using their forelimbs for grasping. Still others are becoming omnivorous, eating both plants and animals, developing teeth adapted to process various foods. Some are even becoming armored, developing osteoderms, bony plates embedded in the skin, that provide protection against predators. But it's the dinosaur line archosaurs, the dinosauromorphs, that hold the most interest, because they will give rise to dinosaurs and eventually to birds. In the Middle Triassic, true dinosaurs haven't evolved yet, but their ancestors are present. These are small to medium-sized animals, mostly bipedal, with long legs and tails, adapted for quick running. Marasuchus, a dinosauromorph from Argentina from this time period, is a good example. It's a small animal, perhaps 60 centimeters long, with long hind legs and a long tail for balance. It walks and runs on its hind legs, freeing its forelimbs for grasping. Its skull is lightly built with large eye sockets, suggesting it was an active visual predator. It probably hunted insects and small vertebrates, using speed and agility to capture quick-moving prey. These early dinosauromorphs are experimenting with bipedalism, walking on 2 legs rather than 4. Bipedalism offers advantages: increased speed by lengthening the stride, freed forelimbs for manipulating food or other objects, elevated sensory position, eyes are higher off the ground for better vision, and energetic efficiency for certain types of locomotion. The dinosaurs will perfect bipedalism, developing it into the default posture from which even quadrupedal forms like sauropods evolved. The therapsids, the mammal-like reptiles that dominated the Permian, are still present but declining in prominence. The large herbivorous dicynodonts have diversified from the early Triassic Lystrosaurus into several lineages, some reaching substantial sizes, but they're no longer as dominant as they were. The archosaurs are outcompeting them, taking over ecological roles that therapsids filled in the Permian. The cynodonts, the therapsid lineage that will give rise to mammals, are doing relatively well, but as small animals, not as dominant players. They're mostly insectivores and small prey specialists, occupying the niches that will eventually be filled by small mammals. They're developing increasingly mammalian features, more complex teeth with multiple cusps and precise occlusion, possible lactation, probable hair or fur, improved hearing through the development of middle ear bones. One cynodont group, the eucynodonts, is particularly interesting. These animals are becoming more active and probably maintaining higher body temperatures than typical reptiles. Not fully warm-blooded as mammals are, but intermediate, with elevated metabolic rates supported by their more efficient respiratory and circulatory systems. This higher activity level requires more food, but it allows them to be active for longer periods, potentially at night when cold-blooded reptiles are inactive. The dichotomy between archosaurs and therapsids in the Triassic is sometimes framed as a competition between 2 evolutionary approaches. Archosaurs remained ectothermic, relying on external heat, but evolved large body sizes, efficient locomotion, and effective predatory adaptations. Therapsids evolved toward endothermy, internal heat generation, but remained relatively small. The archosaurs won in the Triassic and Jurassic, dominating large-bodied niches, but the therapsids, specifically the mammals that evolved from them, would eventually win in the long term, taking over after the dinosaurs' extinction. In the Middle Triassic, reptile diversity is at a peak not just on land, but in the air and sea as well. The pterosaurs, flying reptiles, are evolving, though they're not yet present in the Middle Triassic. They'll appear in the Late Triassic, giving archosaurs mastery of the air as well as the land. In the oceans, marine reptiles are diversifying rapidly. Ichthyosaurs, dolphin-like reptiles, are becoming increasingly specialized for marine life, developing streamlined bodies, paddle-like limbs, and tail flukes for propulsion. Nothosaurs, another group of marine reptiles, are also present, hunting fish and invertebrates in coastal waters. These are semi-aquatic, still capable of moving on land but spending most time in water. They're ancestors or relatives of plesiosaurs, which will evolve later and become the long-necked marine reptiles of popular imagination. The Middle Triassic oceans are recovering nicely from the extinction. Ammonoids have diversified into hundreds of species with varied shell forms, some tightly coiled, others loosely coiled, some with smooth shells, others with elaborate ornamentation. These ammonoids occupy various ecological niches, from shallow coastal waters to open ocean, from surface to depths. They're important predators and prey, integral parts of marine food webs. Reef ecosystems are beginning to rebuild, though not yet to pre-extinction complexity. Corals are present but not as dominant as they will be in the later Triassic and Jurassic. Instead, early reefs are often built by other organisms, calcifying algae, sponges, and unusual organisms that don't fit neatly into modern categories. These reefs provide habitat for diverse communities of fish, invertebrates, and other marine life. The climate in the Middle Triassic is still warm but less extreme than the early Triassic. Carbon dioxide levels have declined from their post-extinction peak. Temperatures are moderating. The hydrological cycle is intensifying. More evaporation from warmer oceans, more precipitation on land, leading to better watered landscapes and more productive ecosystems. Seasonal patterns are strong, with pronounced wet and dry seasons in many regions. The monsoons, driven by the thermal contrast between land and ocean, bring summer rains that support vegetation growth and reproduction. The dry season tests organisms' ability to conserve water and survive drought. This seasonality drives adaptations and behaviours, migration, dormancy, phenological timing of reproduction to coincide with favourable conditions. Pangea is still fully assembled, but subtle changes are beginning. Rift valleys are forming in some regions, early signs that the supercontinent will eventually break apart. These rifts are not yet creating new oceans, but they're thinning the continental crust, creating basins that fill with sediment, altering local topography. The rifting is accompanied by volcanic activity, though not on the catastrophic scale of the Siberian traps that caused the Permian extinction. The Middle Triassic is a time of recovery, diversification and innovation. Ecosystems are becoming more complex. Food webs are lengthening with more trophic levels. Biodiversity is increasing, approaching and in some groups exceeding pre-extinction levels. New groups are experimenting with new body forms and lifestyles, some of which will prove extraordinarily successful. The archosaurs are ascending. Within 10-15 million years, true dinosaurs will evolve from dinosauromorph ancestors like Marsuchus. These dinosaurs will initially be small, rare predators, but they'll diversify rapidly, becoming the dominant large terrestrial vertebrates for the next 135 million years. Pterosaurs will conquer the air. Marine reptiles will rule the seas. The age of dinosaurs is approaching, but we're not there yet. In the Middle Triassic, dinosaurs don't exist. The archosaurs are diverse but not yet dominant. The therapsids still hold on in reduced numbers. The landscape is transitional, poised between the post-apocalyptic early Triassic and the dinosaur-dominated late Triassic and Jurassic. Change is coming. Evolution is accelerating, and the Triassic world, recovered from near sterilization, is entering its most dynamic phase. The first dinosaurs. Late Triassic innovation. The year is approximately 230 million years ago, late Triassic. We stand in what is now northern Argentina, in a region that will be paleontologically famous for its exceptional preservation of early dinosaur fossils. The landscape is semi-arid, with scattered trees and shrubs, open areas of grassland-like vegetation, though not true grasses which haven't evolved yet, and seasonal streams that flow during the wet season and dry to isolated pools during drought. And here, hunting in the dappled shade beneath a stand of conifers, is a creature that would fit easily in your hand. Perhaps 60 centimeters long, lightweight, built for speed. This is Eoraptor, one of the earliest dinosaurs, a member of the group that will come to dominate terrestrial ecosystems for the next 135 million years. But looking at this small, unprepossessing animal, you'd never guess its descendants would include 30-meter-long sauropods, armor-plated ankylosaurs, and eventually birds that persist to the present day. Eoraptor is bipedal, running on its hind legs, using its long tail for balance. Its forelimbs are much shorter than its hind limbs, but well developed, with grasping hands featuring 5 fingers, some of which have claws. Its skull is lightly built with large eye sockets, suggesting keen vision. The teeth are varied, some blade-like for cutting meat, others more leaf-shaped for processing plant material, indicating that Eoraptor is probably omnivorous, eating whatever it can catch or find. What makes Eoraptor a dinosaur? Several technical features distinguish dinosaurs from other archosaurs. Fully erect limbs held directly beneath the body, rather than sprawled out to the sides, specialized hip structure with the acetabulum, hip socket, forming a complete opening, elongated 4th toe, reduced 5th toe, and other skeletal characteristics. These features allowed dinosaurs to move more efficiently than their ancestors, run faster, sustain activity for longer periods, and potentially support larger body sizes. Eoraptor shares its environment with other early dinosaurs. Herrerasaurus, a larger carnivorous dinosaur reaching about 3-4 meters in length, and Pisanosaurus, a small herbivorous dinosaur. But dinosaurs are not yet dominant. They're relatively rare in the fossil assemblages from this time, outnumbered by other reptiles. Crocodile line archosaurs, Rauisuchians, large predatory archosaurs, etosaurs, armored herbivorous archosaurs, and therapsids including Dicynodonts and Cynodonts. The late Triassic fauna is remarkably diverse, with multiple lineages competing for similar ecological roles. Large predator niches are filled by both dinosaurs like Herrerasaurus and by Rauisuchians like Saurosuchus, a 7-meter-long predator with a massive skull and powerful jaws. Herbivore niches are filled by early dinosaurs like Pisanosaurus, by Dicynodonts, and by armoured etosaurs. This diversity suggests that dinosaurs hadn't yet displaced other groups, but were simply one of many successful lineages. So what eventually allowed dinosaurs to dominate? This is a question paleontologists still debate. Some argue that dinosaurs had superior locomotor efficiency, allowing them to move faster and more efficiently, outcompeting other groups in pursuit predation or in escaping predators. Others point to metabolic advantages, possibly higher metabolic rates than typical reptiles, but lower than early mammals, finding an optimal middle ground. Still others argue that dinosaur dominance was somewhat accidental, the result of extinction events that happened to hit non-dinosaurian groups harder than dinosaurs. The End-Triassic extinction, which we'll explore soon, eliminated many of the groups that competed with dinosaurs: the Rauisuchians, the etosaurs, many dicynodonts, leaving dinosaurs as the dominant survivors by default rather than through competitive superiority. The truth is probably a combination. Dinosaurs had genuine advantages: efficient locomotion, possibly favourable metabolic physiology, rapid growth rates, effective parental care in at least some lineages, that allowed them to survive the End-Triassic extinction better than competitors. Once they survived, and their competitors didn't, they radiated into the empty niches, diversifying rapidly into the forms we associate with the Jurassic and Cretaceous. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. In the late Triassic, dinosaurs are just one of many groups. Let's look at some of the other inhabitants of this ecosystem. The Rauisuchians, like Saurosuchus, are impressive predators, competing with and often exceeding dinosaurs in size. They're quadrupedal, walking on all fours, but their limbs are positioned more erect than typical sprawling reptiles, allowing efficient locomotion. Their skulls are massive, with powerful jaws and teeth adapted for processing large prey. They hunt the dicynodonts and other large herbivores, using ambush tactics or relatively short chases. The etosaurs are equally impressive, but for different reasons. These are armoured archosaurs. Their backs covered with overlapping bony plates, osteoderms, that provide protection against predators. Some reach lengths of 3-4 metres, substantial animals. They're herbivorous, feeding on low vegetation, using their pig-like snouts to root in soil for tubers or to crop plants. The armour is effective. Even large predators would have difficulty killing an adult etosaur protected by its bony carapace. The dicynodonts, survivors from the Permian through multiple extinction events, persist in the late Triassic. They're not as diverse or abundant as they once were, but they still occupy herbivore niches, particularly in Gondwana. They're stocky, barrel-bodied animals with the characteristic dicynodont features, beak-like jaws, often a pair of tusks, barrel-shaped body. They feed on tough vegetation, processing it with their beaks and any teeth they retain. The cynodonts are increasingly diverse and mammal-like. Some late Triassic cynodonts are so mammalian in their features that the boundary between cynodont and mammal becomes blurry. Mammals will evolve from cynodonts by the latest Triassic or earliest Jurassic, defined by technical features like jaw joint structure and middle ear bone arrangement. But even the late Triassic cynodonts that aren't quite mammals are remarkably mammal-like, small, active, probably furred, with complex teeth and precise jaw mechanics. In the skies, pterosaurs have appeared, the first vertebrates to achieve powered flight. Early pterosaurs are small, with wingspans of perhaps 50 centimetres to 1 metre, but they're immediately successful. They hunt insects on the wing using their light, hollow bones, elongated fourth fingers supporting wing membranes, and likely using keen vision to track flying prey. Their appearance adds a new dimension to terrestrial ecosystems: vertebrate aerial predators, a niche that existed for insects but not for vertebrates until pterosaurs evolved. In the oceans, marine reptiles continue diversifying. Ichthyosaurs reach their peak diversity in the Triassic, with species ranging from small fish-eaters to large apex predators. Plesiosaurs appear in the late Triassic, adding their distinctive body form, long necks, barrel-shaped bodies, paddle-like limbs, to marine ecosystems. These marine reptiles are air-breathing and must surface periodically, but they're otherwise fully aquatic, never coming onto land except perhaps to lay eggs, though some may have given birth to live young in the water. The vegetation of the late Triassic is dominated by conifers and cycads, with ferns, seed ferns and ginkgos also important. The first forests since the Permian extinction are developing, not as complex or diverse as Permian forests, but functional forest ecosystems with closed canopies, understories, and the beginnings of vertical structure. These forests support increasingly diverse communities of insects, which in turn support insectivorous vertebrates. Insects in the late Triassic include recognizable modern groups: beetles, flies, early wasps, alongside groups that are now extinct or reduced. The coevolution between insects and plants is intensifying. Some plants develop relationships with specific insect pollinators, others develop defenses against insect herbivores, toxins, tough leaves, spines. The insects respond with counter-adaptations, detoxification systems, specialized mouthparts, behaviors that circumvent plant defenses. This evolutionary arms race will continue for the next 200 million years and counting. The climate of the late Triassic is warm and seasonal, with strong monsoons bringing summer rains. The interior of Pangea remains arid, but the coastal regions where we're observing are relatively well watered during the wet season. During the dry season, conditions become harsh, water sources shrink, vegetation becomes dormant or dies back, and animals must either migrate, estivate, or endure the drought. Pangea remains assembled, but the rifting is intensifying. The Atlantic Rift, the zone where the supercontinent will eventually split, creating the Atlantic Ocean, is developing. Volcanic activity along the rift zones produces basalt flows and fills the air with gases. This rifting is a prelude to the breakup that will begin in earnest in the Jurassic. But before we reach the Jurassic, we must pass through another extinction, the end Triassic extinction, about 201 million years ago. This extinction is not as severe as the Permian-Triassic event, but it's substantial, eliminating about 50% of species. It will profoundly affect which groups survive and which perish, setting the stage for dinosaur dominance in the Jurassic. The late Triassic is a time of transition and competition. Multiple groups vie for ecological dominance. Dinosaurs are present and successful, but not yet dominant. The stage is set for the next act in Earth's long drama, the breakup of Pangea and the age of dinosaurs. The end Triassic extinction, another crisis. 201 million years ago, Earth experiences another mass extinction. It's not as severe as the Permian-Triassic extinction. About 50% of species disappear rather than 90%, but it's significant enough to reshape ecosystems and determine which lineages will dominate the Mesozoic. This is the end Triassic extinction, also called the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, and like the Permian extinction, it's linked to massive volcanic eruptions. The volcanism occurs in the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, CAMP, associated with the rifting of Pangea. As the supercontinent begins to break apart, creating the rift that will become the Atlantic Ocean, magma wells up from the mantle, erupting as flood basalts across a vast region spanning what is now eastern North America, northwestern Africa, southwestern Europe, and northern South America, all of which are still connected in the latest Triassic. The CAMP eruptions are enormous, releasing perhaps 2-3 million cubic kilometers of basalt over about 600,000 years. The lava flows cover huge areas, and the gases released, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, methane, alter the atmosphere and climate. The pattern is similar to the Siberian traps that caused the Permian extinction, but on a somewhat smaller scale, resulting in a less severe but still devastating extinction. The immediate effects of the eruptions include acid rain from sulfur dioxide, global cooling from sulfate aerosols blocking sunlight, and subsequent warming from accumulated carbon dioxide. The climate swings, cooling then warming, stress ecosystems already dealing with Pangea's extreme continental climate. Temperature spikes during the warmest phases may have exceeded 40 degrees globally, making even coastal regions barely habitable. Ocean chemistry changes as well. Absorption of atmospheric CO2 into seawater increases ocean acidity, making it difficult for organisms with calcium carbonate shells to build and maintain their structures. Coral reefs, which had been recovering from the Permian extinction and rebuilding reef ecosystems through the Triassic, collapse again. Reef-building corals nearly disappear, and reef ecosystems won't recover fully for another 10 million years. Ocean anoxia, oxygen depletion, develops in some marine basins, creating dead zones where most organisms cannot survive. The combination of warming, acidification, and anoxia devastates marine ecosystems. Many marine reptiles, including some ichthyosaur lineages, go extinct. Ammonoids, which survived the Permian extinction and radiated through the Triassic, are hit hard. Many families disappear, though the group survives and will rediversify in the Jurassic. On land, the extinction is selective. Large-bodied animals fare worse than small ones, as is typical in mass extinctions where resources become scarce and ecosystems collapse. The large herbivorous etosaurs, armored archosaurs that were common in the late Triassic, go completely extinct. The large predatory Rauisuchians also disappear entirely. The Dicynodonts, survivors of so many earlier challenges, finally go extinct in the northern continents, though some may persist briefly in Gondwana. Many cynodont lineages also disappear, though the group as a whole survives because the Mammalia forms, the lineage that includes true mammals, make it through. Early mammals, which had just evolved from cynodonts in the latest Triassic, survived the extinction. Being small, nocturnal, insectivorous, and probably having high metabolic rates and homeothermic physiology, they're buffered against the worst effects. But it's the dinosaurs that emerge as the big winners of the end-Triassic extinction. While some early dinosaur lineages go extinct, many survive, and with their competition eliminated, the large predatory Rauisuchians and herbivorous etosaurs gone, dinosaurs rapidly diversify and expand into the available ecological niches. By the early Jurassic, dinosaurs have become the dominant large terrestrial vertebrates, a position they'll hold for the next 135 million years. Why did dinosaurs survive when other groups perished? Several factors probably contributed. Dinosaurs may have had metabolic advantages, possibly intermediate metabolic rates between cold-blooded reptiles and warm-blooded mammals, efficient enough for activity but not so demanding that they required constant food. Their efficient locomotion, erect limbs that allowed sustained running, may have helped them find resources and escape dangers during the crisis. Their smaller average body size compared to Rauisuchians may have been crucial. Smaller animals require less food, can survive on lower quality resources, reproduce faster, and recover from population crashes more quickly. While some dinosaurs were large, many late Triassic dinosaurs were small to medium-sized, giving them resilience during resource shortages. Their dietary flexibility probably helped as well. Many early dinosaurs were omnivorous, or could switch between food sources, eating whatever was available rather than being specialized on specific prey or plants. This generalization allowed them to survive when specialized feeders perished. After the extinction, the early Jurassic world is transformed. The Rauisuchians and etosaurs that dominated many late Triassic ecosystems are gone. The Dicynodonts, which persisted from the Permian through multiple crises, are finally extinct. The crocodile-line archosaurs, which were diverse and abundant in the Triassic, are reduced to a few lineages, mostly aquatic or semi-aquatic forms that will evolve into modern crocodilians. The dinosaurs radiate rapidly to fill the empty niches. The three main dinosaur lineages, theropods, bipedal carnivores, sauropodomorphs, long-necked herbivores, and ornithischians, diverse herbivores, all diversify in the early Jurassic. Within 10 million years, dinosaurs occupy every large-bodied terrestrial niche, from apex predators to bulk-feeding herbivores. The theropods, carnivorous dinosaurs, range from chicken-sized hunters to multi-ton predators. Colophysis, a 3-meter-long theropod from the late Triassic that survives the extinction, is one of the common early Jurassic predators. These theropods are lightly built, fast runners, hunting smaller animals or scavenging when opportunities arise. Later in the Jurassic, larger theropods will evolve, including the famous Allosaurus. The sauropodomorphs, which will include the giant long-necked sauropods, are in their early stages. In the late Triassic and early Jurassic, they're represented by prosauropods, smaller ancestors of the giants to come. Animals like Plateosaurus reach lengths of 5-7 meters and masses of a ton or more, making them the largest herbivores of their time. They're bipedal or facultatively quadrupedal, feeding on vegetation from ground level to tree canopy. The sauropods themselves, the true giants, will evolve in the Jurassic, developing enormous body sizes, some exceeding 30 meters in length and 50+ tons in mass, through a suite of adaptations: efficient respiratory systems, lightweight skeletal structures, long necks for feeding on tall vegetation without moving the heavy body, columnar limbs to support enormous weight, and probably rapid growth rates to reach huge sizes quickly. The ornithischians, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, though birds actually evolved from theropods, not ornithischians, are also diversifying. This group will eventually include armoured dinosaurs, ankylosaurs, plated dinosaurs, stegosaurs, horned dinosaurs, ceratopsians, and duck-billed dinosaurs, hadrosaurs. In the early Jurassic, they're represented by relatively small primitive forms, but they're establishing the anatomical and ecological patterns that will characterise the group. Pterosaurs survive the extinction and diversify in the Jurassic, evolving larger forms with different wing structures and feeding strategies. Some become specialised fish eaters, skimming the water surface or plunge diving for prey. Others remain insectivores. Later in the Mesozoic, some will become enormous, with wingspans exceeding 10 metres, dominating the skies as no flying animal has before or since. In the oceans, marine reptiles continue to diversify despite the extinction's impacts. Ichthyosaurs, though reduced in diversity, persist and include some of the largest marine reptiles, species exceeding 15 metres in length, competing with modern whales in size. Plesiosaurs radiate into two main groups: plesiosaurs with short necks and large heads, powerful predators, and plesiosaurs with long necks and smaller heads, feeding on fish and squid. Marine crocodiles also appear, seagoing relatives of terrestrial crocodilians, adapted for marine life with paddle-like limbs and fish-eating habits. These marine crocs are successful in the Jurassic and Cretaceous, adding yet another group of reptiles to the diverse marine fauna. The End-Triassic extinction eliminated competition and cleared ecological space, allowing survivors to radiate into numerous forms and occupy diverse niches. This pattern, extinction followed by radiation, is repeated throughout life's history. Extinction is catastrophic for the organisms experiencing it, but it creates opportunities for survivors, driving evolutionary innovation and diversification. As we move from the Triassic into the Jurassic, as Pangea begins breaking apart and the Atlantic Ocean starts forming, as dinosaurs diversify and expand their dominance, we're entering the age most people think of when they imagine the time of dinosaurs, the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, when dinosaurs reached their peak diversity and when the world began to take on a more modern aspect. But that world will be different from the Pangea we've been exploring. The breakup of the supercontinent will change climate, geography, and the distribution of life. New oceans will form, continents will drift to new positions, and life will respond to these changes, evolving new forms, adapting to new conditions, continuing the endless dance of evolution. The End-Triassic extinction passes, the early Jurassic begins, and Earth enters a new chapter in its long history. The breakup begins, rifting and early Jurassic. The early Jurassic, approximately 195 million years ago. We stand in what will one day be the coast of Morocco, but right now this is interior Pangea, hundreds of kilometres from any ocean. The landscape is changing in ways both subtle and profound. The ground beneath our feet occasionally trembles, not from earthquakes in the traditional sense, but from the slow, inexorable forces of the mantle pulling the supercontinent apart. We're standing in a rift valley, a great crack in the continental crust where Pangea is beginning to split. The valley stretches north and south as far as we can see, bounded by steep fault scarps, cliffs created where blocks of crust have dropped down relative to their surroundings. The valley floor is several hundred meters below the surrounding plateau, creating a distinctive topography that traps water and sediment. This is the Central Atlantic Rift, the zone where Africa and South America will eventually separate from North America and Europe, creating the Atlantic Ocean. But we're not there yet. The rift is still a continental feature, a long, narrow valley filled with lakes and rivers, not yet breached by the ocean. The process of continental breakup is slow, operating on timescales of millions of years, invisible to any individual organism but inexorable over geological time. The Rift Valley is volcanically active. Along its length, volcanic vents release magma from the mantle below, creating cinder cones, lava flows, and explosive eruptions. The lava is basaltic, relatively fluid, flowing across the landscape in sheets that can extend for kilometers. When it cools and solidifies, it forms the distinctive dark rock that will eventually line the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The volcanic activity releases gases, carbon dioxide, water vapor, sulfur dioxide, that affect the local and global climate. Locally, the gases can be toxic. killing vegetation and animals near active vents. Globally, the carbon dioxide adds to the greenhouse effect, maintaining the warm climate of the Jurassic. The volcanism associated with continental rifting is one of the processes that regulates Earth's long-term climate, releasing carbon from the deep Earth to the atmosphere and oceans. The Rift Valley creates unique environmental conditions. It's lower than the surrounding terrain, often below sea level, creating a basin where water accumulates. During the rainy season, rivers from the surrounding highlands drain into the valley, creating lakes, some shallow and temporary, others deep and permanent. These lakes support ecosystems unlike those on the surrounding plateaus. The lakes are freshwater, fed by rivers and rainfall, not yet connected to the ocean. They're home to fish, freshwater species that can tolerate the warm, sometimes stagnant conditions. Amphibians breed in the shallows, their tadpoles developing in the warm water. Crocodilians, early members of the group that will persist to the present day, lurk in the deeper parts, ambushing animals that come to drink. The vegetation around the lakes is lush compared to the surrounding semi-arid plateaus. Trees, primarily conifers and cycads, line the shores, their roots stabilising the banks, their canopies providing shade. Ferns carpet the ground in the moist areas. Horsetails grow in the shallow water. This riparian vegetation supports diverse insect communities, which in turn support insectivorous dinosaurs and other animals. Speaking of dinosaurs, they're now the dominant large terrestrial vertebrates, having filled the ecological void left by the end-Triassic extinction. In this early Jurassic ecosystem, we see representatives of all three major dinosaur lineages. The theropods are represented by animals like Dilophosaurus, a 6-metre-long predator with distinctive paired crests on its skull. These crests are probably for display, signalling to rivals and potential mates not for combat. Dilophosaurus hunts the herbivorous dinosaurs and other prey, using its speed and agility to pursue and capture animals. Its jaws are strong but not as massive as later large theropods. It probably took medium-sized prey rather than the largest herbivores. The prosauropods are represented by animals like Massospondylus, a 4-5 metre-long herbivore that can move both bipedally and quadrupedally. It has a small head on a relatively long neck, allowing it to browse on vegetation from ground level to several metres high. Its teeth are simple and leaf-shaped, suitable for cropping vegetation but not for extensive chewing. Like many early dinosaurs, it probably swallowed stones, gastroliths, that helped grind food in its stomach. The true sauropods, the giants, are just beginning to appear in the early Jurassic. They're not yet the enormous creatures of the later Jurassic and Cretaceous, but they're heading in that direction, with longer necks, more columnar limbs, and quadrupedal posture. These early sauropods are establishing the body plan that will allow their descendants to reach sizes never achieved by any other land animals. The Ornithischians are represented by small herbivores like Heterodontosaurus, a turkey-sized dinosaur with a fascinating dental arrangement. Different types of teeth, hence the name, which means different tooth lizard, including canine-like tusks, unusual for herbivores. These tusks are probably used in social interactions, display, establishing dominance, possibly sexual selection, rather than for feeding. But dinosaurs are not the only animals in this ecosystem. Mammals are present, though they're small, nocturnal, and rarely seen. They're insectivorous or omnivorous, occupying niches that keep them out of direct competition with dinosaurs. These early mammals are evolving the features that will characterize the group: fur, precise temperature regulation, complex teeth, enhanced parental care, keen senses, but they're not yet diverse or prominent. Crocodilians are successful in both aquatic and terrestrial environments. The aquatic forms are similar to modern crocodiles, semi-aquatic predators, hunting fish, turtles, and terrestrial animals that venture too close to water. The terrestrial forms are more diverse than modern crocodiles, including both small insectivores and larger predators that compete with theropod dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are diversifying and increasing in size. Early Jurassic pterosaurs include forms with wingspans of 1-2 meters, larger than their Triassic ancestors but still modest compared to later giants. They occupy various ecological niches. Some hunt insects on the wing, others fish in lakes and coastal waters, still others scavenge. Their hollow bones and efficient respiratory systems, similar to birds, make them excellent flyers despite their reptilian heritage. Insects are diverse and abundant. Beetles are particularly successful, with species adapted to every conceivable niche. herbivores feeding on plants, predators hunting other insects, scavengers consuming dead organic matter. Flies, wasps, and early bees are present, though true bees won't evolve until the Cretaceous when flowering plants appear. Dragonflies, mantises, and walking sticks add to the insect diversity. The vegetation is dominated by gymnosperms, conifers, cycads, ginkgos, plants that produce seeds but not flowers. Conifers are the most prominent trees, forming forests in areas with adequate rainfall. Cycads, with their palm-like appearance, are common in understories and in more open habitats. Ginkgos, today represented by a single species, Ginkgo biloba, are diverse and widespread in the Jurassic. Ferns remain important ground cover, especially in moist environments. They're diverse in form, from small, delicate species to tree ferns reaching 10 meters in height. Ferns reproduce via spores, limiting them to environments with at least periodic moisture, but they're highly successful within those constraints. Flowering plants, angiosperms, have not yet evolved. They'll appear in the Cretaceous and will revolutionize terrestrial ecosystems. But for now, the plant world is dominated by gymnosperms and ferns. This means no grasses are flowering plants, no broad-leaved deciduous trees, most are angiosperms, no colourful flowers attracting pollinators. The Jurassic forest looks green and lush, but lacks the colourful diversity that flowering plants will later provide. As we move through the early and middle Jurassic, the rifting of Pangea continues and intensifies. The central Atlantic rift deepens and widens. Eventually, perhaps 180 million years ago, the rift drops below sea level, and seawater from the Tethys Ocean to the east, or the Panthalassa to the west, begins flooding in. The first incursion of seawater creates a long, narrow sea, similar to the modern Red Sea, which is also a rift zone where Africa is separating from Arabia. This narrow sea is not yet a true ocean. It's only a few hundred kilometers wide, shallow and restricted at both ends. But it's the beginning of the Atlantic Ocean and the seaway that will eventually separate the Americas from Africa and Europe. The formation of this proto-Atlantic has profound effects on climate. The new seaway allows ocean currents to flow through the rift, moderating temperatures along its margins. Moisture from the ocean penetrates inland, increasing rainfall in regions that were previously arid. Coastal ecosystems develop along the new shores, with marine life colonizing from the Tethys and Panthalassa. The breakup is not instantaneous. It's a process that unfolds over tens of millions of years. Different parts of Pangea separate at different times. The central Atlantic rift opens first, separating North America from Africa. Later, in the Cretaceous, South America will separate from Africa, completing the Atlantic's formation. Still later, in the Cenozoic, additional rifting will separate other continents, creating the configuration we know today. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. In the early to middle Jurassic, Pangea is still largely intact, albeit beginning to fracture. Most of the continents are still connected, allowing dinosaurs and other terrestrial animals to disperse widely. The climate is still influenced by the supercontinent's massive size, with extreme continentality in the interior. But changes are underway that will gradually transform the world. The rift valleys are windows into this process of transformation. Standing in the central Atlantic rift, we can see the future. A time when this valley will be flooded by ocean, when Africa and the Americas will be separated by thousands of kilometers of water, when the continents will be isolated and their faunas will diverge. But that future is millions of years away. For now, the rift is a unique ecosystem, a zone of volcanism and environmental change, where life adapts to unstable, dynamic conditions. The ground trembles again. In the distance, a volcanic vent releases a plume of ash and gas. The rift continues to widen, imperceptibly but inexorably. Pangea is breaking apart. The age of the supercontinent is ending, and the modern world, with its separated continents and diverse biogeography, is beginning to emerge. The Jurassic flourishing, dinosaurs at their peak. The Middle and Late Jurassic, approximately 155 million years ago. We stand in what will become Wyoming and Montana, in a landscape that has become iconic in both science and popular culture, the Morrison Formation, perhaps the most famous dinosaur fossil locality in the world. This is the age of giants, when the largest land animals in Earth's history walked, when the ecosystems achieved a productivity and biomass not seen before or since on land. The climate is warm and humid, Warmer than today, but not as extreme as the Permian or early Triassic. There are no ice caps at either pole. Even Antarctica, which has drifted to its southern position, is ice-free and covered in forests. Global temperatures are perhaps 5 by 10 Celsius warmer than the present, with high atmospheric CO2 levels maintaining the greenhouse conditions. The breakup of Pangea is progressing. The central Atlantic is now a genuine ocean, though narrower than today's Atlantic, separating North America and Europe from Africa. The Tethys Ocean has expanded, creating a tropical seaway between Gondwana, South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, India still joined, and Laurasia, North America, Europe, Asia. But large landmasses remain connected, particularly within Gondwana and Laurasia, allowing dinosaurs to disperse widely. The landscape here is a vast floodplain, a river system comparable to the modern Mississippi or Amazon, draining from the young Rocky Mountains to the west, then just beginning to form into a shallow sea to the east, the Western Interior Seaway that will expand in the Cretaceous. The rivers meander across the flat terrain, frequently flooding, creating oxbow lakes, depositing sediment, building and rebuilding their channels. The vegetation is lush and dominated by gymnosperms. Conifer forests cover the uplands and better drained areas, with trees reaching 30-40 meters, creating closed canopies. These are not modern pine or spruce, but Jurassic conifers, Araucaria relatives, early members of families that include modern cypresses and redwoods, and extinct groups known only from fossils. Cycads are abundant in the understory and in more open areas. Some are small, ground-hugging plants, others reach sizes comparable to small trees, with thick trunks supporting crowns of palm-like leaves. Ginkgos are common, their distinctive fan-shaped leaves recognizable to anyone familiar with modern ginkgo biloba. Tree ferns fill the wet areas, their crowns spreading like green umbrellas above the forest floor. And it's the animals that truly define this ecosystem. This is the age of the sauropods, the long-necked giants that epitomize dinosaurs in popular imagination. Multiple species coexist here, each specialized for different resources, minimizing competition. Diplodocus, a 25-meter-long sauropod with an extraordinarily long tail, feeds on low vegetation. Its neck is long but relatively light, supported by an intricate system of air sacs, similar to birds, that reduce weight without sacrificing strength. It holds its neck horizontal, sweeping it from side to side to cover a wide feeding range without moving its massive body. Its teeth are pencil-like pegs in the front of its mouth, adapted for stripping leaves from branches. Brachiosaurus, a 23-meter giant weighing perhaps 50 tons, feeds on tall vegetation. Its front legs are longer than its hind legs, and it can rear up on its hind legs to reach even higher, allowing it to access canopy vegetation that other herbivores cannot. Its teeth are more robust than Diplodocus's, capable of handling tougher foliage. It may have had a trunk-like proboscis for manipulating food, though this is speculative. Camarasaurus, a smaller but still substantial sauropod at 15 to 18 meters, is the most common in this environment. It's a generalist feeder, eating whatever vegetation is available at mid-height. Bushes, low tree branches, ferns. Its teeth are large and spoon-shaped, adapted for cropping a variety of plant materials. It's probably less specialized than either Diplodocus or Brachiosaurus, giving it flexibility to exploit diverse resources. Apatosaurus, formerly known as Brontosaurus, a name that's been rehabilitated recently, is another giant, robust and massive, feeding on low to mid-level vegetation. It may have used its long tail as a whip, producing supersonic cracks to deter predators or communicate with others of its species, a behavior supported by biomechanical analysis of tail structure. These giants are the largest land animals that have ever lived. A fully grown Brachiosaurus weighs as much as 10 elephants. An Argentinosaurus from the later Cretaceous may have exceeded 70 to 80 tons, the upper limit for land animals constrained by gravity and skeletal strength. How did they achieve such sizes? Several adaptations made gigantism possible. First, efficient respiratory systems with air sacs extending into bones reduced weight without sacrificing strength. Second, long necks allowed feeding over wide areas without moving the massive body. Energy efficiency was crucial at these sizes. Third, columnar, pillar-like limbs supported enormous weight, distributing loads evenly. Fourth, probably rapid growth rates allowed juveniles to reach large sizes quickly, reducing the vulnerable period when they were small enough for predators to kill. Fifth, probable endothermy, or at least elevated metabolic rates, not as high as mammals but higher than typical reptiles, allowed them to maintain activity levels necessary to gather sufficient food. Sixth, gastroliths, an extensive fermentation in large guts, allowed them to extract nutrition from relatively low-quality plant material. And seventh, possibly gregarious behavior, with herds providing protection through numbers. But where there are herbivores, there are predators. Allosaurus, a 9-meter-long theropod weighing perhaps 1.5 tons, is the apex predator here. It's lightly built for its size, with long legs for running, powerful jaws lined with serrated teeth, and large claws on its hands. It probably hunts the juvenile sauropods, old or sick adults, and the smaller herbivorous dinosaurs that also inhabit this ecosystem. The hunting strategy might involve pack behavior, multiple Allosaurus cooperating to bring down prey too large for one individual. Or it might involve ambush, waiting near water sources or migration routes, attacking when prey is vulnerable. The large claws on the hands, used for grasping and slashing, suggest active predation rather than pure scavenging, though like most predators, Allosaurus probably scavenged when opportunities arose. Stegosaurus, an armoured herbivore with distinctive plates along its back and spikes on its tail, occupies a different niche. The plates are probably for display and thermoregulation rather than defence. They're too thin and poorly positioned to provide armour, but the tail spikes, called the thagomizer by paleontologists, named humorously after a Far Side cartoon, are formidable weapons. A Stegosaurus threatened by Allosaurus could inflict severe injuries with its spiked tail, making it a dangerous target. Smaller herbivores include ornithopods like Camptosaurus and Dryosaurus, bipedal herbivores that can run quickly, evading predators through speed and agility. They have cheeks, unusual for reptiles, that allow them to retain food while chewing, and batteries of teeth for grinding vegetation. They're probably social, living in groups that provide many eyes to watch for predators. Smaller theropods like ornitholestes hunt smaller prey, mammals, lizards, juvenile dinosaurs, eggs. These are lightly built, fast runners with grasping hands and sharp teeth. They occupy a niche similar to modern foxes or small cats, opportunistic predators taking whatever prey they can catch. Mammals are present but small, nocturnal, and rarely seen. They're insectivorous or omnivorous, occupying niches where they don't compete directly with dinosaurs. They're evolving increasingly sophisticated features, better temperature regulation, enhanced sensory systems, more complex brains, diverse tooth forms, but they remain constrained to small body sizes. Their time will come after the dinosaurs' extinction, but for now they live in the shadows. Pterosaurs soar overhead, some with wingspans of 3-4 meters, larger than any modern birds. They hunt fish in the rivers and lakes, dive for squid in the shallow seas, and scavenge carcasses. Their flight is powered flight, not gliding. They can take off from level ground, fly long distances, and maneuver skillfully. They're achieving aerial mastery that won't be matched until birds evolve comparable abilities. The rivers and lakes support diverse aquatic life. Fish include both primitive forms and increasingly modern types, early teleosts. The group that includes most modern bony fish are radiating rapidly. Crocodilians lurk in the water, ambushing animals that come to drink. Turtles bask on logs and banks, eating vegetation and small aquatic prey. The invertebrate fauna is rich. Insects are diverse, with most modern orders present. Beetles, flies, wasps, ants, appearing in the Jurassic. Moths and butterflies, also appearing in the Jurassic. The coevolution between insects and plants is intensifying, with plants evolving defenses and insects evolving counter-defenses, the evolutionary arms race that drives diversification in both groups. The Jurassic represents a peak in terrestrial ecosystem productivity. The biomass of animals, particularly the giant sauropods, may have been higher than any other time in Earth history. The forests are productive, converting sunlight and CO2 into plant material efficiently. The herbivores convert that plant material into animal biomass, and the predators regulate the herbivore populations, preventing overgrazing. This is the world most people imagine when they think of the age of dinosaurs, giants in lush forests, predators hunting massive prey, pterosaurs soaring overhead. It's a world that seems alien yet strangely familiar, recognisably Earth yet configured in ways utterly different from today. And it's a world made possible by Pangea's breakup, by the creation of new ocean basins that moderated climate, by millions of years of evolution since the Permian extinction. The Jurassic flourishing continues. Dinosaurs dominate, and life, recovering from the catastrophes of the Triassic, reaches new heights of diversity and biomass. But change continues. The continents continue drifting, new oceans continue opening, and evolution continues its work, producing new forms, filling new niches, preparing for the next great chapter, the Cretaceous, when flowering plants will appear and when dinosaurs will reach their ultimate diversity before their eventual extinction. The sauropods browse peacefully, Allosaurus watches from the shadows, and the Jurassic world at its magnificent peak continues its ancient dance of predator and prey, of growth and death, of evolution and extinction. The southern forests, Gondwana's unique world. While we've been exploring the northern continents, Laurasia, we've neglected the southern supercontinent of Gondwana. Let's travel south now, crossing the Tethys Ocean, to explore a world that is both similar to and profoundly different from the north. We stand in what will one day be eastern Australia, approximately 150 million years ago in the late Jurassic. Gondwana is still intact. South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, and India remain joined, creating the largest landmass on Earth. The climate here is cooler than in the north, though still mild compared to modern Antarctica's position. We're at approximately 70 degrees latitude, yet there's no ice. The trees around us are primarily podocarps and Araucarian conifers, southern hemisphere groups that persist today in places like New Zealand, Chile, and New Guinea. These forests have a distinctive character, different from the northern conifer forest we've seen. The understory is rich with ferns, some tree ferns reaching 10 meters tall, others ground-covering species forming dense carpets. Cycads are present but less dominant than in the north. Ginkgos are here but represented by different species than those in Laurasia. The overall impression is of a temperate rainforest, cool, wet, productive, rather than the subtropical forests of North America. The dinosaurs here are distinctive. While some groups, like sauropods, are present in both hemispheres, others are uniquely Gondwanan. The diversity and composition of fauna reflect Gondwana's isolation from Laurasia. The Tethys Ocean between them is a significant barrier, though not an absolute one. Occasional dispersal events allow some exchange of fauna between north and south. The herbivorous dinosaurs include sauropods but of different lineages than those in North America. Titanosaurs, a group that will become particularly successful in the Cretaceous, are present in Gondwana. These sauropods have a distinctive anatomy, broader hips, different vertebral structure, and some species develop armour, bony plates embedded in the skin, unusual for sauropods. They're already adapting to the unique environmental conditions of the southern continents. Theropods are present and diverse, including both large apex predators and smaller, more agile hunters. Some late Jurassic Gondwanan theropods show features that will characterize Cretaceous southern predators: distinctive skull shapes, different limb proportions, unique anatomical features that suggest they've been evolving in relative isolation from their northern relatives. The Ornithischians include early members of lineages that will become more important in the Cretaceous. Ankylosaurs, armoured dinosaurs with bony plates and tail clubs, are represented by early forms. Stegosaurs, though more common in the north, also occur here. These herbivores fill the low to mid-level browsing niches, feeding on ferns, cycads, and low conifer branches. But the most distinctive aspect of Gondwanan dinosaur fauna is what's absent or rare. Some groups common in Laurasia are scarce, or missing in Gondwana, and vice versa. This biogeographic pattern reflects the beginning of continental isolation, the early stages of the process that will eventually create the distinct faunas of different continents that we see today. The mammals of Gondwana are also distinctive. While all Jurassic mammals are small, nocturnal and insectivorous or omnivorous, the specific lineages differ between north and south. Some mammalian groups are found only in Gondwana, others only in Laurasia. This pattern of endemism, unique species and lineages restricted to particular regions, will intensify as the continents continue to separate. The pterosaurs overhead are similar to those in the north. The the Jurassic skies were well connected, with flying animals able to cross oceanic barriers more easily than terrestrial species. But even among pterosaurs, some differences exist. Certain lineages are more common in Gondwana, others in Laurasia, suggesting that even flying animals were affected by geographic separation. The vegetation shows clearer patterns of endemism. The podocarp conifers, araucarians, and southern beech trees, Nothofagus, which hasn't evolved yet in the late Jurassic but whose ancestors are present, are distinctly southern groups. They evolved in Gondwana, and even after the supercontinent breaks up will remain primarily southern hemisphere plants. The discontinuous modern distributions of these plants in South America, New Zealand, Australia, and sometimes southern Africa reflect their Gondwanan heritage. The climate of Gondwana in the late Jurassic is moderated by its massive size and its position surrounding the South Pole. Unlike modern Antarctica, which is isolated and surrounded by the Antarctic circumpolar current that prevents warm water from reaching it, Jurassic Gondwana is connected to other landmasses. Ocean currents can carry warm water from the tropics to high southern latitudes, preventing ice formation even at the pole. But the climate is seasonal, especially at high latitudes. The sun circles the horizon in summer, providing continuous daylight for weeks. Plants photosynthesize continuously during this period, growing rapidly, accumulating energy reserves. Animals are active around the clock, feeding, reproducing, taking advantage of the abundance. In winter, the opposite occurs. Darkness persists for weeks. Temperatures drop, though not to freezing in most areas. Many plants become dormant, dropping leaves, ceasing growth. Animals that can migrate do so, moving to lower latitudes where conditions are more favourable. Those that remain either enter torpor or endure the winter with reduced activity, surviving on stored fat. This strong seasonality drives adaptations. Dinosaurs living at high southern latitudes probably migrated seasonally, following resources. Small animals might have hibernated or brumated, the reptilian equivalent of hibernation. Plants evolved deciduous habits, shedding leaves in winter, conserving energy, regrowing them in spring. These adaptations to seasonal extremes were necessary for survival in high-latitude Gondwana. The forests of Antarctica, ice-free and forested throughout the Jurassic and much of the Cretaceous, are particularly fascinating. Antarctica sits over the South Pole, yet it supports forests, dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and diverse life. The fossil record from Antarctica includes dinosaur bones, plant fossils, and evidence of complex ecosystems. This seems paradoxical to modern eyes, but it reflects the different climatic configuration of the Mesozoic. Several factors explain Antarctic forests. First, higher global temperatures from elevated CO2 warmed even polar regions above freezing. Second, ocean circulation brought warm water to high latitudes, moderating temperatures. Third, the absence of ice albedo feedback, where ice reflects sunlight, cooling the region further, creating more ice, meant that once temperatures stayed above freezing, they remained above freezing. Fourth, the 24-hour summer daylight provided enormous solar energy input, even though the sun was low on the horizon. The Antarctic forests were probably dominated by conifers adapted to long daylight summers and long dark winters, perhaps ancestors of modern podocarps and araucarians. Ferns formed the understory. During the brief summer, these forests would have been productive, supporting herbivorous dinosaurs and their predators. During winter, most animals probably migrated to lower latitudes, though some may have remained, enduring the darkness. The marine realm around Gondwana is rich with life. The Southern Ocean, not yet separated from the other oceans by the Antarctic circumpolar current, is warm and productive. Plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, and marine crocodiles hunt fish and ammonoids. The ammonoids are particularly diverse, with hundreds of species exhibiting varied shell forms and occupying niches from surface waters to deeper zones. Gondwana's long coastline, longer than Laurasia's because Gondwana is larger and has a more complex shape, creates extensive shallow marine habitats. These coastal zones are productive, supporting coral reefs, now recovered from the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, diverse fish communities, marine reptiles, and invertebrate fauna. The warm, shallow seas are ideal breeding grounds for marine life. The rivers draining Gondwana are enormous. The landmass is so large that some drainage systems rival or exceed modern great rivers. These rivers transport sediment, nutrients, and fresh water to the oceans, affecting marine chemistry and productivity. They also provide corridors for terrestrial life to disperse, connecting interior regions with coasts. As we explore Gondwana, we notice something else, the beginning of fragmentation. Just as the northern continents are separating along the central Atlantic rift, Gondwana is developing its own rift systems. Africa and South America are beginning to pull apart, though they won't fully separate until the Cretaceous. Antarctica and Australia are also showing early signs of rifting, though their complete separation is even further in the future. These nascent rifts are not yet creating ocean basins, but are forming rift valleys, zones of volcanism, and areas of crustal thinning. The process is slow, centimetres per year, but inexorable. Over tens of millions of years, these rifts will widen, drop below sea level, be flooded by oceans, and eventually create the separated continents we know today. The breakup of Gondwana will have profound effects on life. As the continents separate, populations of terrestrial animals will be isolated on different landmasses. They'll evolve independently, creating endemic faunas unique to each continent. This is why modern South America, Africa, Madagascar, India, Australia, and Antarctica, now ice-covered and nearly lifeless, have such distinctive faunas. They're the descendants of Gondwanan animals that were isolated on different fragments when the supercontinent broke up. But we're not there yet. In the late Jurassic, Gondwana is still intact. The unique southern fauna can still disperse across the entire supercontinent. The podocarp forests extend from South America to Australia. The dinosaurs roam from Africa to Antarctica. The southern hemisphere is still united, still connected, still exchanging genes and species across its vast expanse. As we leave Gondwana and prepare to move forward in time to the Cretaceous, we take with us an appreciation for the uniqueness of the southern continents. This is not merely the other half of Pangea, but a distinct biogeographic realm with its own evolutionary trajectory, its own endemic lineages, its own responses to climate and geography. The northern and southern hemispheres are diverging, developing distinctive characters that will persist through the Cretaceous and into the Cenozoic. The forests of Gondwana are quiet now as the sun sets on another late Jurassic day. The temperature drops quickly. Southern nights are cooler than tropical nights. The diurnal animals seek shelter. The nocturnal mammals emerge, beginning their nightly hunt for insects and small prey. And the southern stars, constellations unfamiliar to northern observers, wheel overhead, marking time in a world that is slowly but inexorably changing. Gondwana stands united, but not for much longer. The forces that will fragment it are already at work, and the unique southern fauna, forged in these Gondwanan forests and plains, will eventually be scattered across separate continents, creating the biogeographic patterns we see today. The Atlantic widens. Continents drift apart. We've reached the Cretaceous period, the final chapter of the Mesozoic era, and the final chapter of our journey through the age of Pangea. Though in truth, Pangea as a unified supercontinent no longer exists. The Atlantic Ocean is now wide enough, the separations between continents great enough, that we should speak of continents in the plural rather than a single supercontinent. But the configuration is still recognisably derived from Pangea, and the process of breakup is still ongoing. Stand with us on what will become the coast of Brazil, approximately 130 million years ago, in the early Cretaceous. Behind us stretches South America, still connected to Africa but pulling away, the gap between them widening at a few centimetres per year. Before us lies the South Atlantic Ocean, still narrow, perhaps only a few hundred kilometres wide, but undeniably an ocean, not a rift valley or lake. The Atlantic has been widening for millions of years now, and the process continues. At the mid-ocean ridge, the underwater mountain range running down the centre of the Atlantic, new oceanic crust is being created constantly. Magma wells up from the mantle, solidifies, and pushes the older crust aside, spreading the ocean floor, widening the ocean. This process, seafloor spreading, will continue until some future time, when the Atlantic reaches its maximum width and perhaps begins closing again as the next supercontinent cycle begins. The coastline here is different from any we've seen before. This is a passive margin, not a subduction zone with volcanoes and earthquakes, but a quiet, stable coast where the continent simply meets the ocean. The transition from land to sea is gradual. Coastal plains, beaches, shallow continental shelf, then deeper ocean beyond. This type of coastline will become characteristic of the Atlantic margins, quite different from the active margins of the Pacific with their subduction zones and volcanic arcs. The coastal environment is productive and diverse. Mangroves, or their Cretaceous equivalents, grow in the intertidal zone, their roots stabilising sediment, providing nursery habitat for fish and invertebrates. Behind the mangroves, coastal forests of conifers and early angiosperms, flowering plants just beginning to appear, form a green wall. Inland, the vegetation transitions to more typical Cretaceous forests. The shallow continental shelf supports rich marine ecosystems. Coral reefs are present, but not yet as diverse as they will become later in the Cretaceous. Fish are diverse, including both ancient lineages and increasingly modern forms. Sharks cruise the waters, much as they do today, their basic body plan unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Sea turtles, appearing in the Jurassic, diversifying in the Cretaceous, swim and forage in the coastal waters. Marine reptiles are at their peak diversity in the early Cretaceous. Plesiosaurs, both long-necked forms and short-necked pliosaurs, hunt fish and ammonoids. Ichthyosaurs, though declining from their Triassic and Jurassic peak, are still present. Mosasaurs, large marine lizards, are beginning their rise to dominance, though they won't peak until the late Cretaceous. These marine reptiles have no modern equivalents. The niches they filled are now occupied by whales, seals, and other marine mammals that won't evolve until after the dinosaurs' extinction. On land, the dinosaur fauna is changing. The giant sauropods of the Jurassic are declining in the northern continents, though they remain common in Gondwana and will persist there until the end of the Cretaceous. In their place, new groups of herbivores are rising to prominence, ornithopods, including the hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, that will become extremely successful in the late Cretaceous. The theropods continue to diversify. New lineages are appearing, including some that are becoming smaller and more bird-like. Indeed, true birds, descendants of small theropod dinosaurs, have already evolved. Archaeopteryx, the famous first bird, appeared in the late Jurassic. By the early Cretaceous, birds are diversifying, though they're still relatively primitive, retaining many dinosaurian features like toothed jaws and clawed wings. The early birds are occupying niches that pterosaurs previously monopolized. Small flying insectivores, aerial hunters of small prey. But pterosaurs are not being displaced. Instead, they're evolving into ever larger forms, occupying size classes that birds cannot yet match. By the late Cretaceous, some pterosaurs will have wingspans exceeding 10 meters, making them the largest flying animals ever to exist. The mammals, still small and mostly nocturnal, are nevertheless diversifying. Placental mammals, the lineage that will eventually include most modern mammals, including humans, are appearing in the early Cretaceous. Marsupials are also diversifying. Monotremes, the egg-laying mammals like modern platypus and echidna, persist as a lineage separate from placentals and marsupials. All are still small, still insectivorous or omnivorous, still constrained to niches where they don't compete directly with dinosaurs. But the most revolutionary change in the Cretaceous is botanical, the rise of flowering plants, angiosperms. In the early Cretaceous, they're just appearing rare and localized. By the late Cretaceous, they'll dominate terrestrial ecosystems, transforming landscapes worldwide. This floral revolution will have profound consequences for animal life as well, driving the diversification of insects, birds, and eventually mammals. The first flowering plants are small, weedy, fast-growing, ecological opportunists colonizing disturbed habitats. They reproduce quickly, producing flowers that are pollinated by insects, then seeds that disperse widely. This reproductive strategy is more efficient than the wind pollination used by gymnosperms, conifers, cycads, allowing angiosperms to colonize new areas rapidly and outcompete existing vegetation in some environments. The flowers themselves are initially simple, small, inconspicuous, not the showy blooms we associate with modern flowering plants. But they're effective, attracting insect pollinators through various means: scent, colour, nectar rewards. The coevolution between angiosperms and insect pollinators will become one of the most important partnerships in terrestrial ecosystems, driving diversification in both groups. Bees, which appear in the Cretaceous, evolving from wasp ancestors, become specialised pollinators. They evolve anatomical features for collecting pollen, branched body hairs, pollen baskets on hind legs, and behavioral specializations, flower constancy, where individual bees visit only one plant species on each foraging trip, ensuring efficient pollen transfer. This mutualism between bees and flowers becomes crucial to angiosperm success. Butterflies and moths, lepidopterans, also become important pollinators. They evolve long proboscises for reaching nectar deep in flowers, and flowers evolve longer tubes to accommodate these pollinators, creating a coevolutionary arms race that produces the remarkable diversity of flower forms we see today. The association between specific flower types and specific pollinators creates reproductive isolation, promoting speciation in both plants and insects. The rise of flowering plants also affects herbivorous animals. The leaves of angiosperms are generally more nutritious than gymnosperm foliage, higher in protein, easier to digest. Herbivorous dinosaurs begin shifting their diets to include more angiosperm material. This dietary shift may have driven the evolution of more sophisticated chewing mechanisms in ornithopods, elaborate tooth batteries for grinding vegetation, cheeks for retaining food while chewing, complex jaw mechanics for efficient mastication. The landscape is visibly changing as angiosperms spread. Forests that were once dominated by conifers and cycads now include flowering trees, early magnolias, sycamores and others. The understory, once dominated by ferns, now includes diverse flowering plants, herbaceous species covering the ground, vines climbing the trees, epiphytes growing on branches. The overall effect is of greater vertical structure, more diverse microhabitats, increased productivity. But while life on land is diversifying, the geography continues changing. Africa and South America are separating steadily. The South Atlantic, narrow in the early Cretaceous, will be wide by the late Cretaceous, thousands of kilometers across in places. This separation is creating vicariance, the splitting of populations by geographic barriers, leading to divergent evolution on the separating continents. In the Northern Hemisphere, North America and Eurasia remain connected or narrowly separated, allowing faunal exchange. But they're also beginning to drift apart. By the late Cretaceous, the Atlantic will extend northward, separating North America from Europe. This northern Atlantic will open later than the southern Atlantic, reflecting the pattern of Pangea's breakup. The rift opened first in the south, then propagated northward over tens of millions of years. India, once part of Gondwana, is breaking away and beginning its northward journey that will eventually lead to collision with Asia in the Cenozoic, creating the Himalayas. Madagascar is separating from Africa, creating an island that will develop a unique endemic fauna, isolated from mainland influences. Australia is separating from Antarctica, though slowly. They'll remain connected or close throughout the Cretaceous, not fully separating until the Cenozoic. The interior seaways are expanding. The western interior seaway in North America, which appeared in the Jurassic, expands in the Cretaceous, eventually connecting the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico, splitting North America into eastern and western landmasses. Similar seaways develop in other regions, creating complex paleographic patterns with numerous islands, archipelagos, and narrow land bridges. These geographic changes affect climate. The opening of ocean basins allows new patterns of ocean circulation. The creation of interior seaways moderates continental climates, bringing maritime influences into continental interiors. The positions of continents affect atmospheric circulation, changing where deserts form, where monsoons bring rain, where temperate zones exist. The climate in the mid-Cretaceous is warm, possibly the warmest of the entire Mesozoic. There are no ice caps. Forests extend to the poles. Crocodilians, which today are restricted to tropical and subtropical zones, live within the Arctic Circle. Sea levels are high, flooding low-lying continental areas, creating the extensive shallow seas that characterize the Cretaceous. This warmth is driven by high atmospheric CO2, maintained by extensive volcanism. The mid-ocean ridges where new oceanic crust is being created release CO2 from the mantle. Large igneous provinces, regions of massive volcanism, form in various locations, adding to the greenhouse gas burden. The result is a hothouse Earth, far warmer than today, presenting both challenges and opportunities for life. As we move toward the late Cretaceous, toward the final chapter of the Mesozoic, the world is becoming more modern in some ways. Separated continents, flowering plants, diverse birds, yet still profoundly different. Dinosaurs still dominant, marine reptiles in the oceans, pterosaurs in the skies. The transformation from Pangea to the modern continental configuration is nearly complete. But one more great change awaits, the extinction that will end the reign of the dinosaurs and usher in the age of mammals. The Atlantic continues to widen, the continents continue to drift, and life, adapting to these changes, continues evolving, diversifying, filling every available niche in this dynamic, changing world. The Late Cretaceous explosion, maximum diversity. The Late Cretaceous, approximately 75 million years ago, we stand in what will become Montana along the shores of the Western Interior Seaway, a vast inland sea that splits North America from the Arctic to the Gulf of Mexico. This is the world at its most dinosaur-dominated, its most diverse, its most productive. This is the climax of the Mesozoic era, the peak that will end catastrophically in just a few million years. The landscape is transformed from anything we've seen earlier. Flowering plants now dominate, not just present but dominant, having displaced gymnosperms in most environments. The forests contain oak, maple, willow, magnolia, genera recognizable to modern botanists. Though the species are extinct, the understory is carpeted with ferns, herbs, and flowering plants. Grasses have appeared, though they're not yet dominant. True grasslands won't evolve until the Cenozoic. The diversity of plant life is staggering compared to the Jurassic. Flowering plants have radiated into thousands of species, occupying every available niche from aquatic to desert, from ground cover to towering trees. This diversity is driven by their coevolution with animal pollinators, particularly insects but also some birds and possibly small mammals. The flowers display every colour, shape, and strategy imaginable to attract pollinators, trick them, or exclude non-pollinators. The insect diversity has exploded in response. Bees have diversified into numerous families. Butterflies and moths have radiated extensively. Beetles, already diverse, have become even more so, with species specialised for every conceivable niche. Ants, which first appeared in the early Cretaceous, have become abundant and ecologically important, modifying soils, dispersing seeds, tending aphids, and preying on other insects. The late Cretaceous insect fauna would be largely recognisable to a modern entomologist. The dinosaurs have reached their peak diversity as well, though the groups present are quite different from the Jurassic. Sauropods have declined in the northern continents. They're rare or absent in North America and Asia by the late Cretaceous, but they remain common in South America, where titanosaurs reach enormous sizes and dominate herbivore niches. In their place, new herbivore groups have risen to prominence. Hadrosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs, are extraordinarily successful, with dozens of species occupying various niches. They have elaborate dental batteries, hundreds of tiny teeth arranged in complex structures that allow them to grind vegetation efficiently, processing the tough flowering plant material that dominates late Cretaceous forests. Many hadrosaurs have elaborate head crests, hollow structures that vary dramatically between species. These crests are used for communication, producing sounds by passing air through the hollow chambers, creating species-specific calls. Some species have solid crests used for headbutting in intraspecific combat. Others have no crests but elaborate nasal structures. The diversity of head ornamentation is remarkable and suggests complex social behaviours. Ceratopsians, horned dinosaurs, have also radiated extensively in the late Cretaceous. Triceratops, perhaps the most famous, is one of many species with elaborate horns and frills. These structures are used for species recognition, sexual display and combat. Fossil skulls show healed injuries from horn impacts, proving that these animals fought each other. The frills, while sometimes interpreted as defensive structures, are probably primarily for display, being too thin and poorly positioned to provide effective armour. Ankylosaurs, heavily armoured dinosaurs covered in bony plates and spikes, some with massive tail clubs, are successful herbivores specialising in low-growing vegetation. They're effectively immune to predation as adults. Their armour is so extensive and effective that even the largest predators would have difficulty killing them. They represent an evolutionary endpoint for armour, carrying it to extremes not seen in any other vertebrate lineage. The predators are equally impressive. Tyrannosaurus rex, perhaps the most famous dinosaur, lives in western North America in the latest Cretaceous. It's one of the largest terrestrial predators ever, reaching 12 metres in length and weighing 6 to 8 tonnes. It Its skull is massive and powerfully built, its teeth are huge and robust, adapted for crushing bone, not just cutting meat, and its bite force is the strongest known for any terrestrial animal. T-Rex hunts the large herbivores, hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, young chylosaurs, using a combination of ambush and pursuit. Its vision is acute, binocular, giving excellent depth perception. Its sense of smell is acute, allowing it to detect carcasses from great distances. Scavenging is probably an important part of its ecology, as it is for most large predators. The arms are famously tiny, but the legs are powerful, and the body is efficiently built for hunting large, dangerous prey. Other tyrannosaurs exist in Asia and North America, forming a family of large apex predators that dominate late Cretaceous ecosystems. In southern continents, different predatory lineages fill similar roles: Carcharodontosaurs in South America and Africa, abelisaurs in Gondwana. This biogeographic pattern reflects the separation of continents, different lineages evolving similar forms on different landmasses, convergent evolution producing similar solutions to similar ecological challenges. Smaller theropods are diverse and successful. Dromaeosaurs, the raptors made famous by popular culture, are agile predators within large claws on their hind feet, used for gripping and slashing prey. Velociraptor from Asia, Deinonychus from North America, and numerous other species occupy small to medium predator niches. These animals are probably social, hunting in groups to bring down prey larger than themselves. The theropods also include increasingly bird-like forms. The boundary between non-avian dinosaurs and birds is increasingly blurry. Some small theropods have wings and feathers but can't fly, others can glide short distances, still others are fully capable of powered flight but retain many dinosaurian features. This spectrum of forms demonstrates the gradual transition from ground-dwelling dinosaurs to fully aerial birds. Birds themselves have diversified extensively by the late Cretaceous. They've lost their teeth in most lineages, evolved specialized beaks, reduced the bony tail to a pygostyle, the structure that supports tail feathers, and developed the full suite of flight adaptations. They occupy aerial insectivore niches, small predator niches, and some are becoming specialized for aquatic environments, diving, swimming, feeding on fish. The late Cretaceous birds include both archaic forms that will go extinct with the dinosaurs and modern forms that will survive the end Cretaceous extinction and radiate in the Cenozoic. The survivors include ancestors of most modern bird groups: waterfowl, shorebirds, landbirds. These survivors are generally small generalist feeders, characteristics that apparently helped them survive the extinction. Pterosaurs, meanwhile, have evolved to enormous sizes. Quetzalcoatlus, from late Cretaceous North America, has a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, larger than any bird past or present. It's not clear how such large animals could fly. They must have been incredibly light, with hollow bones and minimal body mass, and they probably used soaring flight, catching thermals and gliding for long distances rather than flapping continuously. These giant pterosaurs are probably terrestrial stalkers when not flying, walking on all fours, hunting small animals on the ground. Their size makes them immune to most predators, and they can access food resources, tall trees, carcasses, that smaller animals cannot. They represent the ultimate expression of pterosaur gigantism, the largest flying animals in Earth's history. Mammals are still small and mostly nocturnal, but they're diversifying. Placental mammals are radiating into various insectivorous, omnivorous, and even small carnivorous forms. Marsupials are also diversifying, particularly in South America. Multituberculates, an extinct group unrelated to modern mammals, are successful rodent-like herbivores. Monotremes persist as a distinct lineage. The mammals are setting the stage for their Cenozoic radiation, but they're still constrained by competition from dinosaurs and other reptiles. In the oceans, marine life is at peak Mesozoic diversity. Mosasaurs, large marine lizards, have become the dominant marine predators, replacing ichthyosaurs, which went extinct in the mid-Cretaceous, and competing with plesiosaurs. Some mosasaurs exceed 15 meters in length, with powerful jaws, flippers for swimming, and fish-eating or ammonoid-eating specializations. Plesiosaurs persist, with both long-necked forms and short-necked pliosaurs. Sea turtles are diverse and successful. Marine crocodiles continue, though they're less diverse than earlier in the Mesozoic. The oceans also contain diverse fish, sharks, rays, and increasingly modern bony fish, as well as invertebrates including ammonoids, which reached their peak diversity in the late Cretaceous. The continental positions are approaching their modern configuration. The Atlantic is wide, separating the Americas from Europe and Africa by thousands of kilometers. India has separated from Gondwana and is moving rapidly northward. It will collide with Asia in the Cenozoic, creating the Himalayas. Australia is separating from Antarctica. South America is still connected to Antarctica, allowing faunal exchange, but this connection will be severed in the Cenozoic. The Western Interior Seaway in North America creates a barrier between eastern and western dinosaur faunas, which show distinct differences. The eastern fauna is poorly known. Much of the east coast is submerged by high sea levels, and subsequent erosion has removed many Cretaceous deposits. But what we know suggests different species and communities than those in the west. The climate remains warm, though slightly cooler than the mid-Cretaceous peak. There are still no ice caps, forests still extend to polar regions, but there's evidence of increasing seasonality, of slightly cooler temperatures, of subtle shifts toward the cooler conditions that will characterize the Cenozoic. But the changes are gradual, and the late Cretaceous world remains fundamentally warm and equable. This is the world at its most diverse, most productive, most complex. Ecosystems are elaborately structured with multiple trophic levels. Food webs are intricate with numerous interconnections. Biodiversity is high. Hundreds of dinosaur species, thousands of plant species, tens of thousands of insect species. The late Cretaceous represents the culmination of 150 million years of Mesozoic evolution, the peak expression of the age of reptiles. But this world stands on the brink of catastrophe. An asteroid is approaching, though no one on Earth knows it. In just a few million years, a geological instant, it will strike the Yucatan Peninsula, triggering a global extinction that will eliminate the non-avian dinosaurs, pterosaurs, marine reptiles, ammonoids, and countless other species. The Mesozoic will end abruptly, catastrophically, and from the ashes will rise the age of mammals, the Cenozoic era, our era. But we're not there yet. For now, the late Cretaceous world continues, diverse and thriving, unaware of the coming disaster. Triceratops herds browse peacefully. Tyrannosaurus hunts in the forests. Pterosaurs soar overhead, and the sun sets on another day in the late Cretaceous, the final days of the age of dinosaurs, the last moments of the world that Pangea built. The final days, end of an era. 66 million years ago, the late Cretaceous world continues, seemingly stable, unchanged from thousands or millions of years previous. The dinosaurs browse and hunt. The pterosaurs soar. The marine reptiles cruise the oceans. Life is abundant, diverse, successful. Nothing suggests that catastrophe is imminent. But in the depths of space, an asteroid approximately 10 kilometers in diameter is on a collision course with Earth. It has been traveling through space for millions of years, perhaps billions, one of countless rocks orbiting the Sun. By chance or chaos, its orbit has been perturbed, sending it on a path that will intersect Earth's orbit at precisely the moment Earth is there. The probability of such a collision is minuscule, but on timescales of hundreds of millions of years, even unlikely events become inevitable. The asteroid is approaching at about 20 kilometers per second, 72,000 kilometers per hour. At this speed, it will cross the distance from the Moon to Earth in less than 6 hours. The dinosaurs have less than a day to live, though they don't know it. Even if they could see the approaching asteroid, which they can't, as it's still too far away and too small, they could do nothing to prepare or escape. The asteroid enters Earth's atmosphere. The air resistance at 20 kms is so intense that the front of the asteroid vaporizes, creating a brilliant fireball visible from hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. The asteroid barely slows. The atmosphere is too thin to significantly affect a 10-kilometer rock traveling so fast. It takes only seconds to traverse the atmosphere from outer space to the surface. It strikes the Yucatan Peninsula in what is now Mexico, hitting at a shallow angle. The impact site is a shallow sea, the water perhaps 100 meters deep, underlain by thick limestone and gypsum deposits. These details will prove important. The shallow water means the impact energy goes primarily into the crust rather than being absorbed by deep ocean, and the limestone and gypsum vaporize on impact, releasing enormous quantities of carbon dioxide and sulfur compounds into the atmosphere. The energy released is staggering, a equivalent to perhaps 100 trillion tons of TNT, billions of times more powerful than the largest nuclear weapon ever detonated. The asteroid vaporizes instantly, along with the rocks it strikes and the water it passes through. A crater begins to form. It will eventually be 180 kilometers in diameter and 20 kilometers deep, though much of it will subsequently collapse and be filled with debris. The immediate effects are apocalyptic. A shockwave radiates outward from the impact site at supersonic speeds, pulverizing everything within hundreds of kilometers. Trees are shredded, animals are killed instantly by the blast overpressure. The ground shakes with magnitude 11+ earthquake, off the scale of the Richter scale, more powerful than any earthquake in modern times. The vaporized rock and water from the impact are blasted upward, creating a plume of superheated material that rises into the stratosphere and beyond. Some material achieves escape velocity, leaving Earth entirely, though most falls back, re-entering the atmosphere as countless small particles glowing white-hot from friction. These re-entering particles, called ejecta spherules, heat the atmosphere globally within hours. The sky glows, not like daylight but like being inside an oven. The temperature at ground level rises dramatically, perhaps to 300-400 dig in some regions. This thermal pulse ignites fires worldwide. Forests burn. Animals that survived the initial impact now die from heat or fire. The fossil record shows a charcoal layer worldwide, evidence of global wildfires. Massive tsunamis radiate outward from the impact site. The initial wave might be a kilometer high when it forms, though it diminishes with distance. The Gulf of Mexico is devastated. Coasts are swept clean by walls of water traveling at hundreds of kilometers per hour. The tsunamis reach across the Atlantic, affecting Europe and Africa. In the Pacific, they're smaller but still significant. Coastal ecosystems are destroyed. The ejected material falling back creates a global debris cloud that blocks sunlight. Within days, the entire planet is enveloped in darkness. Not complete darkness, but dim twilight, sufficient to prevent photosynthesis. This impact winter will last for months or possibly years. Without photosynthesis, plant growth ceases. Herbivores face starvation. Predators, dependent on herbivores, also starve. Food chains collapse from the bottom up. The vaporized gypsum releases sulfur that reacts with water vapor to form sulfuric acid aerosols, creating acid rain globally. The rain is corrosive, damaging plant leaves, poisoning freshwater systems, killing aquatic organisms. The ocean surface layer becomes acidified, making it difficult for organisms with calcium carbonate shells, including plankton, ammonoids, and many others, to survive. The impact has also generated enormous amounts of nitrogen oxides from the heat of atmospheric shockwaves, which destroy the ozone layer. With the ozone layer depleted, ultraviolet radiation from the sun, normally blocked, reaches the surface at lethal levels. Organisms exposed to direct sunlight suffer UV damage. This adds another stressor to already catastrophically stressed ecosystems. Over days and weeks, the dinosaurs begin dying. The large herbivores, hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, sauropods in southern continents, cannot find sufficient food. They starve, their massive bodies requiring enormous food intake that's simply not available with plant growth halted. The predators, tyrannosaurs, dromaeosaurs, other theropods, find their prey dying or already dead. They scavenge carcasses initially, but as the carcasses are consumed and no new prey appears, they too starve. The pterosaurs, dependent on vision to hunt, cannot fly in the darkness. They're grounded, starving, dying. The larger species, already living on the edge with their enormous size and high energy requirements, die quickly. The smaller species last longer but ultimately perish as well. No pterosaurs will survive the extinction. In the oceans, the plankton die as photosynthesis ceases. The ammonoids, dependent on plankton for food, begin starving. The mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, apex predators, find prey increasingly scarce. The complex marine food webs collapse. Within months, the oceans are transformed from productive ecosystems to dead zones where only scavengers and detritivores survive on falling organic matter. The extinction is selective. Large animals die faster than small ones. They require more food and cannot hide or burrow to escape the worst conditions. Herbivores that require fresh vegetation die faster than those that can eat seeds, carrion, or detritus. Marine organisms that depend on photosynthesis, plankton, and those that eat plankton, die faster than scavengers and filter feeders that can subsist on organic debris. Freshwater organisms generally survive better than marine organisms. Freshwater systems are buffered by runoff from land, diluting the acidity and providing nutrients. The survivors share certain characteristics: small size, generalist diet, ability to enter dormancy or reduce metabolic needs, occupancy of refugia, burrows underground spaces, deep water, that buffer against surface conditions. These survival characteristics are not distributed randomly. Certain groups have more species with favourable traits, and thus higher survival rates. The birds survive, not all species, but enough lineages persist to radiate in the Cenozoic. The survivors are generally small, capable of eating seeds and other non-fresh plant material, and possibly able to enter torpor during the worst conditions. They're the only dinosaur lineage to survive, carrying forward the dinosaurian heritage into the Cenozoic. The mammals survive, again, not all species, but the group as a whole makes it through. Being small, nocturnal, insectivorous or omnivorous, and capable of burrowing or hiding, mammals have many of the characteristics associated with survival. They emerge from the extinction reduced in numbers but positioned to radiate into the empty niches left by dinosaurs. Crocodilians survive, their semi-aquatic lifestyle, ability to fast for extended periods, and consumption of carrion and detritus allow them to endure the crisis. Turtles survive for similar reasons. Lizards and snakes, being small and having low metabolic rates, also survive. Amphibians, dependent on water and able to enter dormancy, survive. The extinction is devastating but not total. Life persists, albeit in reduced and simplified form. By the time the debris settles, the fires burn out, the acid rain ceases, and sunlight returns, the world is transformed. The non-avian dinosaurs are gone, every species from the smallest to the largest, extinct. The pterosaurs are gone, the marine reptiles, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, are gone. The ammonoids, survivors of previous extinctions, are finally extinct. Approximately 75% of all species have disappeared. The Cretaceous has ended. The Mesozoic era is over. The age of reptiles has concluded, and the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals, is beginning. But this is beyond our scope. Our journey has been through the age of Pangea, from its assembly to its breakup, from the Permian forest to the Cretaceous extinction. The story of what comes after, the rise of mammals, the evolution of humans, the world we inhabit is another story, one we'll not tell here. This sun rises on a changed world, the skies are empty of pterosaurs, the land is empty of dinosaurs, and the survivors, small, humble, unprepossessing, begin the long process of recovery, evolution and radiation that will eventually fill the world with new forms, new ecosystems, new complexity. The age of Pangea has ended. The age of separated continents has begun. And life, having survived its greatest test since the Permian extinction, continues its ancient dance. Legacy. What Pangea left behind, geological evidence. We stand now in the present day, hundreds of millions of years after Pangea's assembly and breakup. The supercontinent is gone, scattered across the globe as separate continents. The dinosaurs are extinct except for their bird descendants. The world has been completely transformed. Yet Pangea's legacy remains, written in rocks, fossils, and the distribution of life across the continents. Let's explore the evidence that allowed geologists to reconstruct Pangea's existence and configuration. This evidence comes from multiple independent sources, each confirming the others, building an overwhelming case that the continents were once united and have since drifted apart. The fit of continents. The most obvious evidence is the shapes of the continents themselves. Look at a map. The eastern coast of South America and the western coast of Africa fit together like puzzle pieces. This observation was made centuries ago, but it wasn't until the 20th century that it was taken seriously as evidence for continental drift. The fit is not perfect at the shorelines. Erosion, sedimentation, and sea level changes have modified the coast since Pangea broke up. But if you match the continental shelves, the underwater extensions of the continents, the fit is remarkable. Computer reconstructions show that the continents can be reassembled with minimal gaps or overlaps, confirming that they were once joined. Rock and mountain. Matching. More compelling than shape is the matching of geological features across now separated continents. The Appalachian Mountains in eastern North America continue when the continents are reassembled into the Scottish Highlands and the mountains of Norway. They're all parts of the same ancient mountain chain, the Appalachian Caledonian Variscan system, formed when continents collided to create Pangea. The rocks on either side of the Atlantic match in age, composition and structure. Distinctive rock formations in Brazil align with formations in West Africa. Deposits from the same ancient glaciation appear in South America, Africa, India, Australia and Antarctica, all of which were joined as Gondwana during the Permian Ice Age. These glacial deposits include tillites, solidified glacial till, striations in bedrock, scratches from glaciers, and dropstones in marine sediments, rocks dropped by melting icebergs. Fossil distribution. Perhaps the most persuasive evidence comes from fossils. Identical or very closely related species are found on continents now separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. These species could not have crossed the oceans. They're terrestrial animals and plants with no means of oceanic dispersal. The only reasonable explanation is that the continents were once connected, allowing these organisms to disperse and were later separated by continental drift. Glossopteris, the distinctive seed fern, is found in South America, Africa, India, Australia, and Antarctica, all parts of Gondwana. Its distribution matches the reconstructed southern supercontinent perfectly. Glossopteris seeds are too heavy to have been carried across oceans by wind, and the plant shows no adaptations for oceanic dispersal. Lystrosaurus, the dicynodont therapsid that dominated early Triassic ecosystems, is found in Africa, Antarctica, and India. Cynognathus, another therapsid, is found in South America and Africa. Mesosaurus, an aquatic reptile from the Permian, is found in both Brazil and South Africa, in freshwater deposits, indicating it lived in lakes or rivers, not oceans, yet it appears on both sides of the Atlantic. Paleomagnetic evidence rocks preserve a record of Earth's magnetic field at the time they formed. When igneous rocks solidify, magnetic minerals align with the magnetic field, recording its direction. This direction indicates the latitude where the rock formed, horizontal at the equator, steeply inclined at the poles, intermediate angles at mid-latitudes. By measuring the magnetic inclination in rocks of known age from different continents, geologists can determine what latitude each continent occupied when those rocks formed. The results show that continents have moved, changed latitude over time, confirming continental drift. When plotted through time, the movements reconstruct the assembly and breakup of Pangea. The paleomagnetic data also reveals polar wander, the apparent movement of the magnetic poles relative to the continents. This isn't the poles moving, though the magnetic field does reverse polarity periodically, but the continents moving relative to the poles. The polar wander paths from different continents diverge when the continents were separated and converge when they were joined, providing independent confirmation of Pangea's existence. Seafloor spreading. The mechanism that broke Pangea apart, seafloor spreading, leaves its own evidence. The seafloor shows distinctive patterns, parallel magnetic stripes running along mid-ocean ridges, alternating normal and reversed polarity, recording the reversals of Earth's magnetic field. These stripes form as new oceanic crust is created at the ridge, splits, and moves away from the ridge, with new material filling the gap. The age of the seafloor increases with distance from the ridge, youngest at the ridge, oldest at the continental margins. The oldest seafloor in the Atlantic is Jurassic, corresponding to when the Atlantic began opening. There's no older oceanic crust because it's been created since Pangea broke up. The Pacific has older seafloor because it's been spreading for longer, though even it has no crust older than about 200 million years. Older crust has been subducted. Structural evidence. The ancient rift valleys where Pangea began breaking apart are preserved in the geological record. The Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, Camp, the massive flood basalts, associated with Pangea's breakup, extends across eastern North America, northwestern Africa, northeastern South America, and southwestern Europe. When the continents are reassembled, these basalt provinces form a continuous belt along the rift zone. Similar rift structures are found elsewhere, the Newark supergroup in eastern North America, rift basins in Morocco and West Africa, all aligned when Pangea is reconstructed. These basins filled with sediment during the rifting process, preserving Triassic and Jurassic fossils that document the ecosystems existing during Pangea's breakup. Biogeographic patterns. The modern distribution of organisms reflects Pangea's legacy. Closely related species on different continents share a common ancestor that lived when those continents were joined. The distribution of ratites, flightless birds including ostriches, emus, rheas, and kiwis, across Africa, Australia, South America, and New Zealand reflects their Gondwanan heritage. They descended from a common ancestor that lived when those continents were connected. Similarly, the distribution of southern beech trees, Nothofagus, across South America, Australia, New Zealand, and New Guinea reflects Gondwana's breakup. Marsupials in Australia and South America evolved from a common ancestor that lived when those continents, along with Antarctica, were connected. The more closely related two continents' faunas are, the more recently they were connected. A pattern consistent with the timing of Pangea's breakup deduced from geological evidence. Climate indicators. Rocks preserve evidence of ancient climates. Coal deposits indicate swamps, evaporates indicate deserts, glacial deposits indicate ice sheets. The distribution of these climate indicators matches Pangea reconstructions. The Permian ice sheets were in regions that were at high southern latitudes when Gondwana was assembled. The coal deposits of the Carboniferous formed in tropical zones near the equator. The desert deposits of the Permian and Triassic formed in the interior of Pangea, far from oceanic moisture. Climate models, when run with Pangea's continental configuration, reproduce these patterns: ice in the south, coal swamps in equatorial regions, deserts in the vast interior. The match between model predictions and geological evidence provides independent confirmation of Pangea's existence and configuration. Ongoing research. Our understanding of Pangea continues to be refined. New fossil discoveries fill gaps in our knowledge of ancient ecosystems. Improved paleomagnetic techniques provide more precise constraints on continental positions. Numerical models of mantle convection and plate tectonics explain the forces that assembled and broke apart the supercontinent. We now know that Pangea was not unique. It was simply the most recent supercontinent in a series stretching back billions of years. Before Pangea was Pannotia, around 600 million years ago, and before that Rodinia, around 1 billion years ago, and before that others whose names and configurations are less certain. The supercontinent cycle, assembly, stability, breakup, dispersal, then reassembly, operates on timescales of 400–600 million years. The continents are still moving. The Atlantic continues to widen by a few centimeters per year. The Pacific is shrinking. India is still pushing into Asia, raising the Himalayas higher. Africa is rifting along the East African Rift, potentially splitting in the future. Australia is moving northward toward Asia. These ongoing movements will eventually create a new supercontinent, perhaps 200–300 million years in the future, though its exact configuration is uncertain. Pangea's legacy is all around us, in the shapes of continents, the distribution of fossils, the patterns of life, the structures of mountains, the depths of oceans. It's a legacy written in stone, preserved for hundreds of millions of years, waiting for humans to develop the knowledge and tools to read it. And now that we can read it, we understand that Earth is dynamic, constantly changing, with a long history of transformations that will continue into the distant future. Implications: what Pangea teaches us about Earth. Having completed our journey through the age of Pangea, from its assembly in the Carboniferous to its fragmentation in the Cretaceous, from the Permian-Triassic extinction to the end Cretaceous impact, we must now reflect on what this ancient supercontinent teaches us about Earth itself, its processes, its history, and its future. The dynamic Earth. The first and most fundamental lesson is that Earth is dynamic, not static. The continents we think of as permanent features are actually mobile, drifting across the planet's surface at rates of centimeters per year, driven by convection in the mantle beneath. Over millions of years, these slow movements accumulate, bringing continents together into supercontinents, then breaking them apart and scattering them. This dynamism extends to all aspects of Earth's system. The climate changes as continents drift, as atmospheric composition shifts, as ocean circulation patterns evolve. The biosphere changes as organisms evolve, adapt, go extinct, and are replaced. The geography changes as mountains erode, ocean basins open and close, and ice sheets advance and retreat. Nothing about Earth is permanent on geological timescales. Everything is in flux, constantly transforming. This perspective is humbling. The world we know today, the continental configuration, the climate, the distribution of life, is just one frame in a very long movie. It seems permanent and unchanging from our brief human perspective, but on geological timescales, it's temporary, transitional, already transforming into something different. Pangea was not unique, but part of a recurring pattern, the supercontinent cycle. Continents periodically assemble into supercontinents through plate tectonic processes, remain unified for perhaps 100 million years, then break apart and disperse. The dispersed continents eventually converge again, forming a new supercontinent, and the cycle repeats. This cycle operates on timescales of 400 to 600 million years, far longer than human civilization but traceable through geological evidence. Before Pangea was Pannotia, before that Rodinia, and before that other supercontinents whose configurations are less certain. After Pangea comes our current era of dispersed continents, and eventually a new supercontinent will form. Understanding this cycle helps us comprehend Earth's long-term evolution. Supercontinent assembly creates mountain ranges through continental collision, affects global climate by altering ocean and atmospheric circulation, and influences life through changing geography and climate. Supercontinent breakup creates new ocean basins, moderates continental climates, and allows isolated evolution on separating continents. The cycle is driven by mantle convection, the slow churning of hot rock in Earth's mantle, driven by heat from the core and radioactive decay. Rising mantle plumes can break continents apart, creating rift zones and eventually ocean basins. Subduction zones, where oceanic crust sinks into the mantle, pull continents together. The interplay between these processes creates the supercontinent cycle. Climate and continental configuration. Pangea demonstrates how continental configuration affects climate. The vast interior desert, the extreme seasonality, the high latitude forests, all resulted from Pangea's unique geography. The supercontinent's size created extreme continentality, with interior regions thousands of kilometers from oceanic moisture. Its north-south extent meant it experienced all climate zones from polar to tropical, creating strong thermal gradients that drove intense atmospheric circulation. When Pangea broke apart, the climate changed. New ocean basins moderated temperatures, bringing maritime influences into regions that were previously arid continental interior. The creation of the Atlantic allowed new patterns of ocean circulation. The Gulf Stream, which warms Europe, couldn't exist when the Atlantic didn't exist. The separation of Antarctica and its isolation by the Antarctic circumpolar current led to ice sheet formation, cooling global climate. These relationships between continental configuration and climate have implications for understanding both past and future climates. The past climates of Earth, the icehouse and greenhouse intervals, the glacial and interglacial cycles, reflect partly the positions of continents. The future climate, beyond anthropogenic warming, will be influenced by continued continental drift, though on timescales of millions of years. Evolution and biogeography. Pangea profoundly shaped the evolution and distribution of life. When continents were united, organisms could disperse widely, maintaining genetic connectivity across vast distances. This explains why similar or identical fossils are found on continents now separated by oceans. They shared a common fauna when they were connected. When Pangea broke apart, populations were separated, subjected to different environmental conditions, and evolved independently. This vicariance, the geographic separation of populations, is a primary driver of speciation and biodiversity. The unique faunas of different continents today, marsupials in Australia, lemurs in Madagascar, unique bird species in South America, reflect the isolation of these landmasses following Pangea's breakup. Continental drift creates both opportunities and challenges for life. New ocean basins open new marine habitats, allowing marine species to diversify, but terrestrial corridors close, isolating land faunas. Changing climates create new niches in some regions while eliminating habitats in others. Mountain ranges form, creating barriers but also new high-elevation environments. The dynamic geography drives evolution by constantly reshaping the environmental template on which natural selection operates. the most dramatic evolutionary transitions in Pangea's history: the Permian-Triassic recovery, the rise of dinosaurs, the diversification of flowering plants, the radiation of mammals after the dinosaurs' extinction, all occurred against this backdrop of changing geography. The continental configuration didn't solely determine evolutionary outcomes, but it provided the geographic context that influenced which lineages succeeded and which failed. Mass extinctions and recovery. Pangea witnessed two of the Big Five mass extinctions: the Permian-Triassic extinction, the most severe, and the End Cretaceous extinction, which ended the age of dinosaurs. Both were triggered by catastrophic events: massive volcanism in the first case, asteroid impact in the second, but their effects were shaped by Earth's geography and climate at the time. The Permian-Triassic extinction was amplified by Pangea's extreme continentality. The vast interior desert already stressed terrestrial ecosystems, making them vulnerable to additional perturbations. The volcanic eruptions in Siberia released greenhouse gases that pushed temperatures beyond tolerable limits. The combination of existing environmental stress and volcanic forcing created a catastrophe from which only a small fraction of species survived. The End Cretaceous extinction occurred when continents were more separated, climates more moderate. Yet it was equally devastating, demonstrating that even relatively benign background conditions cannot buffer against sufficiently severe catastrophes. The asteroid impact was so violent, so sudden, that pre-existing conditions mattered little. The global firestorms, impact winter, and acid rain killed regardless of whether ecosystems were stressed or thriving. Both extinctions were followed by long recoveries, millions of years during which ecosystems remained impoverished, biodiversity stayed low, and ecological complexity was reduced. But both recoveries eventually produced worlds more diverse than before the extinctions. This pattern, catastrophic loss followed by evolutionary radiation, appears repeatedly in Earth's history. Extinctions are tragedies for the organisms experiencing them, but they clear ecological space, allowing survivors to evolve new forms and fill empty niches. Plate tectonics and habitability. Pangea's assembly and breakup demonstrate plate tectonics in action, the movement of Earth's lithospheric plates driven by mantle convection. Plate tectonics is not just a geological curiosity, but a crucial component of Earth's habitability. The recycling of crustal material through subduction zones regulates atmospheric carbon dioxide over geological timescales, maintaining temperatures within a range suitable for liquid water and life. Without plate tectonics, carbon dioxide would not be efficiently recycled. Volcanic outgassing would add CO2 to the atmosphere, but without subduction carrying carbon-bearing rocks into the mantle, CO2 would accumulate, creating a runaway greenhouse like Venus. Plate tectonics creates the long-term carbon cycle that stabilizes Earth's climate, keeping it habitable despite the gradually brightening sun over geological time. The supercontinent cycle is intimately connected to this climate regulation. When supercontinents form, reduced seafloor spreading lowers volcanic outgassing of CO2. Increased continental area exposed to weathering draws down atmospheric CO2. The result can be global cooling, as occurred during the Carboniferous when Pangea was assembling. When supercontinents break apart, increased seafloor spreading raises CO2, warming the planet, as occurred in the Cretaceous. Plate tectonics also generates Earth's magnetic field through the geodynamo, convection in the liquid outer core driven partly by heat from the mantle. The magnetic field shields Earth's surface from solar radiation and prevents the solar wind from stripping away the atmosphere. Planets without active plate tectonics, like Mars, may lose their magnetic fields, leaving them vulnerable to atmospheric loss. Deep time and human perspective. Perhaps the most profound lesson from Pangea is an appreciation for deep time, the vast spans of geological history that dwarf human experience. Pangea existed for nearly 100 million years. Its assembly took tens of millions of years. Its breakup took tens of millions more. These timescales are incomprehensible from human perspective. They're thousands of times longer than recorded human history, millions of times longer than a human lifetime. Yet these vast times are necessary for geological and evolutionary processes. Continental drift operates at centimeters per year, imperceptible to human observers, but accumulating to thousands of kilometers over millions of years. Evolution operates through gradual changes, mutations, selection, genetic drift. that require many generations to produce substantial morphological change. Mountains erode slowly, species evolve slowly, climates change slowly, on natural timescales, though humans are currently accelerating climate change dramatically. Understanding deep time helps us appreciate both the antiquity and the dynamism of our planet. Earth has a long history, 4.5 billion years, during which it has transformed repeatedly. The earliest Earth was hostile to life, hot, volcanic, bombarded by asteroids. Life appeared perhaps 3.8 billion years ago and has subsequently transformed the planet, oxygenating the atmosphere, creating coal and oil deposits, building reefs and soil. The Earth we inhabit is partially a product of life itself. Pangea represents a tiny fraction of this history, about 2% of Earth's age, yet even this fraction encompasses vast changes: assembly and breakup of a supercontinent, multiple climate shifts, several mass extinctions, the rise and fall of major taxonomic groups, the evolution of flowering plants and modern ecosystems. Extrapolating to Earth's full history reveals a planet in constant transformation, never static, always evolving. Implications for the future understanding: Pangea and the supercontinent cycle has implications for Earth's future. The continents continue drifting. Over the next 250 million years, they will assemble into a new supercontinent. Several scenarios have been proposed by geologists: Pangea Ultima, Nova Pangea, Orica, and Masia, depending on which way the continents move and which ocean basins close. In most scenarios, the Atlantic eventually closes, bringing the Americas back into contact with Europe and Africa, a reversal of Pangea's breakup. The Pacific may close, or it may survive as the interior ocean of the new supercontinent. Antarctica may remain at the pole or drift northward. Australia is moving toward Asia and will eventually collide, though exactly when and where is uncertain. When the next supercontinent forms, it will have its own extreme climate: vast interior deserts, seasonal extremes, high latitude conditions different from today's. Ocean circulation will change as seaways close and new ones potentially open. Life will evolve to adapt to the new conditions, potentially producing forms as different from today's as dinosaurs were from Permian therapsids. But humans almost certainly won't witness this. It's too far in the future. If humanity survives millions of years, we'll likely have transformed ourselves beyond recognition, possibly colonized other worlds, potentially modified Earth so extensively that natural tectonic processes become less relevant. If humanity doesn't survive that long, which seems more likely given the challenges we face, the planet will continue its dance, indifferent to our absence, assembling and breaking apart supercontinents as it has for billions of years. Pangea as context. Finally, understanding Pangea provides context for our modern world. The continent's positions, the climate patterns, the distribution of fossil fuels, the locations of mountains and deserts, all reflect Pangea's legacy. The Atlantic Ocean is the space where Pangea split. The Appalachian Mountains are worn-down remnants of peaks that rivaled the Himalayas when Pangea formed. The coal we burn is compressed vegetation from Carboniferous forests that grew as Pangea assembled. Even the distribution of modern species reflects Pangea's history. The fact that you can find related plant and animal species on different continents makes sense only when you understand that those continents were once connected. Biogeography, the study of species distributions, is fundamentally a historical science, explaining modern patterns through past geography. The human species, Homo sapiens, appeared less than 300,000 years ago, a geological instant, a tiny fraction of the time since Pangea broke apart. We evolved in a world of separated continents, never knowing the supercontinent, arriving hundreds of millions of years too late to witness it directly. Yet through geology and paleontology, we can reconstruct Pangea, understand its climate and life, and appreciate our place in Earth's long history. We live on a dynamic planet with a deep past and an uncertain but undoubtedly changing future. The world we know is temporary, transitional, already becoming something different. Understanding Pangea helps us appreciate this dynamism, recognize the deep history that shaped our planet, and anticipate, however speculatively, what might come next. Pangea is gone, its land scattered across the globe, but its lessons remain. Epilogue. the continents today and tomorrow. We return now to the present, having travelled through hundreds of millions of years of Earth history, from the assembly of Pangea through its long existence to its gradual fragmentation. We've witnessed the evolution and extinction of countless species, the rise and fall of ecosystems, the dance of continents across the globe. Now we stand in the modern world, looking at the legacy of that ancient supercontinent and contemplating what comes next, the modern configuration. Today's continents occupy positions completely different from their Pangean arrangement. North America sits isolated from Europe and Asia, separated by the Atlantic and the Bering Strait, which occasionally closes during ice ages, allowing faunal exchange. South America is connected to North America by the narrow Isthmus of Panama, a connection that formed only 3 million years ago and profoundly affected both terrestrial and marine biogeography. Africa sits adjacent to Europe, separated by the Mediterranean, a remnant of the ancient Tethys Ocean. The Mediterranean is slowly closing as Africa drifts northward. Eventually it will close completely, and Africa will collide fully with Europe, creating new mountain ranges. The Red Sea and East African Rift represent the early stages of Africa beginning to split, a process that may eventually separate Eastern Africa from the rest of the continent. Eurasia is the largest modern landmass, formed from the fusion of several ancient continents. Europe and Asia, once separated by oceans, are now connected. India, which rifted from Gondwana in the Cretaceous, collided with Asia about 50 million years ago, creating the Himalayas, the tallest mountains on Earth, still rising as India continues pushing northward. Arabia, also formerly part of Gondwana, has collided with Asia, closing much of the ancient Tethys. Australia drifted northward from its position adjacent to Antarctica, becoming the most isolated continent in terms of mammalian fauna. Its long isolation, beginning when it separated from Antarctica about 45 million years ago, allowed its unique fauna, marsupials, monotremes, distinctive birds, to evolve without competition from placental mammals that dominated other continents. Australia is still drifting northward and will eventually collide with Southeast Asia. Antarctica sits over the South Pole, isolated by the Southern Ocean and the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. This isolation, beginning about 34 million years ago when the Drake Passage opened between Antarctica and South America, allowed the Antarctic Circumpolar Current to form, thermally isolating Antarctica and leading to ice sheet formation. Antarctica transformed from a forested continent to an ice-covered wasteland, demonstrating how dramatically continental position affects climate. Ongoing drift. The continents continue moving, driven by the same plate tectonic processes that assembled and broke apart Pangea. GPS measurements precisely quantify these movements. The Atlantic widens at about 2.5 centimeters per year. The Pacific shrinks at varying rates depending on location. Australia moves northward at about 7 centimeters per year, one of the fastest rates for any continent. These movements seem trivial on human timescales but are significant geologically. In 1 million years, a relatively short geological time span, the Atlantic will be 25 kilometers wider, a negligible change. But in 100 million years it will be 2,500 kilometers wider, a substantial transformation. Extrapolated over the timescales required to assemble supercontinents, these slow movements accumulate to dramatic reorganizations of Earth's geography. The future movements can be predicted with some confidence for the near term, next few million years, based on current plate motions and understanding of plate tectonic processes. But longer-term predictions, 50+ million years, become increasingly speculative as new subduction zones may form, rifts may develop in unexpected places, and mantle plumes may split continents unpredictably. Future supercontinents. Despite the uncertainties, geologists have proposed several scenarios for the next supercontinent, expected to form 200–250 million years from now. These scenarios depend on which ocean basins close and which remain open. Pangea. Ultima. In this scenario, the Atlantic closes, bringing the Americas back to Africa and Europe, essentially reassembling Pangea. The Pacific would remain open, though smaller than today. This seems plausible given that the Atlantic is relatively young, opened only about 180 million years ago, and could conceivably reverse with new subduction zones forming along its margins, Nova Pangea. In this scenario, the Americas drift westward, the Pacific closes, and the continents assemble around the remnant Atlantic. This would require the Americas to travel across the Pacific, subducting the Pacific plate beneath them, a process that's already occurring along the western coasts of the Americas. Orica. This scenario envisions both the Atlantic and Pacific closing, with continents converging from all directions into a supercontinent near the equator. This would require new subduction zones forming in both oceans, a more complex reorganization than the other scenarios. Amasia. In this scenario, the continents drift northward, converging around the North Pole or in the high northern latitudes. The Pacific would remain open in the south. This would create a supercontinent in an unusual position, with very different climate implications than equatorial or mid-latitude supercontinents. Which scenario will actually occur, if any, remains uncertain. The geological processes are complex, influenced by mantle convection patterns we don't fully understand, and subject to contingencies we can't predict. But one thing is certain, the continents will continue moving, and eventually they will assemble into a new supercontinent, beginning the cycle again. Climate of future supercontinents. Regardless of which configuration occurs, the next supercontinent will have an extreme climate similar to Pangea's. The vast interior will be arid, thousands of kilometers from oceanic moisture. Seasonal temperature extremes will be severe. The continental effect will create the largest deserts in Earth's future history. If the supercontinent forms near the equator, as Pangea Ultima would, the climate will be hot, with scorching summer temperatures in the interior possibly exceeding even Pangea's extremes. If it forms at high latitudes, as Amasia would, the climate will be cooler, with possible glaciation and extreme seasonal light variations. Ocean circulation will be dramatically altered. The current system of ocean basins, Atlantic, Pacific, Indian, will be replaced by a configuration dominated by one or two large oceans. The familiar currents, Gulf Stream, Kuroshio, Antarctic Circumpolar Current, will cease to exist, replaced by new circulation patterns adapted to the new geography. Life will adapt to these changes as it always has. Species that cannot tolerate the new conditions will go extinct. Those that can will persist and potentially radiate into new forms. New species will evolve to fill niches created by the changing geography. The biosphere will be transformed, but it will continue, resilient and adaptable, as it has been for billions of years. Human implications. For humans, these timescales are essentially infinite. Our species has existed for less than 300,000 years, 3 million years. The next supercontinent will form in 250 million years, nearly 1,000 times longer than our species has existed. It's impossible to predict whether humanity will survive that long, and if we do, what form we might take. If humanity does survive and remains recognizable, we would have ample time to adapt to the changing continental positions. The drift is slow enough that no generation would notice significant changes. Societies could migrate, technologies could adapt. Infrastructure could be rebuilt in new locations as old ones became unfavorable. From a human perspective, the continental drift would be a very gradual, manageable challenge. More realistically, humanity will either go extinct long before the next supercontinent forms, as most species do within a few million years of their appearance, or will transform into something so different that we wouldn't recognize it as human. Genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, adaptation to space environments, or simply natural evolution over millions of years would change us fundamentally. Or perhaps we'll leave Earth entirely, colonizing other worlds, making the configuration of Earth's continents irrelevant to our descendants. Earth will continue its tectonic dance whether we're here to observe it or not. The eternal cycle. The supercontinent cycle will continue for as long as Earth remains geologically active, probably billions of years, until the planet's interior cools sufficiently that plate tectonics ceases. By that time, the Sun will be approaching the end of its life, beginning to expand into a red giant that will eventually engulf the inner planets. Earth's long tectonic history will end not through gradual cooling, but through incineration. But that's billions of years away. Timescales so vast they're meaningless for practical purposes. For the foreseeable future, the next hundreds of millions of years, Earth will continue assembling and breaking apart supercontinents, creating and destroying ocean basins, building and eroding mountains, providing the dynamic geography that shapes life's evolution. Pangea was one chapter in this long story. It was not the first supercontinent, and it will not be the last. It was simply the most recent, the best documented, the one we can reconstruct most completely through geological and paleontological evidence. Future geologists, if they exist, will study the next supercontinent as we study Pangea, marveling at its extreme climate, its unique fauna, its distinctive geography. And perhaps they will look back on our era, this time of separated continents, and marvel at how different Earth once was, just as we look back on Pangea and marvel at a world so different from our own, standing in deep time. We stand now at the end of our journey, having traversed 200 million years of Earth's history in the space of a few hours. We've witnessed the assembly of Pangea from separate continents, its long existence as the sole supercontinent, and its gradual fragmentation into the modern continental configuration. We've experienced climates more extreme than any today, met animals that have been extinct for hundreds of millions of years, walked through forests unlike any that now exist, and observed the forces that shape our planet, operating on timescales that dwarf human experience. What should we take from this journey? What lessons does Pangea offer to observers standing 250 million years removed from its peak? Living on a planet transformed almost beyond recognition from that ancient world, the humility of deep time, perhaps the most profound lesson is humility. Recognition of how brief and insignificant human existence is against the vastness of geological time. Our species, Homo sapiens, appeared less than 300,000 years ago. Recorded human history extends back only about 5,000 years. Even if we generously include the entire human lineage back to Homo habilis, we've existed for only about 2.5 million years. Pangea existed for 100 million years, 40 times longer than the entire human lineage. The Mesozoic era, dominated by dinosaurs, lasted 186 million years. The Paleozoic era before Pangea lasted 289 million years. These timescales are so vast that human lifetimes, human civilizations, even our entire species' existence become rounding errors, statistically insignificant fluctuations in the great sweep of geological time. This is humbling, but not depressing. It's a reminder that we're part of something much larger and longer than ourselves. We're temporary inhabitants of a planet with a deep past and a long future. Our moment on Earth is brief, but it's part of an epic story stretching back billions of years and continuing for billions more. The resilience of life. Another profound lesson is life's extraordinary resilience. We've witnessed two of Earth's most catastrophic mass extinctions: the Permian-Triassic extinction that killed 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, and the End Cretaceous extinction that eliminated the non-avian dinosaurs and numerous other groups. Both were nearly apocalyptic, reducing life to a fraction of its previous diversity. Yet both times, life recovered. It took millions of years. The recovery from the Permian extinction required 5 to 10 million years before ecosystems regained complexity and diversity. But eventually, life not only recovered but exceeded its previous diversity, evolving new forms, filling empty niches, becoming more complex and varied than before. This resilience is remarkable. Life has persisted on Earth for at least 3.8 billion years, surviving not just the mass extinctions we've discussed but others as well, plus countless smaller crises, climate swings, volcanic eruptions, asteroid impacts and other challenges. Life has never been eliminated completely. Even the worst extinctions left survivors that eventually repopulated the planet. This doesn't mean individual species are resilient. Most species that have ever lived are now extinct, and the average species lifespan is only a few million years. But life as a whole, the biosphere, is remarkably robust, able to survive and recover from catastrophes that seem unsurvivable. The power of evolution. Our journey has also demonstrated evolution's power to produce staggering diversity from common ancestors. All the animals we've encountered, from Permian therapsids to Jurassic sauropods to Cretaceous tyrannosaurs, share common ancestry, related through evolution by descent with modification. The variety of forms evolution has produced is astonishing, From the small synodont ancestors came both modern mammals and the extinct mammal-like reptiles. From small archosaurs came dinosaurs, pterosaurs and crocodilians. From small theropod dinosaurs came birds, which persist today and number more than 10,000 species. A single common ancestor, given enough time and the right conditions, can give rise to lineages so different they seem to have no relationship. This diversification occurs through natural selection, operating on variation, with geographic isolation, changing environments, and extinction creating opportunities for radiation. It's a process that requires deep time, millions of years for substantial changes, tens of millions for major transformations. But given that time, evolution produces the diversity we see in the fossil record and in the modern world. The importance of contingency. Our journey has revealed the importance of contingency, random or unpredictable events that profoundly affect evolutionary outcomes. The Permian Triassic extinction was triggered by volcanic eruptions in Siberia, a contingent event, not inevitable, that happened to occur when and where it did. Had those eruptions not occurred, or had they occurred at a different time or place, the extinction might not have happened, or might have been less severe, and the subsequent history of life would have been completely different. Similarly, the end Cretaceous extinction was triggered by an asteroid impact, an extraterrestrial event, fundamentally unpredictable, that happened to strike Earth at that particular moment. Had the asteroid's orbit been slightly different, or had it struck a few million years earlier or later, the dinosaurs might still dominate the land, and mammals might still be small, nocturnal insectivores. These contingencies affect not just extinctions but the entire evolutionary trajectory. Which lineages survive, which go extinct, which radiate into diverse forms, all depend partly on contingencies, on accidents of history that could have turned out differently. If we could rewind Earth's history and replay it, the outcome would likely be different. Different species, different ecosystems, different dominant groups. This doesn't mean evolution is random or that biology lacks predictable patterns. Natural selection, adaptation, and ecological principles operate consistently. But the specific outcomes, which species exist, which forms evolve, depend on historical contingencies that make evolution partly unpredictable and non-repeatable. The unity of Earth systems. Throughout our journey, we've seen how Earth systems, geology, climate, and life are intimately interconnected. Continental drift affects climate by altering ocean circulation and atmospheric patterns. Climate affects life by determining where organisms can survive and what adaptations they need. Life affects geology and climate by modifying the atmosphere, creating rock formations, and influencing weathering and erosion. These feedbacks create a complex, coupled system where changes in one component affect all others. The assembly of Pangea changed climate dramatically, which affected life's distribution and evolution. The evolution of land plants in the Devonian changed the atmosphere's oxygen content, which affected animal evolution and climate. The end Permian volcanic eruptions released gases that warmed climate, which affected oceans, which triggered extinctions. Understanding Earth requires understanding these connections, not treating geology, climate, and biology as separate disciplines, but recognizing them as aspects of an integrated planetary system. Earth is not a stage where life plays out but an active participant in the story, shaping life even as life shapes Earth. The perspective of science. Our ability to reconstruct Pangea, to understand a world that existed hundreds of millions of years ago and that no human has ever witnessed, is a triumph of science. Through patient observation, careful reasoning, and ingenious techniques, geologists and paleontologists have pieced together what Earth was like during the age of the supercontinent. They've matched rocks across oceans, traced magnetic signatures in ancient basalts, studied fossil distributions, reconstructed ancient climates from sediments and isotopes, and integrated all this evidence into a coherent picture of a vanished world. This is science at its best, building knowledge through evidence, testing hypotheses against observations, refining understanding as new data emerges. The story of Pangea reminds us that science allows us to know things we could never discover through direct experience. We cannot travel through time, cannot visit the Permian or Jurassic, cannot observe living dinosaurs or watch continents collide. But through science, through evidence preserved in rocks and fossils, We can reconstruct these ancient worlds with remarkable fidelity. This is empowering. It means the past is not lost but preserved, waiting to be read by those with the knowledge and tools to interpret it. It means we can understand our planet's history, our own origins, the context in which we exist. Science illuminates the past, making accessible what seemed forever hidden. Our place in the story, finally. Understanding Pangea helps us recognize our place in Earth's long story. We are not the culmination, not the purpose, not the reason for Earth's existence. We're simply the latest chapter in a story that began billions of years before we appeared and will continue billions of years after we're gone. We evolved from mammalian ancestors that survived the end Cretaceous extinction, survivors that were small, generalist, adaptable. Had that extinction occurred differently, had dinosaurs survived and mammals might never have radiated into large-bodied diverse forms, and primates, our ancestors, might never have evolved. Our existence depends on a chain of contingencies stretching back through deep time, any one of which could have occurred differently, preventing our evolution. This is both humbling and awe-inspiring. We're the product of an improbable sequence of events, survivors of countless challenges that eliminated other lineages, descendants of organisms that persisted while most went extinct. We carry within us the legacy of billions of years of evolution, tracing our ancestry back through mammals to therapsids to early reptiles to amphibians to fish to even more primitive ancestors. We're not separate from nature but part of it, connected through evolution to every other living thing, sharing common ancestors with dinosaurs, trees, bacteria. We're stardust that became conscious, matter, organized in ways that allow it to contemplate its own origins, descendants of processes operating over timescales we can barely comprehend. Looking forward, our journey through Pangea's history also provides perspective on the present and future. The Earth we know today, its continental arrangement, its climate, its biota, is temporary, transitional, already changing. The continents continue drifting, albeit imperceptibly. The climate continues evolving, though humans are now accelerating changes that would naturally take millennia. Life continues adapting, evolving, going extinct, and being replaced. In the deep future, millions of years hence, Earth will be as different from today as today is from Pangea. New supercontinents will form, new ocean basins will open, new species will evolve to fill niches we can't imagine. Perhaps some descendant of modern life will achieve intelligence and consciousness, looking back on our era the way we look back on the age of dinosaurs, marveling at how different their world is from ours. Or perhaps Earth will be transformed in ways we can't predict, by events we can't foresee. The only certainty is change. The dynamic planet that assembled and broke apart Pangea continues its restless transformation, indifferent to our presence, but providing the stage on which all life, including human life, plays out. The end and the beginning. We've reached the end of our journey through the age of Pangea, but it's not really an ending. The processes we've observed, continental drift, evolution, extinction, climate change, continue today and will continue into the deep future. The story we've told is one chapter in a much longer narrative, a narrative without beginning or end, just continuous transformation. Pangea was real, its climate was extreme, its life was diverse and strange, its geography was unlike anything on modern Earth. It assembled, existed, and fragmented over hundreds of millions of years, leaving evidence preserved in rocks and fossils, waiting for humans to evolve the intelligence and curiosity to discover and interpret it. We've discovered that evidence, we've interpreted it, we've reconstructed a vanished world, and in doing so, we've learned about our planet, about life, about time, and about ourselves. We've gained perspective on our place in the cosmos, our connection to the deep past, our participation in an ongoing story that began billions of years ago and will continue for billions more. The journey through Pangea's history ends here, but Earth's journey continues. The continents drift onward. Evolution produces new forms, climate cycles between ice ages and warm periods, and life, tenacious and adaptable, persists through all these changes, as it has for nearly 4 billion years and as it will, barring catastrophic sterilization, for billions more. We are privileged to exist in this moment, to witness this particular configuration of continents and climate, to share Earth with the species that happen to exist now. It's a brief privilege. Our species will eventually go extinct, as all species do, but while we're here, we can appreciate the deep history that preceded us, understand the processes that shaped our world, and marvel at the ancient supercontinent that, though long vanished, helped create the planet we call home. Pangea is gone, but its legacy lives on, in the rocks beneath our feet, in the fossils preserved in stone, in the continents scattered across the globe, in the life that evolved from survivors of ancient catastrophes. We are, all of us, descendants of Pangea, products of a world that existed hundreds of millions of years ago, carrying forward its legacy into an uncertain but undoubtedly changing future. The age of Pangea has ended. The age of separated continents continues, and Earth, ancient and dynamic, spins onward through space and time, forever changing, forever transforming, forever telling the story of a planet that was, is, and will be.